Ladies and gentlemen, if you are to carry just one thing throughout your entire life, let it be hope. Let it be hope that better things are always ahead of you. Let it be hope that you can get through even the toughest of times.
Let it be hope that you are stronger than you ever thought to be. Let it be hope that you are exactly where you are meant to be right now, and that you are on the correct path where you are meant to be, seated here with hope. Are you ready to regenerate your passions and redefine your aspirations?
It is with immense pleasure that we warmly welcome you to the 37th International CA Student Conference, organized by the Chartered Accountants Student Society, the official student body of CA Sri Lanka. What a wonderful sight it is to see such an enthusiastic audience. Not forgetting that we also have over 100 participants joining us virtually, not only from Sri Lanka, but also from other SAFA countries.
We would like to specially welcome our delegates from India, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Pakistan for making their way all the way to Sri Lanka to witness this most awaited event of our official calendar. Formed in 1981, our society has a history that goes back over 3 decades. This history of ours is studded with events and achievements, memories that we cherish with pride, encouraging us to move further day by day.
For the past 3 decades, we have been promoting the interests of our fellow students through a sphere of activities by cooperating and associating ourselves with CA Sri Lanka, to promote social interactions with other student bodies of various professional backgrounds, both in Sri Lanka as well as overseas.
In a nutshell, we are on a journey to do, to endeavor, to aspire, and to add value to all aspiring CAs.
Marking our 37th milestone, the International CA Students Conference has been dutifully molding and polishing individuals to keep par with the ever-changing dynamic business environment while helping them to develop a competitive edge. Having spoken about the glory of our society and the conference, let me now introduce this pretty lady who is next to me. She's the Assistant Education Secretary of the CA Student Society, a business level student and a second-year undergraduate of the School of Accounting and Business. Currently, she works as a finance executive at Informate John Keells Holdings, a social butterfly and a karate black belter. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce my beautiful co-host for the day, Sarah Shifa.
Haha, what an introduction. Also, why not me introduce this handsome, tall, attractive gentleman standing right next to me. This classic gentleman is a proud strategic level CA student and a passionate auditor currently attached to KPMG Sri Lanka. He is an ardent basketball player, a president scout, and a culinary artist who is a great cook and could take you through an exciting and wonderful culinary adventure. Ladies and gentlemen, my co-host for today, Shamri Shafir.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for that lovely introduction. Lamps have played a significant social, cultural, and religious role in the lives of Sri Lankans. Keeping in line with our traditions, it's time to illuminate this wonderful occasion by this auspicious lighting of the traditional oil lamp. To light the oil lamp, let me now cordially invite the chief guest of today's event, Dr. Nandalal Veerasinghe.
The President of CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Sanjay Bandara.
The Vice President of CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Heshana Kuruppu.
Council Member CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Tishan Subhasinghe.
The patron of the CA Student Society, Mr. Sujiva Rajapaksha.
Council Member CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Tivanka Jayasinghe.
Council Member CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Nuwan Vitanage.
Council Member CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Saman Srilal.
Council Member CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Lakmin Udayakumara.
The President of the CA Student Society, Mr. Amit Sampath.
The Vice President of the CA Student Society, Public Practice, Mr. Akash Senadira.
Vice President, Non-Public Practice, Mr. D.D. Mahesh.
And
Council Member, CA Sri Lanka, Ms. Anoji De Silva. The General Secretary of the CA Student Society, Ms. Rukaya Hamid.
the Education Secretary of the CA Student Society, Mr. Manilka Jayawardena.
The immediate past President of the CA Student Society, Ms. Malshi Shamika.
And can we have one representative from the foreign delegates? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining me for the auspicious lighting of the traditional oil.
She has nourished us and given us every reason to be proud of her heritage, beauty, and legacy. Everyone who sees her is amused by her beauty. She is the pearl of the Indian Ocean. She is gifted with a rich culture, ethnic diversity, and a breathtaking natural beauty. She has nurtured us to become better citizens. It is now time to pay tribute to our motherland, Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we humbly and very respectfully request you to be upstanding to sing the national anthem of Sri Lanka.
Sundara Siri Varini
take your seats.
Winning is fun. But is it always winning? The urge that you possess, the determination that you build, and the courage to not give up is all what this game is about.
Do not lose hope. Remember, when the sun goes down, the stars come out. Another sunrise means another beginning.
Today's struggle is paving the path for a better tomorrow. Do you think you are ready for the struggle?
If you are not ready to be part in this dynamic journey of a better tomorrow, we have got something interesting awaiting for you.
Exactly, Rukaria. Today, we will unleash how to tackle that hectic
the 37th International CA Students Conference 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official theme of the 37th International CA Students Conference 2023. In it, to win it.
Together towards tomorrow. You have been the backbone for all of us. You have been an exceptional leader, a great mentor, a person with empathy, love, and care towards your team. We have always looked up to you during the good times as well as the bad times.
You might be knowing who we are talking about. This person is an aspiring CA reading for his strategic level examinations, a proud product of Malambe Boys Model School, an audit supervisor at BDO Partners Sri Lanka and Maldives, a budding entrepreneur and a businessman, and above all, a humble human being with a contagious smile even during the toughest of times.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we invite the President of the CA Student Society, Mr. Amit Sampath, to deliver his inaugural speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As the President to the Chartered Accountant Student Society, let me warmly welcome you to our 37th International CA Student Conference 2023. I hereby take the privilege in welcoming our Chief Guest, Dr. Nandalal Veerasinghe, the Governor of Central Bank of Sri Lanka, along with our President of CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Sanjay Bandara, and Vice President, Mr. Heshana Kuruppu, the Patron of CA Student Society, Mr. Sujiva Rajapaksha. And it also gives me a great pleasure to welcome all the past president and council members of CA Sri Lanka and all CA staff, ex-cast members, foreign delegates, and my own society members, and every participant who took the time to join with us physically and virtually. The International CA Student Conference is a proud presentation by CA Student Society. The conference of this year aspires to be the very theme of Envision, in it to win it, together towards tomorrow. The world is changing, the crisis is inevitable, but if we are strongly together towards better tomorrow, we can overcome all the pitfalls constituted by the crisis. This conference is awaiting you many more ahead. Don't forget to fill your take-home papers filled with what you gained from today. Today is a collaborative dedicated of a team. As I always believe, teamwork makes the dream work, and here we are. On behalf of my team, I welcome all the respective guests and well-wishers present here today again. I hope this conference will be a pleasant way filled with worthy and remarkable insight. Stay with us throughout the day, and most important thing, enjoy. Thank you.
Teamwork makes a dream work. Indeed it is. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give one big round of applause to our President, Mr. Amit Sampath. Thank you, Amit, for that warm welcome. A chief guest is the spotlight of any important occasion. Our chief guest for today is a Sri Lankan economist and banker who currently serves as the 17th governor of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka. He holds a PhD and master's degree in economics from the Australian National University and a BSc degree from the University of Kelaniya. He served as the assistant governor as well as the chief economist or director of economic research at the Central Bank of Sri Lanka.
He is also an advisory board member of the Center for Applied Macroeconomic Analysis, Crawford School of Public Policy, Australian National University. He has published several research papers in international and local journals, including the Central Bank's Staff Studies. Dr. Veerasinghe retired from the Central Bank as the Senior Deputy Governor in January 2021 and worked as an independent consultant for economic and financial matters for multilateral agencies and global investment firms prior to assuming duties as the Governor of the Central Bank in April 2022.
Sir, you have been the captain, a skillful sailor being able to show direction and guidance, sailing our country towards a better tomorrow. We now request our Honorable Chief Guest of the day, Dr. Nandalal Veerasinghe, the 17th Governor of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me thank the Student Association of the CA Sri Lanka for inviting me to this occasion. Council members, students, ladies and gentlemen. When I was invited, I think the theme that I was asked to come and speak today was, I think, something about the challenging economic environment and how to basically face the challenges and way forward, something like that, I think, as far as I can remember. So let me, because this is a student forum, and especially the people who are, studying and basically aspiration to become accounting and financial professionals, I think that's a very important profession. Let me first share a few ideas for students based on my experience as a central banker and also some kind of a financial professional. What we are looking forward professionals in this country to understand the situation, especially financial professionals, because what we know, especially in Sri Lanka, we boast about the literacy is over 90%, which is basic literacy. But what we all know, the financial literacy is very poor. I think based on some of the survey done recently, although literacy is over 90 or 97%, very par with a lot of other countries, even in the region, and better than our regional peers, our financial literacy is somewhat, I think, close to 50%, close to 60%, I think. That has been improved. But this is where I think it's important that people like you, students, who are going to be financial professionals, need to basically have some values and principles as financial professionals. Especially, I'm sure when you study, you learn all these values so that you can make contributions to the economy going forward and be a professional and conduct yourself as a financial professional. Just I'd like to mention a few words. For example, when we basically recruit people to the central bank and to our staff, I can remember one of the previous governors, Dr. Kumaraswamy, when he assumed duties first day, the key message he gave to the staff, central bank professionals, to our staff, is that the key principle that he would like to be a professional, technical competency and integrity. So the three principles that any professional central banker should follow in his views is the professionalism, technical competence is important, and integrity. And I would also add code of conduct. So basically to conduct yourself as per proper code of ethics. That's also important. So this is where if we have this kind of professional in this country, and whether we have if we have a better that kind of values in the society, then we would certainly be in a much better position than where we are today. Let me explain why. So basically, if you look at the not only the country's finances, not only the government finances, but also the company that you work, the finances of your company that you are going to be the professionals who are going to advise the company, or individuals, or you are on your own finance, managing your own financing to manage your kind of the income and expenditure as far as your profession is concerned. If you think about why we are in this situation, the country financing means there are two parts. One is the country financing means countries in terms of, when you take whole country, it's countries the income in terms of foreign exchange and expenditure in terms of foreign exchange, what you call foreign exchange expenditure and earnings. So for the whole country, that is country's financing. So that's kind of balance sheet of the country, the income, expenditure, and then you look at the balance sheet of the country. That's what we call balance of payment. So the crisis we are facing today is, first one is a balance of payment crisis. What are the reasons that led to balance of payment crisis? Is basically financing of the government and also private sector, both. I would not blame only the government for not being able to manage their finances, but also as a country. That's why as a country we have been several years have been earning less in foreign exchange, spending more in foreign exchange, and filling that gap through borrowings. You financing students know very well, if you continue to live out of borrowings, and then if it's okay to borrow, if you borrow and if you do not invest properly for you to be able to meet that debt service payment in the future and increase your capacity to pay the debt as a country, then at some point country will face a bankruptcy situation. So that's where we basically we were at last year. That's where as a country, both the government and the private sector have been spending more foreign exchange, earning less, and filling the gap by borrowing, both the government and private sector, and then we are not in a position to repay our external debt service obligations. So when you break that the total country, the financing into stakeholders, then you have government as a key stakeholder, then you have private sector, yourself, companies and private sector entities, and individuals are the other part of the stakeholders. They also have had the same behavior. Mainly the government, key root cause of the financing gap for the country is the government also has been running in terms of their income expenditure, what they call fiscal revenue and expenditure. That's been approved by the parliament and the cabinet. Several decades in Sri Lanka, governments have been spending more than what they earn, and then they have been running fiscal deficits over years, several decades, and that has been filled by the borrowings. And if the borrowings are properly used to invest in areas where government can earn income to pay that borrowings, then we would not be in that position. I mean, I don't blame the borrowings, but borrowings should have been invested properly, finance should have been managed properly, so that government would be in a better position to meet their debt obligation through the revenue. So that has not happened. And even if you look at the private sector companies, and what we see, the complaint that I am getting all the time is that because interest rates have been rising, because inflation is higher, we have to raise interest rates, and the taxes have been raised because government needs more revenue. Now the private sector complaint is that because the interest expenditure is high, the tax payment is high now, they are in a difficult financial position. People like you, probably those who have qualified financial professionals would have advised all these companies how to manage their finances. So this is where again, that's why I say that when you manage your own finances, your company's finances, your individual finances, you always will have to manage it prudently, irrespective of the government or the private sector. This is where what we know now. When the taxes were cut drastically and that moratoriums were offered in from 2019 onwards, the companies, those who were, and also central bank was giving very low loans at very low interest rates, then there was a tendency for the companies to borrow more at high interest rates and basically spend the savings that they generated out of low taxes for consumption or a lot of other purposes, and had a couple of good years. But if the finances are managed prudently, even for the private sector, I am not talking about government, private sector, firms those who are managed prudently their finances are in a better position to manage the current economic crisis. Because economic crisis just obviously means we have to have tough decisions. If they understood that the low interest rates are a temporary thing at any point of time, or even high interest rates, it's a cycle. Interest rate is a function of inflation. That's our main key responsibility. If that is not very well understood, when the interest rates are low, you should start borrowing heavily because finance cost is low. And if they don't invest that borrowings properly for you to be able to pay that borrowings, even when interests are going to be higher, if the company had leveraged more, then those who are now in trouble. If they had proper financial advisors from professionals like you, I don't think they would be in this position. This is what now we are experiencing. When taxes are low, the savings that you generated companies, those who generated higher profits, if they invested those profits, everyone could have understood that low tax regime can't sustain. At some point, taxes will have to be paid at a higher rate. So that's a reality. Because if you look at the current situation, so this is where I see the difference between companies, those who have even governments, companies, individuals, those who have managed their finances properly, with proper financial literacy, they can survive in this kind of tough economic situations. Those who have leveraged more in terms of borrowings, those who have spent more their savings into consumptions, and without investing properly for them to generate sufficient incomes, and those who had not created spaces, cushions in terms of resource savings. As a country, we lost our resource. As an individual, a lot of people didn't have sufficient savings to go through, cushion out or smooth out these kind of situations. That is where the difference. People who do managing better than others are the ones who have prudently managed their finances, who have kept sufficient buffers for them to be able to face this kind of situation. This is where I think people like yours, the professionalism, as I said earlier, the technical competence in what you do, and the integrity, do it properly, and with integrity and with code of conduct and code of ethics. These are key principles that as professionals you should all follow. And if everyone had followed that situation, we would not be in this situation. Unfortunately, now we are in a crisis. Now the solution is how we get out of this crisis. When the country is in crisis, obviously everyone will have to share certain amount of pain. Irrespective of, in my view, people who are sharing the pain mostly, the worst affected are poor people. Those who have low income, those who have no employment, those are low income people who are below poverty line, and inflation is 70%. We had inflation 70%. They are basically the worst affected people in the society. It's about large amount of people now falling into more people falling in poverty. But they are not very well organized. They have a strong lobby. They are silently suffering a lot. That's where the government has a responsibility to support them in terms of increasing social safety net. That is why when it comes to social safety net, government will have to raise their revenues and will have to higher taxes. That is where the contribution or share from other people will have to make to support those poor people those who have been affected worst. This is what we say. When high income people will have to pay more taxes to support the low income people, then they forget about what their prudence financial management and their responsibility to the society. This is what we see. When even high income people will have to pay higher taxes, then will have to pay higher interest for their loans, then they themselves basically protest, agitate and complain. When it comes to their own finances, only people will respond, forget about the responsibilities, forget about the financial management, and because why they are in situation, they have not managed their financial prudence, obviously, and also haven't understood the need to share the pain by everyone, top to bottom. High income people will have to contribute more and support the poor people. That's how we can survive this situation. This is why this kind of situation, everyone will have to have their own adjustments. If people think that, we had this kind of lifestyle before the crisis, if they have to maintain the same lifestyle, if they don't adjust themselves in their consumption, in their decision in financial, their decision in lending, in their decision in borrowing, in their decision in consumption, in their decision in investment, people who can adjust themselves to the situation are the ones who can survive and go through the crisis, this cycle, and at some point, obviously, at the central bank government, we are trying our best to minimize the pain and help the whole society, the country, to come out of this crisis. But obviously, it's a painful process. So we are going through this painful process. Everyone will have to share a certain amount of pain when we are coming out of this crisis. That is where we are seeing a lot of issues coming up. But this is where professionals like you, financial professor, will have to understand, will have to make a contribution. You need to make aware of your own institutions, companies, individuals, the situation, and make the financial awareness or literacy include among people so everyone can understand the situation, and then everyone can come together to come out of this crisis. This is the important message that I would like to make on behalf of as authority. We are trying to come out of this, and in terms of situation, what I can share with you, up to now, to come out of the crisis, government and central bank actually have done all the painful reforms. As you all know, all the cost reflective price adjustments and very high inflation, very high interest rates, higher taxes. All are not easy things. All are very costly and difficult financial reforms. And all difficult things we have done. Then what we are asking now from the people that we have borrowed money, asking them to give us a relief. For example, if we are asking a relief or debt relief from people who gave us credit in the past from bilateral basis, the countries, that is out of their taxpayers. So we are asking the other countries' taxpayers or commercial creditors from superannuation funds, pension funds of some other countries, we are asking them to make a contribution for us. If we expect relief from the countries or other taxpayers from other countries, those who have nothing to do with Sri Lanka, then we have to show that we are also making our best efforts, our best contributions on our side, so that we deserve that relief from the others. Otherwise, I don't think anyone who has nothing to do with Sri Lanka, get them agree to give us a relief from their taxpayers. We have to show that we are also committed. That is where what we think under the program in the IMF. We have shown our commitment. We have shown our country's contribution in terms of paying high taxes, in terms of reducing our expenditure on imports, at least non-essential items, and manage our own finances within the country so that we may show our contribution. Then they will be happy with the program with the IMF. They will endorse that we are in the right path. Then only others, taxpayers of other countries, or pension funds of other countries, or members of those pension funds will agree that we are doing our best efforts, genuine efforts to come out of this crisis. As a result, they will genuinely help us. This is what we are trying to do now. That is what we call the financing assurances from our creditors, so that they will assure us that they will help Sri Lanka at this difficult time if we make our own contributions. I think we are come to a point that almost all have agreed to give us relief, and soon we will get that relief. Once we get that relief, I think I am confident that we can recover the situation much better than where we were. We can make much more progress going forward once we get that assurances, and then there will be a lot more support coming from, and that will improve the confidence of the Sri Lanka in terms of investors. I know you have the students coming from all over the world. Sri Lankan accounting professionals are basically working in other countries. So that will improve the confidence on Sri Lanka. It will bring a lot more investment. But going forward, that is what I can say, that's only a beginning of a new journey. Giving a relief is not the end of the game. It's the beginning of a new journey where we have to adjust ourselves to new situation. We have to manage our finances prudently going forward, looking at all the risks, assessing proper risks, and managing it prudently. Not only by the country, but also the government, but all the other stakeholders, the private sector, even individuals, companies. That's a lesson that we have learned out of this, the hard way that we have learned that lesson. I hope that there will be better understanding of the people in this country, that going forward, what we need to do going forward to sustain our recovery on a long-term basis, and we will never go back to this situation again. This is where I think all the programs are aimed at, that kind of reforms, adjustment, and way forward. So I hope that we will be able to make that progress, and you all will support, and you will make your own contributions in terms of your own advisors, in terms of your own efforts to educate other people, especially on financial literacy. I think that's where I think you also can make a contribution. Let me stop here. Thank you very much for the interest.
Values play a key role to become a better professional. Most importantly, integrity. Certainly, your words of hope and insights shared educated us and inspired us to have hope in our motherland, Sri Lanka. I'm sure what you had to share with us today is able to enlighten our audience and the budding chartered accountants.
Sir, we kindly request you to join us back on stage to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Nandalal Veerasinghe. We cordially invite Mr. Amit Sampath, the President of the CA Student Society, and Mr. Manelka Javardhana, the Education Secretary of the CA Student Society, to present the gift. Thank you very much, everyone.
This eminent personality has served the Institute as a council member for the past 8 years. He has been a strong pillar throughout the past years guiding the institution, especially during the times of turbulence, driving it towards success. I now take this opportunity with great honor and privilege to invite the President of CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Sanjay Bandara, to address the gathering.
Members of the Council, President and Executive Committee members of CA Student Society, dear students, good morning to all of you. I am delighted to be here this morning on the occasion of 37th International CA Students Conference. Let me also recognize, as President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka, the presence of the Governor of the Central Bank, the chief guest of this conference today, and the patron of the Student Society and our past President, Mr. Sujiva Rajapaksha, and Vice President and members of the Council, and especially the students of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan, Nepal, and Bangladesh. The accounting profession is one of the oldest professions in the world. I believe that all of you are aware of it. Most of the other professionals also require some degree of knowledge in accounting for them to succeed in their professions. So, for example, doctor need to have some understanding of accounting for him to see whether his private hospital or the dispensary is making profit. Or the lawyer need to have some understanding on accounting whether his chambers is running at a profit. So likewise, most of the other professionals require some degree of accounting knowledge for them to succeed in their profession. But, especially during the last 4 to 5 years, in many forums, in many magazines or many newspapers, so there was a discussion as to whether the accounting profession will disappear due to technological advancements. For that matter, World Economic Forum published a document which carried list of professions that will disappear due to technological advancement. The accounting profession was in the 4th in that list. There was a list. In that list, 4th position was occupied by the accounting profession, meaning, like, as per them, the accounting profession will disappear due to technological advancement. So due to this, the apex body of the accountants, International Federation of Accountants, so IFAC, did a research to identify whether our profession or the accounting profession will actually disappear due to technological advancement. Right? At the end of this research, the conclusion was the profession will not disappear due to technological advancement, but the role played by the accountants in future will require a significant change. The profession will not disappear, but the role played by the accountants in corporates will require a significant change in the future. Where it further went in to say that at the moment, out of the total time, accountants spend 60%, 60 to 70% of their time on value reporting, meaning they spend 60 to 70% of their time to basically prepare and present set of financial statement for the benefit of the stakeholders of the business. Further, it says balance 10% on enabling value. 70% say value reporting, 10% on enabling value, meaning providing some useful information for the stakeholders to take the decisions. Another 10% on preserving value. For what? So they basically introduce controls to preserve resources belonging to the business organizations. Balance 10%, it says, creating value for the corporates. It says this is how the accountants spend their time at the moment. 70% on reporting value, 10% enabling value, another 10% the preserving value, another 10% in creating value. This research says this requires a significant change in future. Otherwise, the profession will disappear as stipulated in the World Economic Forum. If we continue to, for example, now you all are the future in our profession. If you continue to focus only on value reporting or financial reporting, remember the profession will disappear. Where? So it goes on to say that in future, the accountants will have to spend 70% of their time on creating value for the corporates. Creating value for the corporates. The financial reporting will be taken over by the technology. ERP systems and artificial intelligence, the accounting softwares will do value reporting or the financial reporting. Right? What you all good to do is, you all have to spend 70% of your time on creating value for the corporates or creating value for the stakeholders of corporates. Work with other stakeholders, work with other managers in the corporates to add more value, meaning what? Right? Create or make more profit for the shareholders. Provide value-added services for the employees or provide better service for your customers. Have a better engagement with your suppliers. Have a better engagement with your customers. So therefore, what it really requires from you all or the future accountants is to create value for wider stakeholders of business. It can be by way of increasing profit. It can be by way of better service for your customers, or better the engagement of your the better engagement of your the suppliers, or better engagement of your employees, or better engagement of the government, etc. And balance 30%. Balance 30%, for example, another 10% on value reporting, right? What you got to do is, the computer system will produce, or ERP system, or artificial intelligence, whatever you call it, right, will produce a set of financial statement. With your technical knowledge, what you got to do is, review the set of financial statement prepared and see whether the content of the financial statement is accurate, and give that assurance. And then balance 10%, say another 10% on enabling value, and another 10% on preserving value. So therefore, remember, that is what is required to be done in future if the accounting profession need to continue. Then, now being the future of our profession, what is your duty or what is your responsibility? Right? What is your duty or the responsibility is to identify the skill set that it really requires inbuilt in you all to take up this new role or new position. Right? If you all want to be an individual who can add value or who can create value, you need to understand what are the skills that should be inbuilt in you all to take up this new role. The IFAC says, yes, right, profession will not disappear, right? So you have to be a co-pilot. That's the terminology they are using, right? You have to be a co-pilot in driving the business together with other managers in the business organizations. Therefore, identify the new skill set that it really requires for you all to take up this new role. For example, it very specifically goes on to say that in addition to technical skills nowadays is very simple, right? Now, in our curriculum, you'll have 16 papers, and so the content is there. There are a lot of other literature available. You can read, you can update yourself with the technical knowledge quite fast. But, right, for you all to take up this new role, it very specifically goes on to say that a lot of interpersonal or soft skills are required, because you need to be a co-pilot. driving the business organization together with other managers in adding value for the stakeholders of the business. That really requires, right, a lot of communication skills, convincing skills, right, teamwork skills. You should be able to work as a team, right, or you should be able to work as a team, right, in creating more value for the corporate. Teamwork, leadership, convincing skills, good presentation skills, right, are required to be built in you all. Remember to take up this new role. So therefore, right, my humble request for you all, as a future of our profession, right, concentrate on this. This is a new role you all got to take up in future. That new role requires these skills built in you all, right. Further, this research goes in to say that you all should know your ABCD as well. What is ABCD? Right? A stands for artificial intelligence. B refers to blockchain. C refers to cyber security. D refers to data analytics. Everywhere it says that. The last year, November, so we had the World Congress of Chartered Accountants, or World Congress of Accountants in India, where most of the speakers used to come and tell us the accountants with good knowledge in data analytics or business analytics or artificial intelligence, right, will have an extremely high demand in the market. So therefore, remember, it doesn't mean that you need to be an expert in data analytics or artificial intelligence, but you need to know what is data analytics or what is artificial intelligence, and how you can use data analytics or artificial intelligence to become a better finance professional, or to become a better accountant, or to become a better auditor, or to become a better professional who can add or who can create value for the wider stakeholders of corporates. So therefore, you all need to understand the requirement. You all need to understand the need, and then concentrate on those, right? Instead of heavily concentrating only on technical skills. Because this is a need. Now the corporate world requires, in the global context, right? So individuals, right, who can drive the business. Individuals, right, who knows their ABCD. So therefore, so being the students, your responsibility is to understand them and take the relevant measures, or to take the appropriate measures to inbuild those skills in you all. I would also like to draw your attention to two other important things, right? The first one, right, as most of you are aware, and our chief guests explained, now we are experiencing a recession, right? As a students, or as professionals, we also have a responsibility to ensure that we support our country, right? We help our country to come out of this crisis, right? Especially during the last 4 to 5 years, we have seen that most of our members, especially newly qualified members, younger members, ventured into, right, their own businesses. I have seen a fairly good number of entrepreneurs coming up. Now recently we met a few members there in Dubai, right? Instead of working in corporate, they have started their own business. Appears to be quite successful, right? So I met 2 members working in Canada, and said that okay, so we came and started. Started working in a company, but now 2 of us got together and we acquired a practicing firm there in Canada, and we are running this business. Said okay, we have now 1,300 clients. In Sri Lanka, we have seen quite a big, or quite a good number of good entrepreneurs, our own young members. So therefore, my humble request once again, all of you, right, complete your examination as early as possible and become members, and then see whether you all can start your own business, because this country at the moment requires a lot of entrepreneurs who can offer a lot of employment opportunities and make good contribution to the economy of our country, so that our country will be able to come out of this crisis fast. The last one, the central bank governor, our chief guest, also made a special reference to this, right? Where as professionals, as the students, right, we got to ensure that we always comply with or abide by the code of ethics our institute. Because ultimately, values, right, and ethics are very important, right? So you can make a lot of money. Ultimately, you can make a lot of money, but again, ultimately, right, if there are no values in you, right, or if you don't basically comply with the ethical principles governed by our profession, you will not be recognized. That money will have no basically value. So therefore, so you don't need to wait until you qualify as a chartered accountant to comply with ethics. Even from student days, from the day you register with the institute, right, you ensure that what are the values that should be govern the studentship, or the code of ethics that you have to comply with to become a good professional, and ensure that you always be governed by the values and the code of ethics of our institute. So with that, so ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude. I wish all of you a very successful conference. Thank you.
The role played by accountants in corporates will require a significant change to keep par with the fast-changing dynamic business environment, especially the technological business environment. And Sir also emphasized on creating value for all our stakeholders, not forgetting the importance of reporting and forecasting on technical knowledge itself. Thank you very much, sir, for those words of hope and encouragement. We kindly request you to come back on stage, sir. And now, to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Sanjay Bandara, we cordially invite the President of the CA Student Society, Mr. Amit Sampath, on stage. Thank you, Mr. Amit and Mr. Bandara.
I cordially invite on stage Mr. Heshara Kuruppu, the Vice President of CA Sri Lanka, and to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Heshana, I request on stage the Vice President, Public Practice of the CA Student Society, Mr. Akash Senadira. Thank you, Mr. Kuruppu and Mr. Akash.
We have had this one person who had an ear to listen to whatever we had to say, an open heart to accept us and take care of us like his own children. He has been the guiding light in making today's conference a reality.
He currently serves as the chairman for People's Bank Sri Lanka, a council member at the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, and a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka. He is also the managing partner at BDO Partners Sri Lanka and Maldives, and a member of the National Pay Commission and on the board of many other prominent companies.
It is indeed with absolute honor that we warmly invite our patron of the CA Student Society, Mr. Sujiva Rajapaksha, to address the gathering.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. President Sampath, and also President CASL Sanjay Bandara, Vice President Heshana, Council members, Executive Committee of CAS, and also dear students, especially those who are here from our SAFA countries. Thank you very much for having me here, and also thank you very much for the invitation extended to me to become the patron of this important society. Because my memory goes back for about, it's been about 4 decades. None of y'all must have been in this world also. When we started a career as chartered accountants, chartered accountancy profession, I heavily got involved with this society, because I had a passion over especially getting involved with this kind of activities and also supporting students, because which we did not have those long ago. I'm aware this CAS has been organizing many more events, especially this is one of the events, and this is 37th year, and it's interesting about the theme, in it to win it, together towards tomorrow, which is very, very important. And also they organize sports activities, where I have also taken part in some of the activities, especially cricket and so on and so forth. And education, social activities are some of the important activities. Thank you very much for the CAS team for untiring effort midst of many, many challenges. Even organizing this kind of seminar or the conference, and especially international conference, is not an easy thing, especially in the present day context, because governor said so many things. I must thank governor also when executive committee came to see me about a chief guest, and they said, look here, sir, we would like to invite governor. Then I immediately pick up a call to governor. Governor didn't have any hesitation. He said, okay, I'm coming. Of course, he said that I'm taking part so many activities in the institute. I said, no, this is one of the activities, because you are going to address the future of the world, future of this country. So he accepted. Thank you very much, Governor, although he is not here. And I'm aware a large number of students, about 44,000, every year about 7,000 additions, and I believe that's the net, and which is, I think, commendable. Midst of many challenges, we all are doing it. I think, because I saw that once the flourished nation facing the toughest setback, I saw in the the screen, so that we need to understand. So what do we do? What do we do? So it's important. So not only this country, the entire world is grappling with so many things, so many disruptions. Let me tell you, one may be earthquakes. Now you saw what happened, right? 40,000 people, just within a couple of seconds, they went 5 feet under the ground. Of course, we also faced this situation long ago, tsunami hit, and then I think we lost about 44,000. World war, you know what's happening to Russia and the other country, which is important. And pandemics and global warming and so many things. This shows, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, we are in a VUCA world. This VUCA cannot be avoided. But you, as the future of this country, has selected one of the best professions, to become a chartered accountant. So Peter Drucker, I believe that I don't need to say who Peter Drucker is. Peter Drucker once said, the greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence. It is to act with yesterday's logic. So that means yesterday's logic is not relevant. I think the President, Mr. Sanjay Bandara, elaborated in a fantastic and very simple language what the world and the profession and the society and the corporate sector and everyone expect from you, which is very, very important. Please understand those. And if you really concentrated his speech, I think nothing else to do. I think whole theme is basically embedded there. Thank you very much, Sanjay, taking, I think, the fantastic speech you delivered. So, which is very, very important to understand. If you do not change your game plan, if you do not change your mindset, how you look at today and how you look at tomorrow, and then you are going to be in trouble, which is very, very, very important, because major transformation is taking place in everywhere, especially in Sri Lanka. Governor said, look here, we all need to make sure that we are facing difficulties, and he used the word pain. Yes, we all are facing this pain. Big people have big pain for the sake of small people or poor people or young average people. Even my pocket is being impacted now heavily. What do? We can't get out from this. So we have to. A lot of people are leaving this country. A lot of people. I never wanted to live in this country. I never wanted. From the day I started my career as the student, I thought that because I have been given my free education, everything is free from this country, not from anybody else. So therefore, I had never worked any place. I have never earned a single. Of course, we earn dollars. That's a different issue by still physically being here. So therefore, I know most of y'all or some of y'all must have thought that, look here, I just wanted to get out this place the moment that I get CA word or ACA words. But please think twice. Please think twice and see why you should stay here in this country and why you should not. Because wherever you go, you become either third or fourth citizen. Wherever you go, that you are not with your parents. I wanted to be with my parents. I wanted to be with my in-laws, father-in-law, mother-in-law. I have done maximum what I could. You will have enough presents, but you will not have presents. One fine day you will probably regret. You may not sometime because of this country situation, but today you can see in the present context, things are becoming normal. Of course, it's a great pain. There are no question. So, VUCA world, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. When you have that in your mind, whether it is in your family, whether it is in the society, whether you are on the road, whether you are working anywhere, that happens. Nothing is certain. Everything is volatile. Ambiguity is there everywhere, especially those who are working in everywhere, whether it is you are in the practice or whether you are in the industry, that happens. You have to make up your mind. You have to focus, which is very, very, very important. If you are in the industry, you will be asked to do certain things, which may not be sometime ethical. So, President was talking about the integrity and all that. So that is absolutely, once you compromise integrity, you are gone. Don't ever compromise your integrity. So, which is very important. Sometimes there may be a situation where you have to compromise. You will be asked to sometime change your accounts, fudge your accounts. I have seen, because I am wearing different hat. Of course, my main thing is my practice BDO partners. Other than that, okay, I have been given a task by the government, not only this government, even previous government, to manage one of the largest financial institutions, People's Bank. When I meet customers, when I ask few questions about the finances, okay, they produce finance set. When I ask, look here, you need 100 million loan, but your turnover is this much, your profit is this much, your assets so much. How are you going to pay my loan with interest? Then they are a little bit shy. Then they look at the guy who is seated next to him, probably maybe accountant, no accounts assistant, no finance manager. Then they say, sometime, sir, we have got another set of accounts. So that is where he is saying, look here, I have got my bottom line, top line is so much, bottom line is so much. I have the capacity. But then I don't want to question them, but I ask myself, look here, where is the integrity, what you are talking about? But who prepares those accounts? That is important. So please understand, stay relevant. Relevant is very, very important. If you are not going to get adjusted yourself, then you become an irrelevant person. Irrelevant. So I never wanted to become irrelevant person. Wherever I go, whatever I do, I stay relevant. Whether it is my family circle, whether it is society, whether it is my firm, whether it is my bank or any other institutions, I stay relevant. So that's one of the important things, stay relevant. President was talking about two skill sets, although he didn't mention those technical words, your hard skill and your soft skills. He was talking about hard skills. Whatever we do through our studies, those are called hard skills. You have your accounting standard, auditing standards, IFRS, SLFRS, Companies Act, all those are your hard skills for you to become a chartered accountant and for you to continue with your accountancy profession. But what is most important thing is about your soft skills. Soft skills. He also elaborated certain soft skills which is absolutely important. If you do not have soft skills, of course still you can say that I am a chartered accountant. But if you want to become a smart chartered accountant, you need to have it. Please, my dear friends, concentrate on day and day night about your soft skills. I have been doing it. Even now I do it. I know all these people who are seated in front of you, they are doing it. That is why they have become leaders. If you want to become leader, don't forget about your soft skills. Some of the soft skills I can tell what he has not touched. There are a whole heap of, because soft skills, it's about 2-3 hours lecture. Especially in the present context, you must be able to assess the health of your balance sheet wherever you work. If you are a practicing accountant, yes, you can see when the account set is given by the client for audit, or you are in the industry, when you prepare, you must be able to look at the health. That's called health check. What is my capital, the country combination, whether I'm in a stress situation, whether my equity is small, or whether my debt capital is small, what's going to happen to my liabilities, whether my current asset is small, current liability is small, and is there going to be a sustainability? It's like, we get our body checked by a doctor. Can you do that? How many of you all do it? Which is important. And you must be able to advise. Then you become a smart guy. Then your employer will feel, this guy is very smart. He comes and tells me so many things I have never ever heard. That's important. Please do that. And digitization, he said so many words, ABCs, which is very important. Thank you. I heard it today, although I knew about all artificial intelligence and all that. It's important. ABCD, the big data and all that. So if you do not know, you will become irrelevant again. You will be totally gone. You need to be a well-read person, my dear friends. Well-read person. Need to read every day. I do that. I need to get myself upgraded when I go and meet either my client or when someone comes to my bank. I must be able to talk in the present context, not yesterday. As one of the greatest prime ministers from UK, Winston Churchill said once, today newspaper, tomorrow waste paper. That he said about 40-50 years ago. But today, every hour things are getting changed. So therefore, you must be a well-read person. Otherwise, we confine into our standards and everything, technical stuff. No, you need to look at what's happening in the market, what's happening in the corporate, what's happening in the globe. It's not only sports. There are so many other things. If you are interested in sports, yes, but you have to look at the other. Then when you go and get engaged in a good conversation, that's another skill. Good conversation with your, the client or your customer, then they will know that you are a smart guy, which is very important. So you have to interact with your customers, another skill. And you should be able to handle a nice discussion. So you can't simply discuss only the technical stuff when you go there. You need to look at so many other things. Technical stuff, sometimes, if you want to strike a deal, I have seen that on my own experience. You will discuss your business matter only 5 minutes, but 25 minutes you will discuss all the other matters. Then they know that he is the guy whom we should retain. So that's important. So manage your time, your interpersonal skills. I don't know how many of you all know that when you are seated there, how many of you all know the next guy's name or where he is working, which is very important. Give your hand and shake your hand and say, look, I am Sujiva Rajapaksa. Who are you? Over a period of time, I can tell you, you will have a large amount of contacts. That is called your interacting with people, interpersonal skills, your collaborations, which is very, very important. So I think I have been given only 15 minutes. I can talk to you hours and hours. Anyway, all the very best. And please think about what I said, which is very, very important. And thank you very much once again for choosing chartered accountancy profession. I never knew when long ago, but it was my great father who told me to become a chartered accountant. So those days when parents said either my way or no, a highway. So there no way. So I had to do it, but I never regret, and we have selected the best. I'm sure that you all also will. All the very best, and thank you very much for having me here, and have a great day ahead. Thank you.
According to Peter Drucker, the greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence. It is to act with yesterday's logic. Thank you for your thought-provoking words, sir. Sir, we would like to have you on stage. We are indeed highly grateful and blessed to have grown under your shade. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together once again for Mr. Sujiva Rajapaksa for his extended love, support, care and guidance and patriotship.
Sir, we would like to invite you on stage and to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Sujiva Rajapaksa. I now invite Ms. Ruqayya Shahul Hamid, the General Secretary of the CA Student Society, on stage. Thank you very much, Mr. Bandara, Mr. Rajapaksa and Ruqayya. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to our most awaited moment of today. This year, our society will be launching its 19th edition of the CA Students Business Magazine, The Fusion, which will be circulated among 44,000 of our student base as well as students of the South Asian region. Shamri, I just can't wait to see what this year's Fusion unveils before us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 19th edition of the Fusion Business Magazine, published by the CA Student Society for the year 2023, unveils now.
It is with pleasure that I cordially invite Inshaf Ahmed on stage to launch the magazine. If not for his tireless efforts, sleepless nights, and work and dedication, we would not be launching such a great magazine. I would like to invite Mr. Sujiva Rajapaksa on stage. We are now about to witness the launch of the 19th edition of the Fusion Business Magazine for the year 2023. We are now witnessing the launch of the 19th edition of the Fusion Business Magazine, which is a collection of efforts of contacting and interviewing great personalities, penning articles, proofing each and every word, designing, printing, and publishing our very own product, a product of the CA Student Society.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining with us for the launch of the magazine. I now invite our editor, Inshaf, to share his feelings of the launch of the Fusion.
Ayubowan, Wanakkam, Assalamu alaikum. Believe is a beautiful word. Belief is what keeps humankind moving forward. To believe is one of the greatest gifts that a humankind can offer to another human being. It is with immense pleasure, gratitude, and honor to share a few words as the chief editor of this prestigious society. Today, when I was about to depart from my home, my mom rushed towards me and looked into my eyes. She looked at me and I looked at her. Only thing that I could see was sheer motivation and inspiration. My elder sister rushed again. I looked at her eyes and she looked at me. And she affirmed, Inshaf, you are going to have a great day. But please, don't forget to recognize your team. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly request to hold your applause as I invite my team who work day in and out, toil so hard in bringing this magazine live. Starting off from my assistant, Master Sachinta Dapiris, Miss Gitma Savandi, Miss Rukaya Hamid, Master Didi Mahesh, Miss Malshi Shamika, Master Buddhima Jaisinghe, Master Shizan Azwar, Miss Sara Shifa, Master Mohammad Rashif, Miss Sanduni Ratnayaka, Master Manuka Jayasinghe, Master Mohammad Rif Khan, Master Lohan Placidus, and Master Mohammad Mohad. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my team. This is my people. And one speciality about my team is that they never said a no to whatever task that I assigned them. To wind up, last but not the least, alone, I am a drop of water. Together, we are an ocean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Inshaf, for all your hard work and passion put into this great product of ours. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have one big round of applause once again to Inshaf and his team.
Sarah, I feel it's time for a good cup of tea. What do you think?
Yeah, Shamri, why not? Why don't we go for a quick break and enjoy the snacks served while sipping on a cup of Ceylon tea. We kindly request you all to make your way towards the dining area where the refreshments will be served on either sides of the conference hall. You will be guided by our Student Society representatives. Please make sure to have in your hand the conference ticket while moving on to your left side doorway if you have a blue ticket, and towards the right side doorway if you have a purple ticket towards the car park view.
We respectfully request you all to be conscious of the time and return to your seats at 10:40 a.m. so that we will be able to smoothly slide into the next session of today's agenda. Don't forget to indulge and enjoy your cup of tea. Thank you.
Exporter of Ceylon tea, producing premium cups of wholesome bliss for over 50 years, providing the planet with luxurious teas found only in the rolling plains of Sri Lanka, where at crossroads, should it focus on health or the economy?
The company does not focus only on one industry. With the future in mind, Akbar Brothers has branched out and diversified into many industries and have become big players in the corporate and industrial world. Logistics, property, marketing, manufacture, healthcare, power, emission testing, and investments are but the tip of the iceberg, leaving room for growth in the future. This is how Akbar Brothers have transcended from ordinary to become a brand beyond tea.
Resume mage hite teke rahastani pavi igilevi hanguman hite kate digital love ape pavi mang pavi vaka
මල්ලි පිලොට් සල්ලි shopping කරලම හති මල්ලි QR scan කරගෙන හෙල්ලි relax වෙන්නේ අපි නම් no හෙල්ලි download කරගෙන වටෙන් හෙල්ලි people's way download කර ගන්න සැවුමා
ස්වභාවහමේ අදෘශ්‍යමාන බලයන් සැඟවිලා තියෙනවා. ඔවුන් මේ බලය දන්නවා. මල්, මුල්, අතු, ඉති, පොතු, නෙලා, කොටා සුවකිරීමේ ප්‍රාතිහාරය පානවා. පරම්පරාවෙන් පරම්පරාවට අපි ඒ රැගෙන යා යුත්තේ ඒ නිසයි. Soft Logic Life ඉසිවර වෙදවරුණ. අපේ උරුමයෙන් අපට ලැබුණු පාරම්පරික වෙදකම් සමග සුවපත් වන ඔබව ආවරණය කරයි.
අද මම වාහනයක් නැතුව බයික් එක යන්න තීරණය කරා.
මේ කාලේ අපි ගන්න තීරණ හරි වැදගත්. අපි හැමෝටම වියදම් වැඩි කාලයක් වුණත් ඉතිරිය හරියටම කරන්න තීරණේ හරියටම ගත්තොත් පුළුවන්.
ඒකනේ අපේ අම්මා කීල්ස්නේ යන්නේ.
කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන 10%ක් මිලාඩු නිසා ගෙදරට අවශ්‍ය උයන පිහන පිරිසිදු කරන හැම දෙයක්ම තරම් ලොකු ඉතිරියක් කරගන්නත් පුළුවන්.
ඉතිරියක් වුණා කාලේදී කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන හැමදේම හැමදාම අනිකුත් නිෂ්පාදන හා සැසඳීමේදී 10%ක් අඩුම මිලට.
We can each determine our own ambitions and expectations. Defined not by stereotypes, but by our own passion and talent. A future where we are conscious, alive, engaged, connected, and successful. Welcome to ICBT's complete purpose-built campus, the gateway to a respected British degree. Invest in your future. ICBT Campus.
Akbar Gold Instant Coffee is a blend of specially selected high-grown Brazilian Arabica coffee beans, gently roasted and freeze-dried for a rich taste, exotic aroma, and freshness in a cup anytime. Now available at all leading supermarkets and at our e-commerce store www.falconfoods.lk. Great coffee, great energy.
Akbar, the world's leading exporter of Ceylon tea, producing premium cups of wholesome bliss for over 50 years, providing the planet with luxurious stays found only in the rolling plains of Sri Lanka, where at crossroads, should it focus on health or the economy?
The company does not focus only on one industry. With the future in mind, Akbar Brothers has branched out and diversified into many industries and have become big players in the corporate and industrial world. Logistics, property, marketing, manufacture, healthcare, power, emission testing, and investments are but the tip of the iceberg, leaving room for growth in the future. This is how Akbar Brothers have transcended from ordinary to become a brand beyond tea.
මේ මගේ හිතේ යුද්ධකේ රහස් තනි පාවි ඉගිලේවි හැඟුමන් හිතේ කතේ digital ලෝවේ අපේ පාවි මං පාවි workout එකට set වෙලා chill කරමු get වෙලා very haughty and naughty so beauty chill tama Sevilla rang tackala insta follow kala no busy life easy I'm crazy and tama crazy me mage hite
යතින් අපි හරිමු රණ්ඩු වෙන්න ඇතින්නේ නිතර රණ්ඩු බදන්නේ වෙදමත් විලංගු ඉන්නේ challenge එක වෙන්න සුනංගු කොල්ල කෙල්ල transfer කරගමු සල්ලි online ගෙවමුකෝ අපි මල්ලි පිලොට් සල්ලි shopping කරලම හති මල්ලි QR scan කරගෙන හෙල්ලි relax වෙන්නේ අපි නම් no හෙල්ලි download කරගෙන වටෙන් හෙල්ලි people pay download කර ගන්න සවුමා
නොහඳුනනා මිනිසුන් වැසිනා නොහඬා මිතු ධම්මවා දිනනා දේශය දිනවනා දිරියෙන් පිරිපුන් මිනිසුන් අගයනා සංග්‍රාමකින් මනුදම් වඩවනා දුන් ශක්තියයි මගේ රට කරවනා සක්සිතුන් මතින් ආමද නිසා නිරියෙන් සමතා නිරිය පායමිනා
හැත්තෑ පස්වන අපි මානවත් නිදහස් සංවත්සරය වෙනුවෙන් People's Insurance දිරිය තෑට විරිය වන්නට
ස්වභාවහමේ අදෘශ්‍යමාන බලයන් සැඟවිලා තියෙනවා. ඔවුන් මේ බලය දන්නවා. මල්, මුල්, අතු, ඉති, පොතු, නෙලා, කොටා සුවකිරීමේ ප්‍රාතිහාරය පානවා. පරම්පරාවෙන් පරම්පරාවට අපි ඒ රැගෙන යා යුත්තේ ඒ නිසයි. Soft Logic Life ඉසිවර වෙදවරණ. අපේ උරුමයෙන් අපට ලැබුණු පාරම්පරික වෙදකම් සමග සුවපත් වන ඔබව ආවරණය කරයි.
අද මම වාහනයක් නැතුව බයික් එක යන්න තීරණය කරා.
මේ කාලේ අපි ගන්න තීරණ හරි වැදගත්. අපි හැමෝටම වියදම් වැඩි කාලයක් වුණත් ඉතිරිය හරියටම කරන්න තීරණේ හරියටම ගත්තොත් පුළුවන්.
ඒකනේ අපේ අම්මා කීස් මේ යන්නේ.
කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන 10%ක් මිලාඩු නිසා ගෙදරට අවශ්‍ය උයන පියන පිරිසිදු කරන හැම දෙයක්ම තරම් ලොකු ඉතිරියක් කරගන්නත් පුළුවන්.
ඉතිරියක් වුණා කාලයේදී කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන හැමදාම අනිකුත් නිෂ්පාදන හා සැසඳීමේදී 10%ක් අඩුම මිලට.
We can each determine our own ambitions and expectations. Defined not by stereotypes, but by our own passion and talent. A future where we are conscious, alive, engaged, connected, and successful. Welcome to ICBT's complete purpose-built campus, the gateway to a respected British degree. Invest in your future. ICBT Campus.
Akbar Gold Instant Coffee is a blend of specially selected high-grown Brazilian Arabica coffee beans, gently roasted and freeze-dried for a rich taste, exotic aroma, and freshness in a cup anytime. Now available at all leading supermarkets and at our e-commerce store www.falconfoods.lk. Great coffee, great energy.
Official hydration partner, American Water.
Akbar, the world's leading exporter of Ceylon tea, producing premium cups of wholesome bliss for over 50 years. Providing the planet with luxurious stays found only in the rolling plains of Sri Lanka, where at crossroads, should it focus on health or the economy?
The company does not focus only on one industry. With the future in mind, Akbar Brothers has branched out and diversified into many industries and have become big players in the corporate and industrial world. Logistics, property, marketing, manufacture, healthcare, power, emission testing, and investments are but the tip of the iceberg, leaving room for growth in the future. This is how Akbar Brothers have transcended from ordinary to become a brand beyond tea.
Crazy me magete te kira hastani pavi igilevi hanguman hite kate ijitolo ve ape pavi mang pavi work out ekata set vela chill karamu gen vela very haughty and naughty so beauty chill tama saviaran thakala follow kala go busy life easy I'm the crazy ganda tama crazy me mage hite
katin api hari murandu venna edinne nitara randu badanne vedemma vilangu inne challenge ke venna sunangu kollo kello transfer karagamu salli online gevamuko api malli pilot salli shopping karalama hati malli QR scan karagena helli relax venne api namno helli download karagena button helli people say download karagana savuma
Nohandunana minisun pasina Nuhanda mitu dhammava dinana desha dinavana diriyen piripun minisun akayana sankama pin
වත්සරය වෙනුවෙන් People's Insurance දිරිය තෑට විරිය වන්නට.
ස්වභාවහමේ අදෘශ්‍යමාන බලයන් සැඟවිලා තියෙනවා. ඔවුන් මේ බලය දන්නවා. මල්, මුල්, අතු, ඉති, පොතු, නෙලා, කොටා සුවකිරීමේ ප්‍රාතිහාරය පානවා. පරම්පරාවෙන් පරම්පරාවට අපි එය රැගෙන යා යුත්තේ ඒ නිසයි. Soft Logic Life ඉසිවර වෙදවරුණ. අපේ උරුමයෙන් අපට ලැබුණු පාරම්පරික වෙදකම් සමග සුවපත් වන ඔබව ආවරණය කරයි.
අද මම වාහනයක් නැතුව බයික් එක යන්න තීරණය කරා.
මේ කාලේ අපි ගන්න තීරණ හරි වැදගත්. අපි හැමෝටම වියදම් වැඩි කාලයක් වුණත් ඉතිරිය හරියටම කරන්න තීරණේ හරියටම ගත්තොත් පුළුවන්.
ඒකනේ අපේ අම්මා කීල්ස් මේ යන්නේ.
කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන 10%ක් මිලාඩු නිසා ගෙදරට අවශ්‍ය උයන පිහන පිරිසිදු කරන හැම දෙයක්ම තරම් ලොකු ඉතිරියක් කරගන්නත් පුළුවන්.
ඉතිරියක් වුමනා කාලයේදී කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන හැමදේම හැමදාම අනිකුත් නිෂ්පාදන හා සැසඳීමේදී 10%ක් අඩුම මිලට.
We can each determine our own ambitions and expectations. Defined not by stereotypes, but by our own passion and talent. A future where we are conscious, alive, engaged, connected and successful. Welcome to ICBT's complete purpose-built campus, the gateway to a respected British degree. Invest in your future. ICBT Campus.
Akbar Gold Instant Coffee is a blend of specially selected high-grown Brazilian Arabica coffee beans, gently roasted and freeze-dried for a rich taste, exotic aroma, and freshness in a cup anytime. Now available at all leading supermarkets and at our e-commerce store www.falconfoods.lk. Great coffee, great energy.
Official hydration partner, American Water.
Akbar, the world's leading exporter of Ceylon tea, producing premium cups of wholesome bliss for over 50 years. Providing the planet with luxurious taste found only in the rolling plains of Sri Lanka, where at crossroads, should it focus on health or the economy?
The company does not focus only on one industry. With the future in mind, Akbar Brothers has branched out and diversified into many industries and have become big players in the corporate and industrial world. Logistics, property, marketing, manufacture, healthcare, power, emission testing and investments are but the tip of the iceberg, leaving room for growth in the future. This is how Akbar Brothers have transcended from ordinary to become a brand beyond tea.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request all the participants to be back on their seats as we are about to start the second session of the agenda.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly request you to come back to your seats so that we can resume with the rest of our agenda. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after a quick break.
In the world's eye and tongue, Rolls-Royce is for cars, Rolex is for watches, Havana is for cigars, Scotland is for whiskey. And Ceylon was tea, and tea was Ceylon. We have something exciting waiting for you at the end of today's event. This surprise is for tea lovers. Be with us till the end. Also, don't forget to have your ticket with you safe until the end.
Sliding in to our next session of today's agenda, it's time for us now to recognize our strength behind this great event. Our sponsors.
The platinum sponsor, Akbar Brothers.
The gold sponsor, Crevati Consulting.
The silver sponsor, Tech One.
The bronze sponsor, SoftLogic Life.
The bronze sponsor, People's Bank of Sri Lanka.
The bronze sponsor, People's Insurance.
The official print media partner, Lake House.
The official media partner, News First.
The official education partner, ICBT Campus.
The official hospitality partner, Monarch Imperial Hotel.
The official event partner, Vibrant.
The official photography partner, hashtag.
And finally, we have the official hydration partner, American Water.
Up next on our agenda, we have for you something interesting and lively. Music has never had the room for negativity. What do you think, Shamri?
Yes, of course, Sarah. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we hand over the stage to Punara Varnamana to make some spark.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have one big round of applause for Punara Varnamana?
Catch on fire, sewing in a soul, a California gold. You found the light in me that I couldn't find. So when I'm all choked up, but I can't find the words. Every time we say goodbye, baby, it hurts. So when the sun goes down and the band won't play, I'll always remember us this way. lovers in the night, poets trying to write. We don't know how to die, but damn, we try. But all I really know, where you wanna go, the part of me that you will never die. So when I'm all choked up but I can't find the words, every time we say goodbye, baby, it hurts. When the sun goes down and the band won't play, I'll always remember us this way. Oh yeah, I don't wanna be just a memory, baby, yeah. Ooh, 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 ooh. So when I'm all choked up but I can't find the words, every time we say goodbye, baby, it hurts. When the sun goes down and the band won't play, I'll always remember us this way. Whoa, yeah. When you look at me and the whole world fades, I'll always remember us this way. Thank you so much. Pratihari nuragena nivadesi mava asha rupasari mevi pena chandra subarase pana mana asharata the very subagena. Nitra manana sita para pesina sima nesita ingipana tesina sihina yami sada maha envado mavaseya premahine subagena. ඡායාරුමවා නිත පේනරදිවා සිහිනයයි සදා මහා එනවාදෝමවා සේයා සිත පැයි සුභාගෙන ප්‍රතිහාරී නුරාගෙන නිල දැසේ මවා ආශා රූපසාරී මැවි පේනා චන්ද්‍ර සුබරසේ පානා මන ආශා රටා සිත පැරි සුභාගෙන සිත පැරි සුභාගෙන
Thank you so much. Whoa, 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 what a spark that was. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have one big round of applause for Punara Varnamana?
What's next, Sarah? Any guess? We'll give you a hint. You and I have been looking forward the most for what's next up as per our agenda.
Oh, Shamri, I know what it is. That's all that I have been speaking about ever since we knew he is going to be here.
Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker of the 37th International CA Student Conference will be up next on stage. He is an enthusiastic mountain climber and a trekker. He completed the Everest Base Camp in May 2018 and the Charter Trek, a frozen river at the Indian-Tibetan border in 2017, which is one of the wildest treks based on a ranking by CNN.
He, who is known as Dana, is currently the founder member and chief executive officer of Advocata Institute, an economic policy think tank in Sri Lanka, who has worked extensively on bringing down tariffs on menstrual hygiene products, reforms of state-owned enterprises, micro and small enterprises avoiding price controls, and for which was ranked as the best upcoming think tank in 2017 and 2018 at the Global Go to Think Tank Index by the University of Pennsylvania. Prior to founding Advocata, he worked as an associate research director at Breakthrough Business Intelligence, a leading market research agency in Sri Lanka, and also as an HR executive at MAS Holdings.
He has read for his bachelor's degree in biosciences and biochemistry at the University of Colombo. He is an Eisenhower Global Fellow and a member of Asia Society. He has also provided commentary on Sri Lanka's economy in BBC, Bloomberg, Al Jazeera, and many international media. He was the winner of the Asian Think Tank Shark Tank Competition 2018, which held in Jakarta, and a finalist of the Think Tank Shark Tank Global Competition in New York in 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, join us as we welcome on stage our keynote speaker of the day, Mr. Dhananath Fernando.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted and honored to be here at the 37th CA Student Conference. When I was having coffee, I realized there are few foreign delegates as well, especially from India and Pakistan. So I thought I will pick up a story from India because we need some tourism to manage our forex situation as an honor to them, and they have been very generous to us by extending a lot of sub facilities. So I thought I will start with a story to set up the context on in it to win it together towards tomorrow. When India was ruled by the British, as you know, Sri Lanka got the independence on 4th of February in 1948. India got the independence in 1947. So India was ruled, by the time when India was ruled by the British, there was this big problem the British administration faced. There was this variety of cobra, and because of the cobra bites, most of the Indians were losing their lives. As you know, India had a very rural landscape by then, so it was very difficult to manage the situation for the British administration. So they thought multiple ways to combat this, and they came up with a policy, which was later reported in the Guardian newspaper, and actually I'm quoting it from the Guardian. So what they did was, they provided an incentive scheme to minimize the number of cobras which is in the environment. So what they said was, okay, look, we are going to give a financial incentive for any citizen who is bringing the cobra's head. So basically they incentivize to kill the cobras and bring the cobra heads and submit it, or like give it to the local authority, so they get a financial incentive. This looked a wonderful solution because people get a financial incentive. So basically people are motivated to somehow, catch the cobras or kill it and give it, and people get benefit. And it looks like a solution to this increasing cobra population, because it was quite tense because people are losing their loved ones because of these cobra bites. Can you imagine what happened after a few months? The British administration realized, okay, at the initial stages there was slightly things were manageable, but then so many people coming with cobra heads or like dead cobras and handing it over and get the financial incentive. They wanted to investigate this, and then they realized at villages, basically people are breeding cobras because now they get this financial incentive. And it has become an industry, and there's a financial ecosystem. You breed cobras, you bring it, and it's their daily earning. This is a true story. After that, British decided, okay, look, this is not going to work. We are going to take a serious action on this. On one particular day, they announced that incentive scheme is no longer valid. Basically, they cancelled that incentive scheme. So can you imagine what happened? There were a lot of breeded cobras at their household or like breeding houses. They just released those cobras to the jungle or to the environment. So as a result, the cobra population was much higher than it was initially before implementing the policy. So the moral of the story is, and the same policy which brought to combat the cobra issue now has backfired, and now you have a way higher cobra population than it was initially how it was. Now, when it comes to public policy and economics, we all know everything is driven by incentives. Sometimes we bring a lot of policies with the intention, with the good intention. I'm sure the British had a very good intention. And then you go back and blame the people for manipulating it, saying, okay, you look, we introduce it for your own benefit. But we need to realize there's a way that human behavior works. So if you implement something with the wrong incentive, basically you're losing out everything. And that's the theme for my speech. we cannot expect people to behave well. I'm not saying we shouldn't behave well. We should behave well. But when you are implementing a policy, we cannot expect that everyone to be respectful for the law and the guidelines. We have to think of a system and set the incentive structures where things will work for the betterment of everyone. And that's where it comes. In it, to win it, together, towards tomorrow. I think one of the fundamental issues or fundamental mistakes that we did throughout, since our independence, was we expected people to be better. We thought, okay, let's change the attitudes. Let's start it with education. Let's people be responsible. That is all right. We should all have to do that. But when we are thinking about economics, we have to realize that it is not how the world works. And the world is progressing with systems. If you go back to 1970s, 1950s, I'm sure since then we all, even when we were at school, we were taught Trincomalee Port can change the destiny of Sri Lanka. I have learned it when I was in school. I'm sure most of you are, which is, I think, true, which is one of the best natural harbors we have. It has the potential. But as you know, it didn't happen. And we were told similar things. We were told Sri Lanka is one of the best tourist destinations, which is true. But the maximum we could go was $4.5 billion per annum. We were told that we have the best human potential, human capacity, which is true. But as we all know, I won't ask, if I ask you to raise your hands, who is trying to go abroad, who is trying foreign employment opportunities, I'm sure most of the hands, if you are genuine, will go up. It is true, we have the top human potential, but it didn't materialize. And we often come and blame back to the society or to our politicians, saying, look, you were the one who ruined this country and we are suffering, which is also true. But I see this as a classic case of the Cobra situation, where we implemented a lot of policies which is now backfiring on our own circumstances. Now let's take another example to explain the situation. I was having dinner with one of the best yield curve analysts called Dr. Sangarabalan, who was a Sri Lankan, left Sri Lanka in 1969, who had worked at the IMF. He is now setting up a public debt office in Dubai. So on my way back, he said, Dana, I have an assignment in Sierra Leone, and straight from Colombo, I am going to Dubai and going to Sierra Leone. So when he says Sierra Leone, the first thing came to my mind, I am not sure whether you have watched that movie. There's a movie called Black Diamond, where they extract the diamonds in Sierra Leone, and there was a big smuggle going on. I think Leonardo DiCaprio was the main actor. I asked Dr. Sangha, I have never been to Africa. Can you tell me about Sierra Leone? Have you been there? He said, of course, yes. He said, Dana, I cannot believe why Sierra Leone is poor. He said, when it rains, after the rain, you can see diamonds on the ground. He wasn't lying. It's a 6 million population. It has diamonds on the ground. But Sierra Leone is one of the poorest countries in the world. My point is, it's not the resources that makes a country wealthy. Because Sierra Leone has diamond, Zimbabwe has a lot of natural resources, Guyana has bauxite and all sorts of natural resources, but they all are poor in any matrix. Same, I think, for Sri Lanka. We have the best human capital. We have one of the best natural ports, which is Trincomalee. We have the best climate. Those who have been in Europe, US knows what this means. You really can't get out from your room. Those who are also trying to apply for Canada and everywhere, it's very difficult during that winter weather, to work, to go outside. It's very gloomy. We have the best weather. We have a massive ocean. But let's admit, We couldn't exceed $4,500 per capita GDP. Resources doesn't mean anything unless you have the right policy. Otherwise, it will backfire like the Cobra effect. Sri Lanka is unfortunately going through a massive Cobra effect. I'll take example by example. We have a free education system, which I am deeply grateful. I'm sure we all of us are. We had a good primary education. We had a good university education. Maybe we may not have something compatible with Harvard or Stanford, but at least we are very grateful that we have something reasonable. But now look what is happening. Most of us are leaving Sri Lanka. Basically, the investment of 12 years of taxpayer money and tertiary education money is basically we are donating to Australia, Canada, all the wealthier countries. That's the numbers. I'm not saying not to go, but the same policy that we had on free education, which at one point helped us to come really top on the Asian region, now having a backlash. Because all the best talent is leaving. I'm sure a lot of corporates, your companies will have to face this human talent problem in the next couple of years because all the good people are leaving. I had a friend who is a vice president at IFS. They said they can't manage the IELTS list who are getting for the interviews because that level of outflow in the IT sector. I'm not saying free education is bad. It is good. But now we have a situation where people are leaving with all the investment that we have done. That's one classic case. Why we need reforms. And let's look at our debt situation. My definition on optimism is face the reality. Even I was a few years ago, I also didn't want to speak on these bad things or thinking it was maybe negative. But let's face the reality. I think that's my definition of optimism. When the debt situation was going bad, none of us expected fuel shortages or queues. But that was the reality. We had to ultimately face it. So now, how I see the things would be, I think the local debt restructuring is, in a way, I'm not recommending it or endorsing it, but I see it's coming on our way. It's coming faster than we expect. Because, according to the calculations, the IMF threshold is debt to GDP ratio to be 80%. 80%. According to the data, September last year, our ratio was 122%. But even now, there's a big discussion on debt restructuring. Governor shed some light in the morning on it, I think. Even if we give a 50% haircut on all our international bondholders, just to simplify things, international bondholders are the foreigners who have given dollars trusting our government. If we say, look, we are going to cut 50% of the money that you have given. If we cut 25% of our bilateral creditors and the multilateral creditors, that is like World Bank, Asian Development Bank, India, our friends, Japan, if we say 25% haircut, cutting down the debt. That means if you borrow me 1,000 rupees, I say, look, I'm not paying you 1,000 rupees. I'm only paying you 500 rupees. Even under that circumstances, our debt to GDP ratio after 10 years would be about 136% after a haircut. So that's why I say I see the local debt restructuring coming faster on us. Why? Because to refinance the local debt, we have to borrow more money at very high interest rates. Even if we get a 10-year moratorium after a haircut with the international creditors, our debt to GDP ratio probably will come to about 100%. Still, we are 20% short from the IMF guideline. So that's the challenge that we have at the moment. Does it mean that everything is bleak and gloomy and we have to leave? Definitely not. This is the greatest ever opportunity we got to reform Sri Lanka. Because we all feel the pain. And it was said, the worst things that happens to us is what makes us better. There was a time that we all were happy when if we can manipulate the markets and if we can benefit out of it. Yesterday again, Dr. Sangha said, I asked Dr. Sangha, Dubai is one of the wealthiest countries. How much do they pay you to set this the debt office? He said, this agency asked me how much IMF pays me and they want to match the same pay scale. I said, look, what a shallow negotiation condition is, because of course you can say whatever the amount that you want to say, because they can't ask from the IMF how much they pay you, right? You can say like whatever the amount. He said, look, but if I overprice it, at one point they will get to know. And the markets will know, because if they reach out to someone else, they will say how much generally the consultancy fee for this sort of an assignment. I didn't want to avoid markets because it will backlash, it will come back on me. So the best reform that we can do is adhering to the market system. And markets work when there's competition. And look, the competition we have in this room. I mean, you're competing with an exam to become a chartered accountant. And then you're competing to get an employment. And you work very hard. You put a lot of effort at the auditing firms and to reading these financial statements and make sensible decisions. You try to read in between the numbers and make sensible decisions. It's all about competition. And think what you do thereafter if you were to leave the country. Now, when we say, let's compete with the world in Sri Lanka, you say, I mean, not you, most of the Sri Lankans say no. And then, now we all want to go to Canada and Australia and UK and US, and you want to compete with the entire world. In New York, you can't compete with only with Sri Lankans. In Melbourne, you only can't compete with Sri Lankans and Colombo Circle. In UK, you can't only compete with people in London or in the diaspora from Sri Lanka. It's a global competition. There are a lot of Indians who are there. There's big diaspora, much bigger than our population itself in those countries. When we were on to open, I mean, when the need was there to compete with the world, we all reluctantly said no. For most of the foreign investments which came, we always protested, saying this is not going to work. But for most of the debt that we have taken, there was not a single protest. So basically, when the money was coming to our kitty or to our drawer, we protested against the money inflow. And when we have to pay higher interest, we basically applauded that. And now you and I, everyone has become a victim. And regardless of the money we have, regardless of even we have a 6-digit salary or a 7-digit salary, we all are in the same ship, which is now sinking. And when the entire ship is sinking, there is no point closing the door and thinking that my room is safe, because the entire ship is sinking. Maybe you won't see the water is not leaking, maybe your compartment may be waterproof, but if the ship is sinking, there is no point that you are still living in a waterproof compartment at the bottom of the sea. And that's what we experience at the moment. So the way out is, why I say it's a golden opportunity, because I think we have all realized this system doesn't work. I mean, we all have been, in a way, beneficiaries of this, including myself. Let's admit that. I have been a beneficiary of the free education, and if I leave, probably I become a beneficiary because someone paid for my education without paying a single cent. Now I'm leaving, making it a burden for taxpayers. The fuel that we all pumped for some time was subsidized heavily by the government. That's how the fuel was at 100 rupees, 180 rupees. But it doesn't mean our petroleum corporation is doing a great job. Their loss for the last 8 months is 600 billion. in 2022. Just to put you in context, I'm sure most of you are affected on pay tax. Even Mr. Sujiva mentioned that his wallet has also affected with pay. Now, if the entire country pays payee for 2023, the expected revenue is 100 billion. And Petroleum Corporation losses for 8 months is 600 billion. That means if all of us pay taxes for 6 years, that can only cover the losses of Petroleum Corporation for 8 months in 2022. But it doesn't mean we should not pay taxes. Don't get me wrong, because we have to fill it somewhere. But without reforming those state-owned enterprises, basically we don't have a way forward. That has to be done. I mean, even if we don't do it, we can do it. The other question is, what happens if we don't do it? If we don't do it, Sri Lanka will probably be the same, or probably the things will deteriorate. It will be probably going towards Argentina, Zimbabwe, or probably Sierra Leone or Guyana. Because then that means we are facing crisis every other day. You default on debt, you go back, you default again, you come back, you default again. That was the story of Argentina. So we have to do reforms on main state-owned enterprises. Of course, it's painful. Let's admit. I mean, when you are going to do reforms in Ceylon Petroleum Corporation, Electricity Board, it's difficult. I mean, who wants to compromise the perks that they have been getting? I mean, let's admit, if I was earning money without any effort, do I want to sacrifice it? Would I like? But I think we all have to realize, to come to a self-realization, that formula of earning without contributing, that energy doesn't balance. You have to pay it at one point. And now we are paying for it. So even if we do the same thing, we have to pay it at one point. Maybe in 3 years, maybe in 5 years, maybe in 10 years. So that state-owned enterprises reforms is a must in this journey if we have to be in it, to win it, together, towards tomorrow. Otherwise, there will be no tomorrow. That's number one reform that we need to do. And the second reform I would like to propose is also the independence of the central bank. There's a new bill that has come up, which we have to evaluate. But the monetary system stability affects all of you, everyone, because inflation is the worst tax that can impose. Because already with 100% inflation few months ago, all of us, our assets and the value of our wealth has basically halved, basically, which is a form of taxes. So if the central bank doesn't balance its monetary system, we all have to pay. Your companies have to pay. And when your companies go bankrupt and when they're having a hard time, of course, the accountants cannot have a good time, right? Because when your companies are loss making, the pressure mounts up on you. And it's difficult to manage afterwards. And then the interest rates go up. And you know the sequence of afterwards. Your interest cost goes up. You can't borrow money. The business cannot operate. So central bank independence is a must. Because the value of the notes that we use has to be stable. The third point is, or the third reform is on the global trade. As I mentioned, when you decide to go to Toronto or New York or London, basically you are becoming a trading commodity. You are taking a skill set which Sanjay spoke about on technical skills and soft skills. Mr. Sujiva spoke about those skills. You are basically taking that skill set and trying to compete or trade with people in a global landscape. There is no other way, right? Otherwise, you have to settle something with your skill set for something lower. I had met a lot of bankers who are going to Finland to taking care of elderly people. Now, these are the bankers who have experience for 6 years, 10 years in the banking industry, and they are going to take care of elders in Finland. Now, look at the wastage, the double whammy. The taxpayers have invested a lot of money to get that level of skill set to become a banker, And you are now going as a banker and taking care of an elderly person with a banking skill set. So you are losing on both ends. So if we were to compete in a global scale, the trade is where we connect with the world, because that's where the competition comes in. Going back to my initial story, if we don't have the right trade policy, what we recommend is minimum trade tariffs, but if it's difficult, keep it unified and maybe high. Because at the moment, that our trade tariff structure is very complicated. You have cess, you have PAL, you have this and that and VAT and all that. No one can calculate what the tariff that I have to pay. As a result, like the Cobra incident, there's massive corruption at, as we all know, at Sri Lanka Customs. Because when you have a very complicated tariff structure, if I am the importer, I get confused. So I of course have to get the assistance from someone, and that assistance comes from bribe, in the form of bribe. And I would like to conclude my remarks by where Inshaf started. He brought up the team and he said, I have a wonderful team and they never say no when I ask something to do. But as Sri Lanka, for the last 74 years after independence, we are a country where our answer has been no, and we ask to ask the question. We say, answer is no, ask your question. That has been what we have been doing, right? If you try to register a business, it's a no. And unfortunately, we have to pay bribes to get legal things done. I think that's the irony. I mean, if you are paying a bribe, I am not recommending it, but if you are paying a bribe for something illegal, I can understand. But to register a business at a similar conference like this, on micro and small medium enterprise, there was a young guy who was at about 27 years old. He said, I have to give 5 papayas to the Grama Sevaka because he has to certify me my address. This is to get a business registration. I don't think we should create young people like all of us to give bribes in papayas to get a certificate from the Grama Sevaka. That's not the country that we all want. We all want a country where we all can compete. Like most of you are thinking of migrating and competing in New York and Toronto and London and Dubai and everywhere. And there are companies who are competing very successfully. And some of them are seated in the front row. They are competing in India. They are competing in Germany. They are competing in the global scale. Sri Lankans can. There is no two words about it. We have the best human resources. I agree. We have the best ports with the strategic location. We have the best weather. But it doesn't mean anything without the right policies. It will be the same Sri Lanka. But I am optimistic. I am optimistic as ever because it can be changed. But my formula of changing is different. I don't believe that one person can change it. There cannot be like one miraculous Friday that someone will be born and take it to the next level. I think you have identified it right. That's why it says, in it, to win it, together, towards tomorrow. Nelson Mandela said, don't measure my success by the victories that I have achieved, but measure my success by the falls that I have done and how many times I got up from the adverse situations. Sri Lanka, for the last 74 years, there are minor coming back and fighting back, but throughout we have been a fallen nation. But it doesn't mean that we cannot rise. We can do it. And I'm optimistic that there will be one day. But that day will be dawn if we will be in it to win it, without thinking of that miraculous person, but together towards tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. As you correctly mentioned, resources means nothing unless you have the right policy. I hope our budding chartered accountants are enlightened with your words.
Sir Dhananath, we kindly request you back on stage. And to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Dhananath Fernando, I cordially invite Mr. Akash Senadira, the Vice President of the CA Student Society, on stage. Thank you very much, Mr. Fernando and Akash. We were born to her. A month when lovers express their emotions. Yet, a lover of our homeland, we falter our love for her very often.
She has been through, but now she needs care and nurturing. It is hard to love when staying within her shows is challenging emotionally and financially. It is harder to leave her and worry about how she is doing from afar. It is hard to watch her in pain since she had cradled us and taught us resilience. No matter how hard things get, she has always insisted that we remain close and united within her.
She needs reassurance that she will be loved when it's hardest to love her, because she has held us together this so long. We, as her people, hold our heads high when we say her name and sing her praise.
In many ways, love is hard, but love comes from the heart. And home is where the heart is. This is my land, my love, my home, our Sri Lanka.
Having heard to many amazing speeches, the time is ripe to get ourselves ready to witness a set of industry experts sharing their knowledge and experiences with us. Let us now present to you the honored experts of this year's expert panel discussion. We will have with us Dr. Asanka Ratnayaka. Dr. Asanka Ratnayaka joined the Haley's Advantage Group in 1988 and started functioning as the Deputy Managing Director since June 2022. He has successfully completed his PhD and at the Postgraduate Institute of Business Management, obtaining a Doctoral of Philosophy degree from the International University of America. He holds an MBA from the University of Wales and a Diploma in Marketing from the Chartered Institute of Marketing, UK. He is a member of the Institute of Certified Management Accountants in Australia. He also held positions as the President of the American Chamber of Commerce in Sri Lanka and the Sri Lanka Funds Business Council and the Sri Lanka USA Business Council of the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce in the past. Let me now invite on stage Dr. Asanka Ratnayaka.
Our next panelist for the day, Ms. Darshini Watawala. She is an Associate Director at PwC, a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka and the Institute of Certified Management Accountants of Sri Lanka. She holds a Bachelor of Science and a Master in Financial Economics from the University of Colombo. She has over 20 years of experience in auditing, finance, hedge fund administration, and corporate reporting. She is a member of the Integrated Reporting Committee in CMA Sri Lanka and a member of the Tax Awards Committee of CA Sri Lanka. Let me now cordially invite on stage Ms. Darshini Watawala.
Our next panelist would be Mr. Mohan Tantrige. Mr. Mohan Tantrige is a Senior Vice President and the Group Financial Controller of John Keells Holdings PLC and has overall responsibility for the group's finance and accounting functions, including group insurance. His technical expertise has been utilized to create the Center of Excellence, which was clear accountability to set and deliver the financial vision and strategy to the group. He completed his undergraduate degree at the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura and has an MBA in finance from the same university. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka and currently serves as the chair of Sustainability Disclosure Standards Committee at CA Sri Lanka and as the alternate chair of the CPD Committee. He is an active member of the Financial Reporting Standards Implementation and Interpretation Committee and Student Training and Skill Development Committee. Let me now invite on stage Mr. Mohan Tantrige.
So the next panelist for the day is Ms. Nadishani Pereira. She is the Executive Director of Transparency International Sri Lanka, a not-for-profit organization focused on fighting corruption in Sri Lanka. She is an attorney at law with a degree in law from the University of Colombo and a Master of Arts in Development Studies and Public Policy from the Open University of Sri Lanka. She has also completed the postgraduate diploma in marketing and management accounting. Prior to joining Transparency International Sri Lanka, she has involved in project implementation and advocacy with humanitarian development and advocacy-based non-governmental organizations. She has also developed national guidelines and national policies for the National Child Protection Authority and the Sri Lanka Police, and facilitated strategic planning, capacity building, and rights-based analysis for the non-state sector. Let me now cordially invite Ms. Nadishani Pereira on stage.
This year's expert panel discussion will be moderated by Ms. Radhini Thomas. Ms. Radhini Thomas is an Associate Director in Tax and Regulatory in KPMG Sri Lanka. She possesses over 12 years of experience in both audit and tax. She was also seconded at KPMG Indonesia. She is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka and was awarded the prize for the top CA case study examination in May 2014. She holds a bachelor's degree of arts specializing in economics from the University of Colombo. She is the vice president of the Young Chartered Accountants Forum. Let me now invite on stage Ms. Radhini Thomas and hand over the rest of the proceedings of the expert panel discussion to her.
Good morning. I'm privileged to be the moderator of this expert panel session at the 37th International CA Student Conference. So today we have an amazing panel to analyze on the importance of good governance along with accountability and ethics for a country to uplift its economic and social status, where we'll be talking about the big trends we need to keep our eyes on that could directly impact our profession. So before we deep dive into the panel discussion, I want to just take the temperature of the audience. You can just put up your hands. How many of you all drive for good governance? Can I have some hands? Come on, guys, just be a little active. Okay, I only see one hand going up. Okay, the next question. How many of you are for accountability? Okay, I see one hand. So none of us are for accountability, huh? Okay, the last one. How many of you are completely new to this profession and are here to explore whether it's advisable to remain in this country and withstand the storm? I don't see any hands. Anyway, it's absolutely. So anyway, I will not take more time into this. So, as my role as the moderator, I'll be trying to bring out a lot of insightful thoughts from our experts in this area of good governance, ethics, and how we can uplift our country. I think from morning we have heard about speakers speaking of ethics and values. So my first question to Mohan. Could you please shed light on the importance of ethics in implementing a better governance mechanism?
Sure. Thank you so much. It's delighted to be a part of this expert panelist. More than happy to be here. I will start about ethics, why it's important. First of all, I think this is not something unique to Sri Lanka. It is happening in the global level. I mean, there are three pillars that we hold everyone together, or as a country or as a society. Social pillar, economic pillar, and the political pillar. I mean, if you look at what is happening in this moment of time, all these three pillars are shaken up so badly. It's not something unique to Sri Lanka, it is there for global level. Then two things, that it's shaken up everything together at the same time. I mean, there was a situation that in Sri Lankan history, there are times that our social pillar is shaken up so badly, but we are very good in political and economic pillar, and so on and so forth. But here, it's shaken up so badly. Then what other things can easily fall apart? Ethics. That something can easily fall apart. Because of that, I like this idea to at least reiterate the fact that we need ethics. The other point, we as everyone, how do I say, we are a holder of ethics in this moment of time. The thing is, we can hold it, we can nurture it. It's our duty to hand it over to you guys to make sure to bring it to the next level. I mean, when we unfold that, we can say that, okay, look here, this moment of time, I use it specific purpose, because when the time evolves, the ethics also changing. I mean, it may be something right in this moment time, may not be right in maybe 10 years down the line or 15 years down the line. That's why I keep on telling it's our duty to hold it, preserve it, and hand it to the younger generation like you to make sure that you thrive it to the next level. I think those are the key important things that I think that need to discuss about the ethics. Then when the ethics starts, there's a philosopher called Derrida. According to him, he said, there's no ethics without the presence of other. You have to have other to make sure that there's a ethics come to it. Okay. Then the question is how we treat the other. Let me tell you a story. Everybody knows this story. Robinson Crusoe. Okay. What is his expedition about? Why he actually moved to that? What's his voyage is about? His voyage is to find, I think find may be a politically right word, find slaves in African continent. He want to capture the slaves. Then the other point of view, how he treats the other he treats as the object or other commodity. Imagine that the person is treating the other as object or other commodity. Then the story goes by, then he was stuck in the island. Then he met whom? Friday. He met Friday, but see his moral compass changed. Then more likely that Friday is also kind of a part of that the slave captive. He maybe escaped or something like that. Then his moral compass suddenly changed and he tried to treat the other as same or maybe like self-shadow. Imagine this thing. And again, the story goes by, then they were attacked by cannibals. Okay, then what's the other? Then if you look at the cannibals' point of view, it is the subject or other target. They try to kill all these cannibals. I think I'm not going to give detail about this story, but look at the things that evolve, that you can treat the other as an object, other as a subject, other as the other, or maybe other as the other in the sense, I mean, if you look at our class system is a classic example, how you treat the other as it's called something called other in the other. I mean, you have a center and you have periphery, then the center treats something differently and the periphery treats something totally differently. I mean, imagine that this whole scenario change in the presence of ethics. I mean, I thought I'll brief you about this ethics. Then in a simple sense, what's ethics mean for you? Be truthful, point number one, and you have to tell what you have done, be accountable for that. And the third point is help to others. Okay, I'm going to bring it to a professional level. Be truthful. I think we discussed this word so much. Accountability and the integrity. And that's the way you can be truthful to the society. Then, who are the people that you are accountable? In terms of company point of view, you have an employee, you have employer, then whole stakeholders. Then the third point, you have to be helpful. Then I think Dhananath also spoke of how you can help. I think then you can be an accountant and analyze the situations and give that good decisions and so on and so forth. Then at a society at large, you can help. Then I'm trying to bring it up this, about the last point you spoke of, how the ethics come to the governance. There's two things called governance of ethics and the ethics of the governance. I'll start from the beginning. We have to make sure that the public is getting what they deserve to get it. Okay, then that's a moral status is there for us to implement these ethics in the governance system. Then governance of ethics is coming to play how? When we put out policies, procedures, code of conducts, and so on and so forth. Then actually that's ensure the integrity for the admin purposes. That the moment that there's a procedure for you to follow, automatically there's integrity is preserved. That sort of I link these two together, then you have accountability in that at the implementation, and the integrity is preserved at the code of conduct ethics level. And sort of leave it like that. I mean, we can discuss it later how we're going to move on.
Yes, so that was a very brief introduction on ethics and implementation, or rather ethics and governance and accountability. I think most of you all were not raising your hands for accountability. I think Mohan's emphasis on accountability would have shed light on that. So my next question is to Nadishani. I think Dhananath also spoke of giving, the bribing of the Grama Sevaka officer. So could you elaborate on the state of corruption in Sri Lanka?
Yes, thank you firstly for this opportunity. And I'm delighted to see this big group of young people are the future of our nation, as well as I understand some neighboring nations as well. A little sad to see the lack of hands for the very three interesting, important questions that you raised. But let's see whether we can change that momentum after we share some of our thoughts and maybe get you to think a little more. So what is corruption? We are hearing this word really very, very much here in Sri Lanka, especially since last year. More people are talking about corruption and saying, corruption is the problem we have. That's why the country also hit bankruptcy. That's why we are in this situation. We don't have to be suffering like this. What is corruption? So the internationally accepted standard definition, a very brief one, is the abuse of entrusted power for personal gain. Now, abuse of entrusted power for personal gain. So power is entrusted when you take certain positions. Now in Sri Lanka, we all have entrusted our power, the power to run this country, govern this country, make decisions that affect generations and generations to the people we are electing into parliament, to the president, then there is a cabinet, and then to implement those policies, the entire public sector is there. And all of them are given immense power to make decisions about public property and this country that affects all of our lives. Let's not think that any of us are immune from the decisions that are taken at those places. And now if they don't use this immense power for the best interest of the people and the country, which they are supposed to do, they are paid to do, they are duty bound to do, but they are misusing that to get some private gain, to become rich or some other, to get some power, some favor, that is corruption. And there are various forms of corruption, and bribery might be the most common thing that you're aware of. You want to get a service from a public institution, they tell you, you have to give me something to get this done. Or they will tell you, it's going to take a lot of time unless you treat us. The bribes can be, you get caught by traffic police and then you offer something and say, please, don't, give me that fine, I'll give you this and let's close the matter here. So there is a giver and a taker in bribery. It's when you are supposed to give a service to the people because you are a public service, but you are actually asking for the additional payment. It can be in the form of money, it can be some goods. Some people ask for food or a bottle of liquor. It could be also in the form of sexual favors, what we call sextortion. So all of these are forms of bribery. Then there is, and which is a very common form of corruption, we have, what we call taking commissions. So basically you are in charge of approving government contracts, and people who are bidding, people who are submitting the tenders, reach you and say, if you give us this particular contract, we'll give you this percentage. Secretly, dirty money, we call money that is earned through unlawful or unethical means, what we call dirty money or black money. So we see huge maybe infrastructure projects of a country with billions of dollars of our precious money being given to an organization or a company simply because, not because that company was the best bidder, the one who offered the best quality, the most durable thing for us, but because they have offered to pay some decision makers underhand. So this is what is called commissions. But there are other forms of corruption, misuse of public property. Now all the resources that are owned by the government sector are our resources. In fact, we have a website where we ask citizens also to monitor the misuse of public property, and we named it apesali.lk because it's apesali, which means our money. It's our tax money. And all the salaries are paid to the public officials out of our money. And if without using it for public service, they are using it for their private work, even using private or official vehicles for private work, to official resources, all of this is abuse of public property, which is rampant in this country. It's almost like the normal thing to do, right? And sometimes citizens are sleeping, not alert about this. But there are other forms of corruption, including what we call conflict of interest. A huge issue in Sri Lanka, not understood, because conflict of interest is almost like culturally accepted here. Basically, conflict means, okay, I'm a head of an organization, and we have advertised for a vacancy, and then we get applications, and one person is my very, very close cousin, right? Now, I should not recruit that person. I cannot. Same if we had to give a contract and one of the bidders is a very good friend or a family, because then if you recruit a close person into the organization, you're not going to be able to hold that person accountable, and in fact you're favoring that person over and above the person who deserves that job. Right? So, but actually here it's like normal when somebody gets elected or appointed to a public position, the relatives are calling, friends are calling here, can you get a job for my daughter? Can you do that for my son? Can you get this matter sorted out? Because you're my friend. That is a big form of corruption we have. It has to be taken out of our culture. We need to maintain what we call professional boundaries. So coupled with that is what we call nepotism, cronyism. Basically, nepotism is getting your family into the key positions of, say, government, key positions in the institution. See, the government cannot be a family-run or business. A government, every person has to be accountable. There has to be that distance. Cronyism, you're having your network of buddies from private sector, public sector, politicians. You're a nice network. You do the dealings, all these underhand dealings. So these are different forms of corruption. And I am sad to say that this country has hit what we say a very dangerous form of corruption that has engulfed many nations also, is when country is in the hands of kleptocrats. We call kleptocracy. You can Google it, you'll see it. Basically, it means, in a basic, very simple English meaning is ruled by thieves, but to simplify it or to elaborate on it, it means the power behind the show. You won't see them, you won't identify it at outward perhaps, but behind the show, a group of corrupt people, including politicians, public officials, businesses, and professional enablers, which means accountants, lawyers, real estate dealers, all these people, along with often some criminal network. They become one clique and they look after each other's interests at the cost of the entire country. And by the way, they are internationally connected. Kleptocracy has engulfed our neighboring countries, our nations, and the kleptocrats are very good at taking notes from one another and using high technology to ensure that dirty money is siphoned away from the country, what we call money laundering, and then it is taken away with the help of the lawyers and the accountants and others through shell companies, and then they are put in what we call an asset destination. The so-called nice developed countries, that's where our stolen money rests in buildings and luxury items and land. We buy there and we keep the dirty money. They're all stolen. And here, we are left with the repercussions of corruption. So these are some forms. I can go more into it, like I said, sextortion. But let me just briefly tell you that the impact of corruption is what we see now in this country. We see it in a very obvious way. Corruption steals development from the country. Whatever, it's like all these years, 75 years after independence, we are pouring funds, lot of foreign aid, grants to this country to develop in the country. But we are still developing nation. It's like you're putting water into a big bowl which has many holes. The holes are those corrupt people. Kleptocrats are stealing that. So what goes to the ground level is not that full development. It's a sub-quality thing. That's why we still have children who do not have a bridge to cross a lake. They use what we call, those unsafe structures. We have schools without water, without desks. We have people without food. I mean, is that something acceptable after 75 years of trying to develop the country? So it takes away your bread and butter at the end of the day. It can bring the country to its knees. It can make an economy bankrupt, because if public property is misused and if the decisions are taken not in the best interest of the country, you might be actually selling the properties to people, the properties that belong to country, to other countries, even to other entities for corrupt reasons. So we can continue this, but my call to you is that, like I said, professional enablers play a big role, and not doing anything about this is also equally as harmful as engaging in corruption. Thank you.
Thanks, Nadishani. I think that was a very emotional talk at the latter part of the session. Okay, next question is to Doctor. So, we have lived in middle of a war. We faced the tsunami. We faced the pandemic. And now we have another crisis which Nadishani was explaining on. So how well the organizations have managed all this?
First of all, I'm very pleased to be part of this panel discussion. I think if I'm to say it in a single word, I would use the word as resilient as the reason for us to face multiple challenges. So starting from about 80s, decade of 80s, 90s, and that 30-year long war, consciously or subconsciously made us a very resilient nation, right? And so that made us to face challenging environments successfully, focusing on the processes and the outcomes. So once again, in a typical challenging environment, what you would do is focus on strategy resetting, which is, I think, what we have been able to successfully do as organizations. Again, either some did it very focused manner, some did it unconsciously, and that helped us to face the three situations what you talked about, the war, and then followed by the tsunami, and then the East attack to whatnot. One classic example I can talk about is how the tourism industry behaved. That strategy resetting part comes there, where during these troubled times, domestic tourism played a big role in sustaining the tourism industry. And that's one area where I can give it as an example how the organizations faced.
Okay, my next question is to Darshini. I think ESG is something we talk a lot these days. So ESG has assumed increased importance in the corporate world. So at the global level also. So what is the current status of ESG in Sri Lanka?
Thank you, Radhini. I'm happy to be here today, so thank you for inviting me as a panelist. So in recent years, there has been a broad-based consensus that businesses must behave sustainably. So in short, what this really means is that stakeholders require businesses to think of the longer term, not just find solutions for today that will result in problems tomorrow. So this is where ESG reporting comes into place and demonstrates to investors and stakeholders a company's performance related to its ESG strategies and the value that it creates to stakeholders. So stakeholders basically they want not just interested in what value the company creates for itself, but also they're interested in what the value that the company creates for society as well. So ESG reporting is gaining traction worldwide. So you could see in 2022, there were certain consultations made on several non-financial reporting standards. So you had those standards in the US, the EU, and also the ISSB, which is the International Sustainability Standards Board. So these have also come into play. And with ESG reporting, assurance also will play an important role because the assurance builds credibility and trust on ESG reporting. So interestingly, if you look at PwC's Global Investor Survey in 2022, 87% of investors actually think that there is some form of greenwashing in corporate reporting. So that is where assurance becomes important. So if you look at the Sri Lankan context of ESG reporting, it's not a mandatory requirement in Sri Lanka. But if you look at the listed companies, there are certain governance disclosures that are recommended, and Colombo Stock Exchange also has published some guidance on sustainability, and I think they've also done some workshops on GRI standards, etc., to kind of promote sustainability reporting about listed companies. From what I heard from a CSC representative recently at a forum, ESG reporting in Sri Lanka has come a long way. So they were talking about 50 plus reporting on ESG in 2015, and that has now reached about 130 plus, representing about 40% of the market capitalization in the Colombo Stock Exchange. So I think this is encouraging, considering the fact that it's not a mandatory requirement in Sri Lanka as well. Well, regarding the recent years, I would say the COVID pandemic aftermath, and of course the financial crisis that we are facing now, I'll just give some kind of experiences that I've seen being involved with the CMA Sri Lanka Integrated Reporting Awards competition. So in 2021, actually, the number of entries for the competition actually drastically went down. And that would have been due to the pandemic. And we saw that the disclosures and the details of the disclosures also were less. But in 2022, we saw that the number of entries increased, and also again the disclosures were more comprehensive, and but also the numbers were not the same as the pre-pandemic level, but there was an improvement. And as far as the current situation is concerned, there may be quite a few companies where ESG might take a back seat because they have more pressing problems to face in the current economic crisis. I will just touch a little bit on ESG assurance as well because it's important. Now again, this is not a mandatory requirement in Sri Lanka, but you do see a trend of companies obtaining limited assurance on their sustainability reporting, and in the last 2 years also getting limited assurance on integrated reporting as well. And finally, just I'll touch on the International Sustainability Standards Board's standards that are coming up. There are 2 standards under review at the moment. So that is something that Sri Lankan companies will have to get ready for, because once they are approved, it is a few years down the line, I'm sure Sri Lanka will also adopt the standards.
Okay, that was a very briefing on ESG reporting in Sri Lanka. Doctor, I have another question for you. When we look at the past year, last year, I think there was an uprise of people's power. And in your opinion, did the personal and corporate governance have an impact on that people's uprise?
Well, the uprise came from the youth demanding for a change. And it started with a very peaceful approach, peaceful nature, until such time it was kind of hijacked by politically vested parties. When I say parties, sectors. Protesting, voicing their opinion is a right of people. And from my opinion, I think it's a right of the individuals, and we should allow it, and we did allow it as an organization also, in a manner without disrupting the your responsibilities. For example, if I'm trying to say, you are supposed to work from 8:30 to 5, and you are a responsible officer person, and you are supposed to accomplish some duties. If you don't do that and go and protest, I think you're violating. But you complete your work and then protest, it's your fundamental right. And that that was the kind of approach I would reckon and I would take, and it did have an impact on the people and the organization. Actually, it did throw light to saying that peaceful protest is a way to request for your demand, what is rightful. And I would say that our generation versus this generation set an lesson, because I think our generation failed in doing that, but this generation did that. And it did have an impact on the organization and the individuals.
Thank you, Doctor, for that. Nadishani, I'm just continuing where you left. I think you gave a very elaborative examples of what corruption means. So as professionals, how do we get connected there?
what is our role as a profession? I'm sure we have a lot of students from our neighboring countries also. So the corruption is very common in that countries too. I'm sure India, Pakistan. So how do we as professionals, so as professionals we fall into one category. So how do we get connected there?
So professionals have a very important role to play in the fight against corruption, I would say. Like I said before, first and foremost, professionals are also very much contributors to corruption. Could be. So obviously, to start with, it is to refrain from being part in any type of collusive corruption. That means you plan and you do this corruption scandal together. So you are part of an organization, say you have now become a chartered accountant, you are part of an organization, and then you are getting on with your normal work and you come across some shady deal there, and you're told to somehow make the accounts look like the way, somebody wants. To conceal certain numbers, to, what we say over invoicing, under invoicing, or it could be to completely come up with certain numbers, or and it could be for tax evasion. A big problem in this country. It could be to violate the Foreign Exchange Act and hold foreign currency earnings abroad, which we are hearing now, which is again a big problem there in the country. So all this, you can be easily co-opted within your organization into contributing, or what we call enabling corruption. We call this, that say professionals can be enablers of corruption. In fact, we say they are professional gatekeepers of corruption. And it is sad, but it happens. Now, one way to say, you know what, I am doing my job, my boss told me to do, I'm going to do it. But is that how you want to go on in your life? Is a question I like to leave with you. Is at the end of the day, you will complete your education and you will get this qualification. You'll be in different organizations as chartered accountants in different countries. But when you go home at the end of the day, now because I am much older to you and I hope others in the panel would agree, what gives you that satisfaction? That your life makes sense. That you achieve something and that you have peace, you can sleep peacefully, you have contentment. There's no point in earning money and working and having big positions and power if at the end of the day you don't see the meaning of all of that. You feel that you're part of this rat race, or but actually I ask you to think of the question why. At the time you select your job, it's actually all choices. It should, the question why, where you are going to live, whom you are going to marry, what is your lifestyle but I'll come to my point here, what is your job? Ask why. Why am I doing what I am doing? Why am I working in this organization? And if that why has a larger purpose than yourself, for me to eat and drink and have a salary and live, but larger than yourself, saying, I want to do my little part to push back corruption in Sri Lanka. I want to do my little part to uphold Sri Lanka. I want to do my little role for justice, for poor and the vulnerable people to be able to live with dignity. I want to do my role. If you go to a job with that purpose, you can do wonders. Because then when the big people are telling you to support their corrupt deals, you will resist. You will step back, because integrity will be more important than anything else. Integrity means doing the right thing, even though it costs you personally, right? Because your values are more important than any benefits you may get or not get. And integrity gives you great satisfaction and peace of mind. And when you actually see the fruit of your labor later on, some you might not immediately see, but you can have peace. And you can be happy that one day your family or children are not eating, drinking out of dirty money. out of money gained through unlawful, unethical means. And if you, as a professional body, I call upon this institute also to take a strong stance against corruption. How many organizations in this country, if you take the businesses or professional organizations, have adopted a zero tolerance policy for corruption? Because like we said, we have great tolerance limit. In fact, we have amazing, resilience is a good side, but tolerance for corruption, because it's cultural, it's systemic and cultural corruption. But that stand makes a big difference, because zero tolerance, and then when you one day become leaders of your organization, you need to set the tone from the top. Like set the tone saying, this is our policy. We have an anti-corruption policy. We have a whistleblowing policy, even for professionals. What is the repercussion now for professionals who engage in corruption? Nothing. So then what's the point? Right? But no, if the organization is saying it's zero tolerance, that's part of the code of ethics. And then if the leadership says, we are upholding this policy and I will first live and show you, lead by example. That's important. And then of course to expose corruption. The moment you are silent, you are enabling it 1,000 times more. So these are different ways you can contribute.
Okay, thank you, Nadeshani. Mohan, next question is for you. So I think Nadeshani spoke about ethics and how professionals, how should we handle this situation. So for private sector, yes, we see there are internal controls, code of ethics, and etc. We have a lot of things. But when it comes to public sector, where there are where they use the general public's money, and most of the time we assume that sometimes it's at stake too. So what is our level of ethics being practiced at the public sector? How does that go about from there?
I will answer the question in different point of view. I mean, you are discuss about, or maybe you elaborate the fact that, okay, look here, there is private sector, there's ethics, and I mean, we can talk about so many things. There's the board of governance, then the governance code, and so on and so forth. Then the public sector, of course, if you ask about public administrator to come here and discuss, he will let you know, okay, all the codes are there, what other things are there, I mean, whether these are practice and things like that. Because my point is this, if you look at the system, there are two elements to it. A, the human element. Other point is the system. When it comes to the system, I'll firstly discuss about the system. There's nothing called perfection. I mean, the perfection is like a guiding light. You need to thrive through it. I mean, this moment, I will think that, okay, look here, private sector, this system is there. There is something called tolerance, anti-tolerance. I mean, there are some sort of set spaces are there, but these things will change because the people who are coming to the next, they will change it eventually. Then when it comes to the public sector, there's it's a rule of the game is different. My point is the context is different. When it comes to the system, we need to understand the system of public sector and the system of the private sector. Then the human element, the other point that we have spoke of. Then when it comes to the companies, it's easily to infuse these things to their DNAs. I mean, you have a code of conducts in the company, then people live by those codes. There are some point, there's a zero tolerance. I mean, I can easily give you example. Most companies, the sexual harassment, it's a zero tolerance. Then you've sacked. I mean, you have to go out. Then these things actually you won't be able to apply in the black and white in the public sector, but it's a context is different. That we need to understand. Then the point is, I mean, we can't stop that, no. Then we need to find answer to fix the things. I think I like the idea of working together. The point that collaboration, I think this thing happened in COVID time massively. I mean, we sit together with our competitors. I mean, we went to the chambers. We went to the people that we never thought of we will meet face to face. We talk to them. We actually voice it in a manner that voices will take it to the next level. But the point is that collaboration is work. And that's the point I like to bring it here. I mean, look guys, I mean, you are the future leaders. Then when time comes, you will see things are not happening the way that it should be. Okay, for that case, I mean, take this student forum as an example. I mean, if you can make some change, okay, look here, there's something that I need to set a tone. This slight change that I'm going to make it from this thing, that point will take it to the next level when you are in a different positions. Your power of change is so huge. I'm maybe repeating the same thing over and over again. If you try to voice it in a single, no one going to hear it. That's actually, we found it at the COVID time. Then the moment that you sit with your chambers, sit with your collaborators, sit with your even competitors, then they can take it to the next side. The very reason I'm telling you this thing, you guys as a professional have a knowledge to understand the mechanism. If I ask this particular point from someone farmer, there's no way they can understand. Then that's something that you guys are blessed with, but the knowledge to understand the mechanism. Then don't stop it at the time. I mean, the point that you will understand the mechanism. If you want to make it to a better, don't speak alone. Speak with the community, speak with your collaborators, speak with your friends, and make it a voice where you can take it to the highest level.
Okay, that was very insightful, Mohan. Doctor, I have another question for you. Now, a situation we are facing now currently is the brain drain. We see a lot of professionals. You speak to them, I mean, a lot of young professionals. Even at this forum, when I was speaking to a few youngsters, they're like, okay, I'm going to do my master's, I'm going to continue my bachelor's abroad. And they're looking for job opportunities or maybe PR and things like that. So, has this caused more damage to the economy?
It sure indeed, to an extent. I would like to rather focus on talking about the damages, which is the past, how we can perhaps avoid it. So I think from organization point, how we can avoid it is we need to keep our organizations growing. When you have a growing organization, you can create opportunities for people. And also we earlier discussed about the importance of driving purpose, right? She talked about the point of driving why we do what we do. When there is a purpose behind it of what you are doing, I think you can retain people. I think thirdly, also the other area we could do is focus on retaining the top talent by remunerating them well. So the few such areas are things we can perhaps do to retain the talent, but otherwise brain drain is a challenge, which is unfortunate because the circumstances why that is happening is perhaps beyond a single organization's purview. That's why I wanted to talk about the things what we could do to retain talent as opposed to complaining to the system.
Thank you, sir. Darshini, a question to you. So you spoke in detail about ESG. I think Sri Lanka is at its inception level for ESG. So what is the situation of ESG investing in Sri Lanka?
Okay, so I'll talk about it in two contexts. So one would be like the investments a company makes in ESG. So one of the most common investments that we see companies make is on renewable energy. So you can see companies start using solar power, wind power, or biomass. So that is there. And also there are certain companies that invest in green buildings. So these green buildings are supposed to be more energy efficient, make use of more natural lighting, etc. So these are also some things that you see companies do. So if you look at the social aspect, so there would be some investment there as well. So for example, let's take a certain industry, let's say take like a hotel industry. So they need to procure like fruits and vegetables, etc. But they need to ensure that certain standards are maintained by their suppliers. So to ensure that these are being met, they may educate their suppliers, they may have awareness sessions, things like that. And in addition to that, just to ensure that the suppliers are doing what they're supposed to do, they may conduct audits and all random audits and things just to make sure that the suppliers are doing what they're supposed to do. So this also requires a certain investment on the part of companies. So that's another aspect. And also you can see when you look at financial institutions, now they've started to do green lending. So again, these are for renewable energy projects, etc. And also they also start to look at sustainable practices when they are in their lending portfolio. So these are some of the things that companies do invest in. In addition to that, if you look at whether investors in Sri Lanka, like entities or individuals, whether they look at ESG factors when they are considering an investment in Sri Lanka, I think still we are at an infant stage. I mean, we don't have any ESG indices or rating system at the moment. I mean, you hear of green funds and green bonds in other countries, so we still don't have that here. So I think that needs to be developed.
Okay, thank you, Darshini. Another question to you, Mohan. Now, as students, we always face some ethical dilemmas. It's always there. So sometimes we might even raise that to the appropriate bosses, our bosses. We might raise them. But sometimes they are not followed up. So sometimes we are asked to even overlook. I think Nadishani touched upon it. But we are all well aware that something is not right at that situation. So how do we act upon that? What should we do?
It's a very tricky question. You put me on the spot. My quick answer is whatever said and done, there's a system in place. I mean, any organization to that matter. I mean, there are organizations that we spoke of, there are zero tolerance in terms of sexual harassment. Then there's ombudsman. I mean, there are some companies blessed with this kind of sophisticated system. That doesn't mean that everything actually works perfectly, that we need to understand. But even though you think that the system doesn't work, make sure that you go through the system. Okay, look, talk to your boss. I mean, if the boss is a culprit, talk to your boss's boss. Likewise, there's a structure in place. Any organization in that manner, it may be there in written form or maybe like a norm. I mean, it's there. I think best that you go through the system. If you think that it's not work, I mean, again, we need to give some reasonable time to act on it. I mean, we can't just give it and next day we can't expect, especially these kind of things, you have to go through the rigor in terms of, because, I mean, we need to look at the both aspects. I mean, we have to be very careful with that. Go through the system, number one. Give a considerable time. I mean, it's a judgment call. I mean, everybody can take it. Judgment call, give a considerable time to make that thing to happen. If it is not happen, Chartered Institute is there. I think there's students training divisions. I think there's a special division for that. I think you can talk to them directly. And there is a way that we handle this thing as a special cases. And there are some expert panels sitting there and they discuss this thing and we are giving to the answer. Not only the student, even for the audit firms and whoever actually having that thing in place which is not hurt, which is not went to there. I'm sure if things are happening in proper way at the institute, it may go to the council level as well. I think I can assure that. That's my simple answer. Go through the system. If it's not hurt, come to the institute.
Okay.
Can I share some thoughts?
Sure, sir.
So, it was a tricky question, all right. But since you all are all young leaders and people who will be stepping into the leadership, I would like to say this. There are two things. One is you can make the change. Other one is you can be the change. In here, I would say be the change. In what I mean here is, if you have understood that there is something not right happening, that itself is a plus. You know what is wrong, right? So you can be the person to change. It begins with you, right? There are certain things which is within your circle of influence, and there are things which is beyond your circle of influence. Focus on the areas which are within your circle of influence first. And one fine day, like we discussed earlier, you all will be at the helm leading this organization. If you have been that person of change, then I'm sure you will be able to change the organization. So the message to you is, whilst we need to make the system change, but at the same time, you can be the change. Focus on that. Focus on your areas of influence. Don't compromise on your value. What is wrong. Don't compromise on that value, but be the change yourself.
I think, thank you, Doctor. That was a very strong comment. Darshini, any concluding comments on your ESG area? I think we have come to the last 5 minutes of our discussion. So, over to you, Darshini.
Yes, I think Sri Lanka has made a lot of progress in non-financial reporting when it comes to ESG or integrated reporting, etc. But I think it's still at a voluntary stage, and with the ISSB coming up with sustainability standards, it could be mandatory several years down the line. So in that case, I think we need to get ready for that, and also be ready to get the reports assured as well, so that investors have more trust and credibility on what they are actually reading. Yeah.
Thank you, Darshini. Mohan, any concluding remarks?
Okay, very quickly, the point that I highlighted, work collaboration is something that I'd like to leave it with you. Maybe rather than making single voices, best that you work with your colleagues, work with everyone, and make that collaboration work and bring it to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohan. Nadishani, any concluding remarks from your end?
The country is in need of a systems change. This was the slogan we heard last year during the unprecedented people's uprising. And it is true, and system change starts from constitutional level, many changes, to governance level, to institutional, how institutions are run, and it comes down to private sector, then it finally comes down to the culture, the cultural change that we need, because the culture is an enabling factor, and culture then comes down to each and every one of us. So, it was said, we decide, please, for the sake of saving anything that's remaining in this country, and in fact, if we all come together, we can bring it to the level where Sri Lanka ought to be, as a nation that lacks nothing in terms of natural resources and a wonderfully blessed geographical location in the world. So let's take it where it should be. That's my invitation to you.
Thank you, Radheshani. So now it's time for us to conclude this expert panel discussion at the 37th CA International Student Conference. I'm sure there are a lot of key takeaway points for you all. Be the change, fight against corruption. And we have seen the power of the youth. So hopefully we will see a better Sri Lanka next year when we meet at this student conference. Sarah, over to you.
What a session it was! At a time where the importance of good governance, along with accountability and ethics for a country like ours to uplift our economic and social status were discussed in a broader and more insightful manner.
Ladies and gentlemen, the platform is now open. If there are any questions that you would like to direct to our expert panelists, you could go ahead with them. So I take your silence as there aren't any questions to be directed to the expert panel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give one good round of applause for all our honored expert panelists for that wonderful session and discussion. Now, to present the token of appreciations to the expert panel, I cordially invite the Educational Secretary of the CA Student Society, Mr. Manelka Jayawardena, on stage.
Let's start with the moderator of the panel, Ms. Radhini Thomas. And next is for Miss Nadishani Pereira. Mr. Mohan Tantrige.
Our next panelist, Dr. Asanka Ratnayaka. To our next panelist, Ms. Darshini Watawala. One big thank you to Ms. Nadishani Pereira, Mr. Mohan Tantrige, Dr. Asanka Ratnayaka, Ms. Darshini Watawala, and our moderator, Ms. Radhini Thomas. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have one big applause once again to our expert panelists? Shamri, we had a lot to absorb and listen from our speakers and expert panelists so far. It's almost 1 o'clock. Don't you think it's time for lunch?
Oh gosh, Sarah. I never knew that you could read my mind, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to serve yourself and enjoy a delicious and good-looking spread of lunch which will be served on the either sides of the conference hall. The CA student representatives will assist you to the areas where the lunch is being served.
Lunch will be served at the VIP lounge for our panelists and special invitees. I would request you to please move onto your left-hand side doorway if you have a blue ticket towards the lake view, and the right doorway if you have a purple ticket towards the car park view.
Due to time constraints, please limit having your lunch and be back on your seats by 1:30 so that we can smoothly slide into the latter part of the 37th International CA Student Conference. Enjoy your meal and see you all back. Thank you.
Producing premium cups of wholesome bliss for over 50 years. Providing the planet with luxurious stays found only in the rolling plains of Sri Lanka, where crossroads, should it focus on health or the economy?
The company does not focus only on one industry. With the future in mind, Akbar Brothers has branched out and diversified into many industries and have become big players in the corporate and industrial world. Logistics, property, marketing, manufacture, healthcare, power, emission testing, and investments are but the tip of the iceberg, leaving room for growth in the future. This is how Akbar Brothers have transcended from ordinary to become a brand beyond tea.
නිදහස්තනි පාවි ඉගිලේවි හැඟුමත් හිතේ ගතේ ඩිජිටල් ලොවේ අපේ පාවි මං පාවි workout එකට සෙට් වෙලා chill කරමු ගැන් වෙලා very hotty and naughty so beauty chill තමා සෙවියා රන් tag කළා Insta follow කළා more busy life easy I'm the crazy dad තමා crazy man මගේ හිතේ
ගතින් අපි හරිමු රණ්ඩු වෙන්න ඇතිනෑ නිතර රණ්ඩු බදන්නේ වෙදැම පිලංගු ඉන්න challenge එක වෙන්න සුනංගු කොල්ලු කෙල්ලෝ transfer කරගමු සල්ලි online ගෙවමුකෝ අපි මල්ලි කිලොට් සල්ලි shopping කරලම හති මල්ලි QR scan කරගෙන හෙල්ලි relax වෙන්නේ අපි නම් no හෙල්ලි download කරගෙන වටෙන් එල්ලි people say download කර ගන්න සැවුමා
මිනිසුන් පැසිනා නුහඬ මිතු ධම්මවා දිනනා දේශය දිනවනා දිරියෙන් පිරිපුන් මිනිසුන් අගයනා සංකාමපින් මනුමුදම් වදවනා දුන් ශක්තියයි මගේ රට කරවනා සක්සිතුන් මතින් ආමද නිසා දිරියෙන් සමතා දිරිය පායමිනා
හැත්තෑ පස්වන අපි මානවත් නිදහස් සංවත්සරය වෙනුවෙන් People's Insurance දිරිය තෑට විරිය වන්නට
ස්වභාදහමේ අදෘශ්‍යමාන බලයන් සැඟවෙලා තියෙනවා. ඔවුන් මේ බලය දන්නවා. මල්, මුල්, අතු, ඉති, පොතු, නෙලා, කොටා සුවකිරීමේ ප්‍රාතිහාරය පානවා. පරම්පරාවෙන් පරම්පරාවට අපි එය රැගෙන යා යුත්තේ ඒ නිසයි. Soft Logic Life ඉසිවර වෙදවරුණ. අපේ උරුමයෙන් අපට ලැබුණු පාරම්පරික වෙදකම් සමග සුවපත් වන ඔබව ආවරණය කරයි.
අද මම වාහනයක් නැතුව බයික් එක යන්න තීරණය කරා.
මේ කාලේ අපි ගන්න තීරණ හරි වැදගත්. අපි හැමෝටම වියදම් වැඩි කාලයක් වුණත් ඉතිරිය හරියටම කරන්න තීරණේ හරියටම ගත්තොත් පුළුවන්.
ඒකනේ අපේ අම්මා කීස් මේ යන්නේ.
කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන 10%ක් මිලාඩු නිසා ගෙදරට අවශ්‍ය උයන පියන පිරිසිදු කරන හැම දෙයක්ම තරම් ලොකු ඉතිරියක් කරගන්නත් පුළුවන්.
ඉතිරියක් වුණා කාලයේදී කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන හැමදේම හැමදාම අනිකුත් නිෂ්පාදන හා සැසඳීමේදී 10%ක් අඩුම මිලට.
We can each determine our own ambitions and expectations. Defined not by stereotypes, but by our own passion and talent. A future where we are conscious, alive, engaged, connected, and successful. Welcome to ICBT's complete purpose-built campus, the gateway to a respected British degree. Invest in your future. ICBT Campus.
Akbar Gold Instant Coffee is a blend of specially selected high-grown Brazilian Arabica coffee beans, gently roasted and freeze-dried for a rich taste, exotic aroma, and freshness in a cup anytime. Now available at all leading supermarkets and at our e-commerce store www.falconfoods.lk. Great coffee, great energy.
Official hydration partner, American Water.
Akbar, the world's leading exporter of Ceylon tea, producing premium cups of wholesome bliss for over 50 years, providing the planet with luxurious stays found only in the rolling plains of Sri Lanka, where at crossroads, should it focus on health or the economy?
The company does not focus only on one industry. With the future in mind, Akbar Brothers has branched out and diversified into many industries and have become big players in the corporate and industrial world. Logistics, property, marketing, manufacture, healthcare, power, emission testing, and investments are but the tip of the iceberg, leaving room for growth in the future. This is how Akbar Brothers have transcended from ordinary to become a brand beyond tea.
සංවත්සරය වෙනුවෙන් People's Insurance දිරිය තෑට විරිය වන්නට
ස්වභාවහමේ අදෘශ්‍යමාන බලයන් සැඟවිලා තියෙනවා. ඔවුන් මේ බලය දන්නවා. මල්, මුල්, අතු, ඉති, පොතු, නෙලා, කොටා සුවකිරීමේ ප්‍රාතිහාරය පානවා. පරම්පරාවෙන් පරම්පරාවට අපි ඒ රැගෙන යා යුත්තේ ඒ නිසයි. Soft Logic Life ඉසිවර වෙදවරුණ. අපේ උරුමයෙන් අපට ලැබුණු පාරම්පරික වෙදකම් සමග සුවපත් වන ඔබව ආවරණය කරයි.
අද මම වාහනයක් නැතුව බයික් එක යන්න තීරණය කරා.
මේ කාලේ අපි ගන්න තීරණ හරි වැදගත්. අපි හැමෝටම වියදම් වැඩි කාලයක් වුණත් ඉතිරිය හරියටම කරන්න තීරණේ හරියටම ගත්තොත් පුළුවන්.
ඒකනේ අපේ අම්මා කීල්ස් මේ යන්නේ.
කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන 10%ක් මිලාඩු නිසා ගෙදරට අවශ්‍ය උයන පිහන පිරිසිදු කරන හැම දෙයක්ම තරම් ලොකු ඉතිරියක් කරගන්නත් පුළුවන්.
ඉතිරියක් වුමනා කාලයේදී කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන හැමදේම හැමදාම අනිකුත් නිෂ්පාදන හා සැසඳීමේදී 10%ක් අඩුම මිලට.
We can each determine our own ambitions and expectations. Defined not by stereotypes, but by our own passion and talent. A future where we are conscious, alive, engaged, connected, and successful. Welcome to ICBT's complete purpose-built campus, the gateway to a respected British degree. Invest in your future. ICBT Campus.
Akbar Gold Instant Coffee is a blend of specially selected high-grown Brazilian Arabica coffee beans, gently roasted and freeze-dried for a rich taste, exotic aroma, and freshness in a cup anytime. Now available at all leading supermarkets and at our e-commerce store www.falconfoods.lk. Great coffee, great energy.
Official hydration partner, American Water.
Akbar, the world's leading exporter of Ceylon tea, producing premium cups of wholesome bliss for over 50 years, providing the planet with luxurious teas found only in the rolling plains of Sri Lanka, where at crossroads, should it focus on health or the economy?
The company does not focus only on one industry. With the future in mind, Akbar Brothers has branched out and diversified into many industries and have become big players in the corporate and industrial world. Logistics, property, marketing, manufacture, healthcare, power, emission testing and investments are but the tip of the iceberg, leaving room for growth in the future. This is how Akbar Brothers have transcended from ordinary to become a brand beyond tea.
වසරය වෙනුවෙන් People's Insurance දිරිය තෑට විරිය වන්නට.
ස්වභාවහමේ අදෘශ්‍යමාන බලයන් සැඟවිලා තියෙනවා. ඔවුන් මේ බලය දන්නවා. මල්, මුල්, අතු, ඉති, පොතු, නෙලා, කොටා සුවකිරීමේ ප්‍රාතිහාරය පානවා. පරම්පරාවෙන් පරම්පරාවට අපි එය රැගෙන යා යුත්තේ ඒ නිසයි. Soft Logic Life ඉසිවර වෙදවරුණ. අපේ උරුමයෙන් අපට ලැබුණු පාරම්පරික වෙදකම් සමග සුවපත් වන ඔබව ආවරණය කරයි.
අද මම වාහනයක් නැතුව බයික් එක යන්න තීරණය කරා.
මේ කාලේ අපි ගන්න තීරණ හරි වැදගත්. අපි හැමෝටම වියදම් වැඩි කාලයක් වුණත් ඉතිරිය හරියටම කරන්න තීරණේ හරියටම ගත්තොත් පුළුවන්.
ඒකනේ අපේ අම්මා කීස් මේ යන්නේ.
කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන 10%ක් මිලාඩු නිසා ගෙදරට අවශ්‍ය උයන පිළින පිරිසිදු කරන හැම දෙයක්ම තරම් ලොකු ඉතිරියක් කරගන්නත් පුළුවන්.
ඉතිරියක් වුමනා කාලයේදී කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන හැමදාම අනිකුත් නිෂ්පාදන හා සැසඳීමේදී 10%ක් අඩුම මිලට.
We can each determine our own ambitions and expectations. Defined not by stereotypes, but by our own passion and talent. A future where we are conscious, alive, engaged, connected, and successful. Welcome to ICBT's complete purpose-built campus, the gateway to a respected British degree. Invest in your future. ICBT Campus.
Akbar Gold Instant Coffee is a blend of specially selected high-grown Brazilian Arabica coffee beans, gently roasted and freeze-dried for a rich taste, exotic aroma, and freshness in a cup anytime. Now available at all leading supermarkets and at our e-commerce store www.falconfoods.lk. Great coffee, great energy.
Official hydration partner, American Water.
Akbar, the world's leading exporter of Ceylon tea, producing premium cups of wholesome bliss for over 50 years, providing the planet with luxurious teas found only in the rolling plains of Sri Lanka, where at crossroads should it focus on health or the economy.
The company does not focus only on one industry. With the future in mind, Akbar Brothers has branched out and diversified into many industries and have become big players in the corporate and industrial world. Logistics, property, marketing, manufacture, healthcare, power, emission testing and investments are but the tip of the iceberg, leaving room for growth in the future. This is how Akbar Brothers have transcended from ordinary to become a brand beyond tea.
හිතේ දෙකේ රහස් තනි පාවි ඉගිලේවි හැඟුමත් හිතේ කතේ ඩිජිටල් ලොවේ අපේ පාවි මං පාවි workout එකට සෙට් වෙලා chill කරමු get වෙලා very hotty and naughty so beauty chill තමා selfie අරන් tag කළා insta follow කළා don't busy life easy I'm the crazy වැඩ තමා crazy මේ මගේ හිතේ
යතින් අපි හරිමු රණ්ඩු වෙන්න ඇතිනෑ නිතර රණ්ඩු බදන්නේ වෙදැම විලංගු ඉන්න challenge එක වෙන්න සුනංගු කොල්ලෝ කෙල්ලෝ transfer කරගමු සල්ලි online ගෙවමුකෝ අපි මල්ලි පිලොට් සල්ලි shopping කරලම හති මල්ලි QR scan කරගෙන හෙල්ලි relax වෙන්නේ අපි නම් no හෙල්ලි download කරගෙන වටෙන් හෙල්ලි people say download කර ගන්න සවුමා
නොහඳුනනා මිනිසුන් පැසිනා නොහඬා හඬා මිතු ධම්මවා දිනනා දේශය දිනවනා දිරියෙන් පිරිපුන් මිනිසුන් අගයනා සංකාමපින් මනුමුදම් බඳවනා දුන් ශක්තියයි මගේ රට කරවනා සක්සිතුන් මතින් ආමග නිසා විරියෙන් සමතා විරිය පායමිනා
හැත්තෑ පස්වන අපි මානවත් නිදහස් සංවත්සරය වෙනුවෙන් People's Insurance දිරිය තෑට විරිය වන්නට
ස්වභාදහමේ අදෘශ්‍යමාන බලයන් සැඟවෙලා තියෙනවා. ඔවුන් මේ බලය දන්නවා. මල්, මුල්, අතු, ඉති, පොතු, නෙලා, කොටා සුවකිරීමේ ප්‍රාතිහාරය පානවා. පරම්පරාවෙන් පරම්පරාවට අපි එය රැගෙන යා යුත්තේ ඒ නිසයි. Soft Logic Life ඉසිවර වෙදවරුණ. අපේ උරුමයෙන් අපට ලැබුණු පාරම්පරික වෙදකම් සමග සුවපත් වන ඔබව ආවරණය කරයි.
අද මම වාහනයක් නැතුව බයික් එක යන්න තීරණය කරා.
මේ කාලේ අපි ගන්න තීරණ හරි වැදගත්. අපි හැමෝටම වියදම් වැඩි කාලයක් වුණත් ඉතිරිය හරියටම කරන්න තීරණේ හරියටම ගත්තොත් පුළුවන්.
ඒකනේ අපේ අම්මා කීස් මේ යන්නේ.
කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන 10%ක් මිලාඩු නිසා ගෙදරට අවශ්‍ය උයන පිහන පිරිසිදු කරන හැම දෙයක්ම තරම් ලොකු ඉතිරියක් කරගන්නත් පුළුවන්.
ඉතිරියක් වුමනා කාලයේදී කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන හැමදේම හැමදාම අනිකුත් නිෂ්පාදන හා සැසඳීමේදී 10%ක් අඩුම මිලට.
We can each determine our own ambitions and expectations. Defined not by stereotypes, but by our own passion and talent. A future where we are conscious, alive, engaged, connected, and successful. Welcome to ICBT's complete purpose-built campus, the gateway to a respected British degree. Invest in your future. ICBT Campus.
Akbar Gold Instant Coffee is a blend of specially selected high-grown Brazilian Arabica coffee beans, gently roasted and freeze-dried for a rich taste, exotic aroma, and freshness in a cup anytime. Now available at all leading supermarkets and at our e-commerce store www.falconfoods.lk. Great coffee, great energy.
Official hydration partner, American Water.
Akbar, the world's leading exporter of Ceylon tea, producing premium cups of wholesome bliss for over 50 years, providing the planet with luxurious teas found only in the rolling plains of Sri Lanka, where at crossroads should it focus on health or the economy.
The company does not focus only on one industry. With the future in mind, Akbar Brothers has branched out and diversified into many industries and have become big players in the corporate and industrial world. Logistics, property, marketing, manufacture, healthcare, power, emission testing, and investments are but the tip of the iceberg, leaving room for growth in the future. This is how Akbar Brothers have transcended from ordinary to become a brand beyond tea.
වත්සරය වෙනුවෙන් People's Insurance දිරිය තෑට විරිය වන්නට.
ස්වභාවහමේ අදෘශ්‍යමාන බලයන් සැඟවෙලා තියෙනවා. ඔවුන් මේ බලය දන්නවා. මල්, මුල්, අතු, ඉති, පොතු, නෙලා, කොටා සුවකිරීමේ ප්‍රාතිහාරය පානවා. පරම්පරාවෙන් පරම්පරාවට අපි ඒ රැගෙන යා යුත්තේ ඒ නිසයි. Soft Logic Life ඉසිවර වෙදවරුණ. අපේ උරුමයෙන් අපට ලැබුණු පාරම්පරික වෙදකම් සමග සුවපත් වන ඔබව ආවරණය කරයි.
අද මම වාහනයක් නැතුව බයික් එක යන්න තීරණය කරා.
මේ කාලේ අපි ගන්න තීරණ හරි වැදගත්. අපි හැමෝටම වියදම් වැඩි කාලයක් වුණත් ඉතිරිය හරියටම කරන්න තීරණේ හරියටම ගත්තොත් පුළුවන්.
ඒකනේ අපේ අම්මා කීස් මේ යන්නේ.
කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන 10%ක් මිලාඩු නිසා ගෙදරට අවශ්‍ය උයන පිහන පිරිසිදු කරන හැම දෙයක්ම තරම් ලොකු ඉතිරියක් කරගන්නත් පුළුවන්.
ඉතිරියක් වුණා කාලයේදී කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන හැමදාම අනිකුත් නිෂ්පාදන හා සැසඳීමේදී 10%ක් අඩුම මිලට.
We can each determine our own ambitions and expectations. Defined not by stereotypes, but by our own passion and talent. A future where we are conscious, alive, engaged, connected, and successful. Welcome to ICBT's complete purpose-built campus, the gateway to a respected British degree. Invest in your future. ICBT Campus.
Akbar Gold Instant Coffee is a blend of specially selected high-grown Brazilian Arabica coffee beans, gently roasted and freeze-dried for a rich taste, exotic aroma, and freshness in a cup anytime. Now available at all leading supermarkets and at our e-commerce store www.falconfoods.lk. Great coffee, great energy.
Official hydration partner, American Water.
Akbar, the world's leading exporter of Ceylon tea, producing premium cups of wholesome bliss for over 50 years, providing the planet with luxurious stays found only in the rolling plains of Sri Lanka, where at crossroads, should it focus on health or the economy?
The company does not focus only on one industry. With the future in mind, Akbar Brothers has branched out and diversified into many industries and have become big players in the corporate and industrial world. Logistics, property, marketing, manufacture, healthcare, power, emission testing, and investments are but the tip of the iceberg, leaving room for growth in the future. This is how Akbar Brothers have transcended from ordinary to become a brand beyond tea.
පරිසරය වෙනුවෙන් People's Insurance දිරිය තෑට විරිය වන්නට.
ස්වභාදහමේ අදෘශ්‍යමාන බලයන් සැඟවිලා තියෙනවා. ඔවුන් මේ බලය දන්නවා. මල්, මුල්, අතු, ඉති, පොතු, නෙලා, කොටා සුවකිරීමේ ප්‍රාතිහාරය පානවා. පරම්පරාවෙන් පරම්පරාවට අපි ඒ රැගෙන යා යුත්තේ ඒ නිසයි. Soft Logic Life ඉසිවර වෙදවරුණ. අපේ උරුමයෙන් අපට ලැබුණු පාරම්පරික වෙදකම් සමග සුවපත් වන ඔබව ආවරණය කරයි.
අද මම වාහනයක් නැතුව බයික් එක යන්න තීරණය කරා.
මේ කාලේ අපි ගන්න තීරණ හරි වැදගත්. අපි හැමෝටම වියදම් වැඩි කාලයක් වුණත් ඉතිරිය හරියටම කරන්න තීරණේ හරියටම ගත්තොත් පුළුවන්.
ඒකනේ අපේ අම්මා කීස් මෙයන්නේ.
කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන 10%ක් මිලාඩු නිසා ගෙදරට අවශ්‍ය උයන පිහන පිරිසිදු කරන හැම දෙයක්ම තරම් ලොකු ඉතිරියක් කරගන්නත් පුළුවන්.
ඉතිරියක් වුමනා කාලයේදී කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන හැමදේම හැමදාම අනිකුත් නිෂ්පාදන හා සැසඳීමේදී 10%ක් අඩුම මිලට.
We can each determine our own ambitions and expectations. Defined not by stereotypes, but by our own passion and talent. A future where we are conscious, alive, engaged, connected, and successful. Welcome to ICBT's complete purpose-built campus, the gateway to a respected British degree. Invest in your future. ICBT Campus.
Akbar Gold Instant Coffee is a blend of specially selected high-grown Brazilian Arabica coffee beans, gently roasted and freeze-dried for a rich taste, exotic aroma, and freshness in a cup anytime. Now available at all leading supermarkets and at our e-commerce store www.falconfoods.lk. Great coffee, great energy.
Official hydration partner, American Water.
Akbar, the world's leading exporter of Ceylon tea, producing premium cups of wholesome bliss for over 50 years, providing the planet with luxurious stays found only in the rolling plains of Sri Lanka, where at crossroads, should it focus on health or the economy?
The company does not focus only on one industry. With the future in mind, Akbar Brothers has branched out and diversified into many industries and have become big players in the corporate and industrial world. Logistics, property, marketing, manufacture, healthcare, power, emission testing, and investments are but the tip of the iceberg, leaving room for growth in the future. This is how Akbar Brothers have transcended from ordinary to become a brand beyond tea.
මගේ හිතේ දෙකේ රහස් තනි පාවි ඉගිලේවි හැඟුමන් හිතේ කතේ digital ලොවේ අපේ පාවි මං පාවි workout එකට set වෙලා chill කරමු gang වෙලා very hardy and naughty so beauty chill තමා සවියරන් හැක්කලා insta follow කළා no busy life easy I'm the crazy ගන්න තමා crazy මේ මගේ හිතේ
ගතින් අපි හරිමු රණ්ඩු වෙන්න ඇතිනෑ නිතර රණ්ඩු බදන්නේ වෙදැම්ම පිලංගු ඉන්න challenge එක වෙන්න සුනංගු කොල්ලෝ කෙල්ලෝ transfer කරගමු සල්ලි online ගෙවමුකෝ අපි මල්ලි කිලොට් සල්ලි shopping කරලම හති මල්ලි QR scan කරගෙන හෙල්ලි relax වෙන්නේ අපි නම් no හෙල්ලි download කරගෙන වටෙන් හෙල්ලි people's way download කර ගන්න සැවුමා
නොහඳුනනා මිනිසුන් පැසිනා නොහඬා හඬා මිතු ධම්මවා දිනනා දේශය දිනවනා දිරියෙන් පිරිපුන් මිනිසුන් අගයනා සංග්‍රාමපින් මනුමුදම් බඳවනා දුන් ශක්තියයි මගේ රට කරවනා සක්සිතුන් මතින් ආමග නිසා දිරියෙන් සමතා දිරිය පායමිනා
හැත්තෑ පස්වන අපි මානවත් නිදහස් සංවත්සරය වෙනුවෙන් People's Insurance දිරිය තෑට විරිය වන්නට
ස්වභාදහමේ අදෘශ්‍යමාන බලයන් සැඟවිලා තියෙනවා. ඔවුන් මේ බලය දන්නවා. මල්, මුල්, අතු, ඉති, පොතු, නෙලා, කොටා සුවකිරීමේ ප්‍රාතිහාරය පානවා. පරම්පරාවෙන් පරම්පරාවට අපි ඒ රැගෙන යා යුත්තේ ඒ නිසයි. Soft Logic Life ඉසිවර වෙදවරුණ. අපේ උරුමයෙන් අපට ලැබුණු පාරම්පරික වෙදකම් සමග සුවපත් වන ඔබව ආවරණය කරයි.
අද මම වාහනයක් නැතුව බයික් එක යන්න තීරණය කරා.
මේ කාලේ අපි ගන්න තීරණ හරි වැදගත්. අපි හැමෝටම වියදම් වැඩි කාලයක් වුණත් ඉතිරිය හරියටම කරන්න තීරණේ හරියටම ගත්තොත් පුළුවන්.
ඒකනේ අපේ අම්මා කීස් මේ යන්නේ.
කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන 10%ක් මිලාඩු නිසා ගෙදරට අවශ්‍ය උයන පිහන පිරිසිදු කරන හැම දෙයක්ම තරම් ලොකු ඉතිරියක් කරගන්නත් පුළුවන්.
ඉතිරියක් වුමනා කාලයේදී කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන හැමදේම හැමදාම අනිකුත් නිෂ්පාදන හා සැසඳීමේදී 10%ක් අඩුම මිලට.
We can each determine our own ambitions and expectations. Defined not by stereotypes, but by our own passion and talent. A future where we are conscious, alive, engaged, connected, and successful. Welcome to ICBT's complete purpose-built campus, the gateway to a respected British degree. Invest in your future. ICBT Campus.
Akbar Gold Instant Coffee is a blend of specially selected high-grown Brazilian Arabica coffee beans, gently roasted and freeze-dried for a rich taste, exotic aroma, and freshness in a cup anytime. Now available at all leading supermarkets and at our e-commerce store www.falconfoods.lk. Great coffee, great energy.
Official hydration partner, American Water.
Akbar, the world's leading exporter of Ceylon tea, producing premium cups of wholesome bliss for over 50 years, providing the planet with luxurious stays found only in the rolling plains of Sri Lanka, where at crossroads should it focus on health or the economy.
The company does not focus only on one industry. With the future in mind, Akbar Brothers has branched out and diversified into many industries and have become big players in the corporate and industrial world. Logistics, property, marketing, manufacture, healthcare, power, emission testing, and investments are but the tip of the iceberg, leaving room for growth in the future. This is how Akbar Brothers have transcended from ordinary to become a brand beyond tea.
වත්සරය වෙනුවෙන් People's Insurance දිරිය තෑට විරිය වන්නට.
සොබාදහමේ අදෘශ්‍යමාන බලයන් සැඟවිලා තියෙනවා. ඔවුන් මේ බලය දන්නවා. මල්, මුල්, අතු, ඉති, පොතු, නෙලා, කොටා සුවකිරීමේ ප්‍රාතිහාරය පානවා. පරම්පරාවෙන් පරම්පරාවට අපි ඒ රැගෙන යා යුත්තේ ඒ නිසයි. Soft Logic Life ඉසිවර වෙදවරුම. අපේ උරුමයෙන් අපට ලැබුණු පාරම්පරික වෙදකම් සමග සුවපත් වන ඔබව ආවරණය කරයි.
අද මම වාහනයක් නැතුව බයික් එක යන්න තීරණය කරා.
මේ කාලේ අපි ගන්න තීරණ හරි වැදගත්. අපි හැමෝටම වියදම් වැඩි කාලයක් වුණත් ඉතිරිය හරියටම කරන්න තීරණේ හරියටම ගත්තොත් පුළුවන්.
ඒකනේ අපේ අම්මා කීස් මේ යන්නේ.
කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන 10%ක් මිලාඩු නිසා ගෙදරට අවශ්‍ය උයන පිහන පිරිසිදු කරන හැම දෙයක්ම තරම් ලොකු ඉතිරියක් කරගන්නත් පුළුවන්.
ඉතිරියක් වුමනා කාලයේදී කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන හැමදාම අනිකුත් නිෂ්පාදන හා සැසඳීමේදී 10%ක් අඩුම මිලට.
We can each determine our own ambitions and expectations. Defined not by stereotypes, but by our own passion and talent. A future where we are conscious, alive, engaged, connected and successful. Welcome to ICBT's complete purpose-built campus, the gateway to a respected British degree. Invest in your future. ICBT Campus.
Akbar Gold Instant Coffee is a blend of specially selected high-grown Brazilian Arabica coffee beans, gently roasted and freeze-dried for a rich taste, exotic aroma, and freshness in a cup anytime. Now available at all leading supermarkets and at our e-commerce store www.falconfoods.lk. Great coffee, great energy.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly request you to get back on your seats as we are about to begin session 3.
Insurance දිරිය තෑට විරිය වන්නට
අදෘශ්‍යමාන බලයන් සැඟවිලා තියෙනවා. ඔවුන් මේ බලය දන්නවා. මල්, මුල්, අතු, ඉති, පොතු, නෙලා, කොටා සුවකිරීමේ ප්‍රාතිහාරය පානවා. පරම්පරාවෙන් පරම්පරාවට අපි එය රැගෙන යා යුත්තේ ඒ නිසයි. Soft Logic Life ඉසිවර වෙදවරණ. අපේ උරුමයෙන් අපට ලැබුණු පාරම්පරික වෙදකම් සමග සුවපත් වන ඔබව ආවරණය කරයි.
Ladies and gentlemen, this kind announcement is for the participants. Please come back to your seats as we are about to start session 3.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
May I kindly request you all to take your seats now as we are about to start the third session of this event.
Sarah and Shamri indeed did their best to entertain you all in the morning. And here we are to brighten up the rest of your day.
After having had a palatable lunch, let me now introduce this pretty lady next to me, who will be my co-host for the rest of the day. She is the General Secretary of the CA Student Society, a corporate level student currently serving as an audit intern at AJ Associates, a melodious singer, a Gavalier who was placed second at the CA Best Speaker contest. In posture, short but sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you my co-host, the beautiful Ruqayya Hamid.
I am flattered. Also, why not introduce this attractive gentleman standing right next to me? He is a proud strategic level student and the editor of CA Student Society, a footballer by passion and an ardent traveler by nature. Currently attached to EY Sri Lanka, a humble individual who loves to learn new things every day. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing my co-host, Inshaf Ahmad.
Thank you so much, Ruqayya, for that wonderful introduction.
This conference was not an overnight effort. It was a teamwork, a group project rather, where the contribution of everyone counted. Without our sponsors, this event would have never turned out to be a reality. Let me take this moment to recognize our sponsors. Akbar Brother, the platinum sponsor.
Kravati Consulting, the gold sponsor.
Tech One, the silver sponsor.
Softlogic Life, the bronze sponsor.
People's Bank, the bronze sponsor.
People's Insurance, the bronze sponsor.
ICBT, the official education partner.
Lake House, the official print media partner.
Monarch Imperial, the official hospitality partner.
Vibrant, the official event partner.
Hashtag, the official photography partner.
American Water, the official hydration partner.
And News First, the official media partner.
Ruqayya, after having had a heavy lunch, especially where you've got a chance to try out a lot of delicious dishes, we find it a little bit difficult to keep our heads up, isn't it?
I agree. Well, but I've got a solution for that.
Gosh, I'm expecting something phenomenal. Breaking the ice myself. What is it?
Some beats to get our heartbeats up. And I'm pretty sure your adrenaline will be rushing throughout the entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome on stage Team Turia.
That was indeed a captivating performance. And I'm pretty sure that this brought back all your energy once again. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big round of applause to Team Thuria.
In short, as a young person, having a great mindset with a positive mentality to win is one of the key elements towards success, isn't it?
Well, frankly, I think it is a vital attribute as aspiring individuals who are willing to nurture themselves in the corporate world. And I always believe our mindset is our soul set.
Then you are at the ideal place. Our next speaker will shed light on the topic of stimulating a winning mentality together towards a better tomorrow. He is the CEO, Informate Private Limited, and the Vice President of John Keells. He holds 26 years of experience in multiple industries, including leisure, shipping, and IT BPM. He currently serves as the chairman of ACCA Member Network Panel Sri Lanka, vice chairman of SLASCOM, and the president of the Sri Lanka Nordic Business Council. And he is also a fellow member of ACCA, CIMA, and CMA. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we invite our next speaker, Mr. Jehan Perimpanayagam.
Very good afternoon to you. I'm absolutely privileged to address all of you because I feel I'm speaking to the best accountants, the best accounting talent in the country. I have huge respect for the CA qualification. I've worked with several of them, and the technical skills and the technical understanding of accounting concepts is fantastic. So I feel very privileged. And I would like to share some of the learnings that I've had over 26 years, some of the things I've done well, and maybe some of the things that I would have done differently. So I've titled my topic today under the acronym of 10 P's. As it will be hopefully easy for you to understand and to remember. The first is positivity. At a moment like this, when you go and speak to your friends, when you go and speak to your work colleagues, what's the tone of the conversation? Very often, I'm willing to guess that it is very negative. It's doom and gloom. And the conversation today often is about which country to migrate to. I was speaking to a trainer, and he said, "What are you looking for? Are you looking for problems, or are you looking for opportunities? Because whatever you are looking for, you will find it." And he was giving the example as a trainer during the COVID period when companies were not doing well. He said the first thing that companies budget slash is training. So here I am, a trainer with no work. But then I started doing free trainings online. And I found that some of the people joining were from overseas. And then he got the idea, why don't I start doing training internationally now, post-COVID, on Zoom, and start earning dollars. And he found just there an opportunity. In the great financial crisis a decade or so ago, we had people who said, I don't mind sharing my house to earn some extra dollars, the extra room in my house. I don't mind sharing my vehicle so that if I can earn something. And then came about Uber, then came about Airbnb, great innovations. So in moments of crisis, you will find sometimes great opportunities, but are we looking for that, right? So a positive mindset will definitely help. Now, as accountants, and speaking for myself as well, we are naturally people who look on the dark side of things, right? We would look at the things that can go wrong. But it's important to develop, for a winning mindset, to have a positive attitude, a can-do attitude. You're looking at opportunities, not at what can go wrong. A few weeks ago, I went for a launch of a software called Travel Gadget. And this is by a young lady. She and her husband launched it. They are living, they're young tech professionals. They know nothing about the travel industry. And they decided to innovate and come up with Travel Gadget, an online travel agency. And then came COVID. They had a lot of problems. They had to literally mortgage their house. But today, a few months later, they are the #1 travel agency in the country. They have completely disrupted the travel agency with technology. Right? So in the midst of all of that was happening, imagine the airline industry, right? They came up with Travel Gadget. They decided to invest, back their idea. And that's something that I've seen in a winning mindset. Right? They have the confidence to go after their dreams. Positivity, right? Very, very important. The next is plan. Now, I have a good friend of mine who decided he wanted to be an engineer. He went to engineering school, finished his 3 years, came out, and then he decided, I don't like engineering. I want to be a doctor. And he went back into medical school, and today he's an engineer and a doctor, but he lost 3-4 years of his life. And today I have lots of students who come and they say, they've done 3 years of accounting work and suddenly say, I feel my real calling is in marketing. And sometimes interviewers also are confused because here you have someone who is a double accountant or a triple accountant with marketing, and they're asking, what are you trying to do? Right? So planning is very important. So as young finance professionals, look at, are you going to follow the CFA route or going into the technical accounting route or into management accounting, and then based on that plan, work on your skill sets. Today, some of the key skills are in things like Power BI, in terms of data analysis, how the robotic process automation technology is impacting the accounting work. So look at what route you want to pursue and start working on a plan. Work on the right set of skills that will take you far. And today it's very easy. A lot of that is available free on your desktop. It's accessible, the click of a button. Right? So take full use of this opportunity that you have. Planning. The third would be presentation skills. Now, as accountants, if I were to ask you what would be the skills that will take you very far, right? I'm sure some of you would say standards, others would say interpretation, taxation, audit, depending on where your preference is. But I would like to put it out to you, and this is backed by research, apparently that the #1 skill that accountants require is presentation skills, communication skills. And even if you look at an organization, right, over 26 years, I've seen the people who get promoted are the people who are visible, the people who are seen, the people who put themselves out and are noticed. Now, you have a group of people, and I say, any questions? You will find in most audiences here, dead silence. You work in different groups and say, come and present. One person come and present your ideas. What I would always do, no, Masha, you go for it. I would always take a step back, put someone else. And I'm sure a lot of you would identify with what I'm saying. You would take a backward step. But the people who get promoted, the people who get noticed are the people who grab those opportunities to be noticed. Now imagine a grid, a 2x2 grid, right? 4 quadrants. On one axis, you have credibility, high, low. And on the other axis, you have visibility, again, high, low. So you have someone who is low credibility, low visibility, that's called a turtle. And we don't want to be there. You have another group who are very, very visible, but low in credibility. They are called jokers. Then you have another group who are very high in credibility, low in visibility. And a lot of us accountants fall into that category. They are called saints. Lot of hard work, lot of knowledge, lot of qualifications, but not seen and heard, not visible. And what happens? Someone else takes credit for your work. When the promotion comes, you get passed over. You have done a lot of the back office work. And that's how finance people were seen in the past, as back office people. But the modern professional is someone who is articulate. And I was very happy to hear about Toastmasters, that one of the MCs was a great speaker, and we really saw that. And that's a key skill that you require. The modern finance professional is someone who can speak well, who can convince a board, who is the main advisor to the CEO, who has great presentation skills. So work on that aspect. Toastmasters, I think, is something I would highly recommend. It transformed my life, because when you can speak with confidence, when you've learned some of the tools to get over our natural shyness and natural nervousness, it will really take you places. Invest in developing your presentation skills. And don't worry if you make a few mistakes. You might fall down, you might make a bit of a fool of yourself. It doesn't matter. Right? What I say to myself is, am I better today than what I was yesterday? Am I growing? And growth happens in a place of sometimes of discomfort. That's where you have growth. Presentation skills. So we had, what was the first one? We had positivity, a positive mindset. Then we had plan, presentation skills. Now I'll come to profile and personality. Right. So start developing your profile both online and in person. Be a part of associations. That helps you to network. That helps you to be known. Build your LinkedIn profile. How many of you are active on LinkedIn? How many of you are active on LinkedIn? Not many. Not many. Okay, I strongly recommend, all the top CEOs apparently spend about half an hour per day on LinkedIn. It's the only way sometimes that you can directly reach a person. Otherwise, if you call physically, you get stuck with a secretary or someone, right? So LinkedIn is a great way that you can connect and you can be seen. And today, recruiters are looking at your online profile. So start sharing articles, start sharing blogs, sharing your thoughts. Start building up your resume with qualifications as well as associations. That will get you noticed. And when it comes to your physical profile, I was very slow to realize this. But a training that I attended said, dress like the role that you aspire to. You are a manager aspiring to be a senior manager. Start dressing like that role would require. Power dressing, it's called. Now, these may seem unimportant, right? Because after all, we are accountants, right? Our skills are in our, but these are things that finally get noticed. And it seems sometimes quite unfair, because the people who get promoted, sometimes you feel, my work is much better. But somehow that person got noticed, right? And that's the way the world works. So it's no use complaining, we need to adapt. So dress sense is very, very important. Invest in some brands. It need not be very, very expensive, but personality and profile, both online and physical, is important. And it gives you confidence. It helps your mindset as well. Professional development. Today we all have CPD. If we are not spending 5 hours per week reading, you are not being responsible with your career. It's very, very important. Today, the pace of change is accelerating. And the good thing is you have a lot of knowledge at your fingertips. You have Harvard Business Review articles. So many of these are free, available online. Take full use of it. Invest in continuous learning. So some of the key skills as accountants that we need to master: data security, data science, automation, artificial intelligence, because these are technologies impacting our profession. It's important to have an awareness of these. Professional development. Perseverance and patience. An ideal career in our minds would be a straight line upwards, but the reality is it's a crooked path with ups and downs. I remember joining the organization. It took me 6 years to get my first promotion. 6 years. But through it all, you persist, and then promotions came, the breaks came very quickly, CEO in the early 30s. So the younger generation today, we want things instantly. That's the way social media has trained us, right? Instant gratification. But the real world takes time. It takes perseverance. It involves taking some knocks. You will have some defeats, you will have some turnarounds. But take that in your stride. All the great leaders, all the great men and women have had their ups and downs. So be ready to go through a few ups and downs, persevere through it, and be patient. Right? Everything will not happen in a day or in a month or in a year. Good things are worth waiting for and fighting for. Number 7, I have this word called pluck. Pluck. What does pluck mean? I was just looking for something that began with P. I was looking for synonyms. Right? Pluck is courage, boldness. Very, very important in a corporate sense. Now, I have a question for you, right? Now, let's take a because you are a finance preacher. You have a CEO who comes to the board and presents that I will make 100 million. And at the end of the year, he delivers 130 million bottom line. You have another CEO who says, I'll make you 1 billion. And he creates a story and a dream and a vision, and everyone's enthused. And when the results come in, he's done a 200 million loss. Who will get promoted? Can I just see CEO A? Hands up. CEO A, CEO B, who? One of the two you need to choose. CEO A, is it? B. Okay. Anyone else for B? CEO A? Okay, because finance people, I mean, that's a logical choice, right? Because he's overperformed, he's delivered on what was committed. The reality, though, very often in organizations is what happens is it's CEO B. Reality. Because that's the one who sells the dream, who gives the big picture. And organizations tend to reward people who take risks, the people who take the bold steps, the people who have pluck and courage. It doesn't mean, I'm not saying for a moment that you should go and then lose money, right? But you have an aspiration, a big aspiration, a big vision, and sometimes it may not pay off. Now, myself, when I look at my career, and I was looking back at childhood, right, when we used to play cricket, I would always play along the ground. I would always avoid risking getting out. I had another friend of mine who took the aerial route. Today, I am the CEO of a company with 400 people. I am very proud of that. He is the CEO of a company with 40,000 people. And he was saying, he was referring to this old cricket story, and he was saying that's possibly reflected a little bit in our different careers. Right? He took risks, he took moves, he took bold steps. Right? I have been very steady along the way. As I said, I want to share some of the things that I would do differently. So now I'm trying to do things differently. Take bold steps. Right? Pluck. You need courage to back yourselves. And certain things may not pan out as you planned. That's okay. So long as you've been diligent, you've taken the right steps, work with people, because we live only once, right? Take some chances. Think big. Why can't one of you be the pioneers of another Microsoft, right? Why not? That guy started in a garage with zero resources. Dream big. Now, coming to the last 3 points. Principles. We need to be professionals with principles, with values, with ethics, and with integrity. Now, one of the reasons that we are, as a country, where we are today, is not just the political leadership, but also the professionals in how they advised, in what they prioritized. Were they willing to give the bad news? Were they willing to give the actual picture? Or did they sacrifice their professional principles for personal gain? As a result, an entire country faces what we face today. There are many reasons for this, but this is one. Today, we need principled professionals, and I very much urge you to to be men and women of values. People who will do the right thing. Your generation must do much better than we have. You must go into positions in government and private sector and do the right thing. Stand for the right. The world needs principled professionals. And sacrificing that sometimes for short-term gains inevitably leads bad results. Sri Lanka is a small place. You impact your personal brand. It's very, very difficult to rebuild that. So I would urge you, I would encourage you to be men and women of principle. The next one is a little bit of an offbeat one, but it's physical health. And as we pursue our careers, as we pursue our studies, don't neglect, don't forget to take care of yourself. Right? Very, very important to have 8 hours sleep, because you're building a career for a long time. And what's the point? You know, you've reached a high position at 30s, 40s, then you suffer a heart attack and you can't enjoy what you worked for. Make sure 150 minutes a week that you spend in exercising, right food, and checkups. Right? Regular checkups. Once a year, you must do your checkups. You can prevent a lot of heartache, a lot of unnecessary things. I'm speaking with personal experience. I've lost people who are very close to me. Right? These are things, annual checkups will really help you. From the time of 20, I would recommend that. And sometimes there is something that needs small corrections, which you can easily put right. You ignore it, you end up with something very, very serious, which costs you a lot, could cost you your life. So sleep is very, very important. I think the younger people today, we tend to stay up late, use devices. Apparently that interrupts the sleep cycle. Right? Make sure you get enough sleep, exercise, food, look after yourself, because you have a long way to go. And for you to really make a difference, you need to be in good health, physical health. The last one is purpose. Purpose. And I would like each of you to be a professional with a purpose. What are we here for? Right? It would be a sad end where each of us go through life. Right? We've made our money, we've made our qualifications, but we have not changed anything. We've left it the way that we received it. I believe that we are born with a particular purpose. There is something unique that only you can do. Most of us miss it. Could you be the one who can transform Sri Lanka's financial systems when so many people are looking at fleeing? Could you be the next president of the country who will put Sri Lanka on the right track, make it the paradise that it was always meant to be? Could you be the one who comes up with a fantastic climate innovation? Today morning I was at a meeting with ICTA and we were talking about how the next $1 billion startups will be in the area of green technology, tech for good. Look at what your passion is, right? What are you passionate about? And make that your purpose. And I think today, if you look at a lot of the organizations, it is the CEOs and the organizations that are driving change, that are looking at climate, looking at child protection, looking at governance. It is CEOs and CFOs and companies. Be a man and a woman with a purpose. There's something much bigger than just career, something much bigger than money and than titles. If you can, just watch Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. And also a few weeks ago, I was listening to his last 4 minutes of his speech. I've been to the mountaintop, right? Go, you can get it on YouTube. I've been to the mountaintop. Look at that speech. And that was the last speech he gave. He was assassinated the next day. And it seems that he knew it. Right? And if I can quote the last part of his speech, he says, like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place, but I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will, and He's allowed me to go to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. So when I looked at that speech, I thought, here is a man with a purpose. He was so passionate about equality, that people of color be treated the same. And he didn't see it. The next day he was assassinated. And it seemed that he knew that. But he was not stopped by that. He went on. And I thought, this is a man with a purpose. This is a man with a passion. If each of us could be a man and a woman with a purpose, we could transform Sri Lanka. Just sometimes requires one person. A few decades later, they are the first black president. So I will leave you with that thought. To summarize, positive mindset, a plan, work on your presentation skills, build your profile and personality, continuous professional development. Be willing to persevere and have patience. Be people with courage, with pluck and passion. Be men and women of principles. And don't forget to look after your physical health. And finally, find your purpose. Find your purpose. Thank you very, very much. It's been my absolute privilege. My congratulations to CS Sri Lanka and all of the organizing committee. Thank you.
Sir, we kindly request you to remain on stage, please. Indeed, good things are worth for waiting and fighting for. We are grateful for your wonderful words. You truly gave us some food for thoughts.
As an honor to our guest speaker, I invite the Assistant Education Secretary of the CA Student Society, Ms. Sarah Shifa, to give away the token of appreciation. Thank you. Our society has a history that goes on back until 4 decades, which is not just of events and achievements that we are proud of, but memories that we take with us, cherish with us, and move on forever.
The bond at CAS is inseparable. We are united as one. Alone, I'm a drop of water, but together, we are an ocean. Let us recall the memories of this wonderful family.
Rukaiya, that was breathtaking and it made me absolutely nostalgic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big round of applause for Cass. Small and medium-sized enterprises are a great part of our country's economy. They help, develop, and assist in contributing immensely towards the GDP of our nation. And it is these enterprises that blossom as large conglomerates in the future. To introduce to you the next speaker, she is a social entrepreneur, a trainer, and a well-renowned motivational speaker with over 24 years of experience. She is the chairperson of the global brand Women in Management, certified in IFC LPI, Trainer Performance Monitoring and Assessment, and a certified personality development trainer in Asia. She was a winner of the award Business Woman of the Year for Sri Lanka in 2020, awarded by the Global Banking and Finance Awards UK, which is the first time a Sri Lankan entrepreneur was recognized. She was also recognized as the Exceptional Woman of Influence 2022, and she was the first Sri Lankan recipient of this prestigious global award held in Manila, Philippines. She was also listed as one of the 10 most influential people in Sri Lanka in the year 2020 by the LNW website. And she was also recognized globally, winning the Social Entrepreneur of the Year award in 2019 at the Asia Pacific Award organized by the Global Entrepreneur Council, followed by the Global CSR Excellence Award in 2018, Women's Super Achievement Award in 2017, and Leadership Excellence Award in 2016. To enlighten us on the role of SMEs towards a better tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we now welcome on stage Ms. Sulochana Segera.
Ayubowan, good evening. Good evening. Okay, just checking whether you all are. As Jehan just motivate you all about life, choosing careers, he said be a person with a passion and also have some values. And the most difficult part Sri Lanka has given me is to speak about entrepreneurship to students or the young people who are following accountancy, because they say accountants and entrepreneurs never goes together, right? And the same way the marketing, HR and accountants, but end of the day we all in the same the same globe where we want to achieve something common. So before I proceed, I want to ask this question. Since all of you all are young, the purpose of life, why are we living? Your ultimate goal. Can I have some answers? Why are we living? Any answer? I think this is a student conference and normally students should speak out. Any guesses? At least one answer. The ultimate goal of life. Be successful, okay, good. To be happy. End of the day, we all want to be happy. I agree, to be successful, but I want to quote this. All successful people will never be happy, but all happy people will be successful. Choose happiness before choosing the success. When you are happy, it's easy to get successful. When you are successful, you have to seek for happiness. So today, my topic was given on the role of SME together tomorrow, better tomorrow. Before I go, I think all of you all know about the Shaggy, right, the rapper? You all know, right? Your era, because I don't understand a single word of rapping. So there's a song of the rapping that I took that because I want to send it to my son. And it says, life is a big party when you're still young. Who's going to have your back when it's all done? It's all good when you're little, you have pure fun. So actually Shaggy is rapping about, more than rapping, he's preaching for the youth. You think you have still time and you are young. It is the time for us to have fun. When we are old, we can do hard working, right? So I want to tell you all, we didn't have this type of conference when we were growing up, right? We were never got an opportunity to meet people who spoke about motivation, or who spoke about vision, who spoke about not only their successes, about failures. Don't go and listen only to people who speak about success. Listen and read people who has failed. Because if he or she has not failed, there's no success. And if he or she does not want to speak about success, that means he or she is not a coach or a mentor. Those are the tips we have to look at. And SME, I became entrepreneur by an accident. So my family background is they all wanted all the children to study hard, do a professional career, and be in the corporate ladder. I was always that ugly duck, odd person who never fit into things. So, but I enjoyed being that person. But yes, I started my career as a chartered company secretary. My 2 years was in the corporate of chartered secretary, Coopers and Lybrand, where I started. But it was not where I really fit. So I came out and I joined. So my all jobs has been administration, HR. My last final job was in a multinational company handling human resource development and industrial law. But what happened is, you're young, as Shaggy said, you're young, you think it's time to have fun. But my parents never thought that I was young. They thought that if the elder daughter is given in marriage, she will be settled so the others can follow her. So with early age, I was given in marriage. And I was very young when I became a mother. Settling in a job and being a young mother was not in my agenda. It was just a routine work for me to go to office. And when you're working for a multinational company, you had to work for standards and all the rules, which the creativity was not there. So before I go to the second line of that, I want to ask all of you all, if you are given a chance to work in a multinational and a SME, raise hand who's going to choose multinationals and who's going to choose SMEs. First, who's going to work in a multinational company? Raise your hands. One. Raise your hands. Only few. If you're given a chance to work in a SME, who's going to work? So others, I don't care what I get, I'll work anywhere if they are paid. Is it? Remember, if you, I don't know, this is Asian culture, we are so scared to speak out. We wait for invitations, and we think people will laugh at us. The more you become inwarded, you are not ready to express. Remember, your progress, your success is limited. No one is going to offer you seats. No one is going to tell you to come forward if you don't push yourself. If people call you, oh, that person is very forward, Who cares? Yes, I'm forward, go forward. So be an active participant, because you all have got an opportunity, which we never got. And the world is going to be very competitive, trust me. The figures I'm going to share about is alarming, and it's going to be very competitive. And just because you are getting professional qualification will not help you to be a successful career person or get into entrepreneurship unless you're ready to change the way you live, the way you think, and how you're going to use the technology for our future. Right? So be actively participate, and I see a lot of young people, because I do have an organization called New Generation where I work with a lot of young people. And what I tell them is, don't try to think that you are the best people of technology. You think your smartphone is and all that is your created? No. Our generation created, you upgraded it. So owners are us. So you're all just upgrading. So we have the foundation. Unless you innovate and create a thing that solves problems. So entrepreneurship definition itself is, entrepreneur means a person who has an idea to solve an issue. There's a difference between a businessman and entrepreneur. Are you agreeing on that? Is there a difference between a businessman and entrepreneur? Yes or no? Yes or no? There is a difference. A business personality always look at things not on creative side, but the main objective is profit, which is not wrong. Entrepreneur also profit. But the entrepreneur is someone who innovate, who create, who make a social and economical impact while generating profit. Right? That is the definition of an entrepreneur. Businessman, the sole objective is making profit. So coming back to my topic, I'll give a background about Sri Lanka before I go to the global entrepreneurship. Sri Lankan developing economy with a GDP of 87.1 billion US dollar as at 2019. Our small and medium enterprise sector contributes over 52% of economic activity towards this, and further shows over 45% of the employment in the country. Yet, with the COVID slowdown and the country political issues, the GDP is expected to contract by 6.8 as per the ADB forecast, leaving the SME sector with a possible loss in revenue of 514.1 billion Sri Lankan rupees. Accounting for 92% of all business established in Sri Lanka, micro businesses, the foundation of the economy. Employing 20% of the entire workforce, a critical blow and fragile ecosystem can devastate Sri Lankan chances of satisfactory post-COVID economic recovery. Sadly, this was mainly given by the post-COVID. But if you look at the country economical crisis and the political crisis, this has a major impact mainly on micro entrepreneurs and SMEs. And also, the skill talent is leaving the country. When you say skill talent, 40% of the skilled talent in Sri Lanka who's leaving the country has never worked in any organization, sadly. They have all the professional qualification, degrees, and trainings, but they have never been employed because they were waiting for the right positions. For all the young people, I want to say this. Designations and positions are for motivation. Those does not define who you are. Your personality defines. That's why a lot of Asian parents does not want their children to be entrepreneurs, but to hold a corporate career with a designation. Which, as a parent, I would agree. But being entrepreneur, there is some of the benefits that you can enjoy, and also you can give benefit to the country and the global economy, which I'm going to speak about. The annual average of real GDP growth for 60 years since the independence in 1948 has been only 3.2% in Sri Lanka, which has not been sufficient for developing country reach a high income status for its population. What it's implied by this is, though Sri Lanka GDP grew over multiple 50%, its population has increased nearly threefold during the same period, thereby slowing down the growth of average income per head, the population around 20% during the last 62 years. The economy was expected to expand rapidly due to the surge in demand, resulting in the liberalization of economic policies that came into force of late 1977, open economy. The year immediately following the introduction of open economy policy saw a GDP growth of 8.4% in real terms. Yet, it was increasing. Subsequently, it was stable till 1982, and then the growth came down to 5.1% after the civil war and the riots which were started in Sri Lanka. If you ask me whether it has increased, no, we are going down. We are going down and down. We are going down not because of political issues, we are going down because our creativity, SME, and entrepreneurship is not being developed. Professionally qualified schools, universities, they are increasing. But entrepreneurship, which is adding to the Sri Lankan GDP, is not increasing. That is the main reason. I'll go to the global concept of this. The definition of the global of entrepreneurship enterprise, SMEs, and the small, medium, and entrepreneurs varies from organizations to the countries. The most common used dimension is the number of employees, followed by the turnover and assets. So it depends on the country's number, the company's number of employees, and the turnover and the assets. But IMF has defined, IMF gives Sri Lanka a very popular name is IMF now. Everything happens for IMF. I think that's same for the Pakistan and Bangladesh also. But they have all the structures ready while we have all the other things are ready. So IMF has given a definition of the SME, which says enterprise employing up to 249 people. They further divide the category into micro is 1 to 9% employees, small 10 to 49 employees, and medium 50 to 249 employees in enterprise. Sri Lanka, the business considers SME's number of employees does not exceed 300 individuals, and its revenue does not exceed 750 million Sri Lankan rupees. So the global impact of the SMEs, SME represent about 90% of the business globally. Not multinationals, not the big companies. 90% of the global GDP is by small, medium, micro entrepreneurs in the world. They create more than 50% of the employment worldwide. 600 million jobs will be needed by 2030. Absorb the growing global workforce, which makes SME developing high priority for many governments around the world. Governments invest money to develop SMEs, but mostly in Asia, but I would say the developing countries. If you look at India, the entrepreneurship development started in 2018 from schools, where still Sri Lanka, even the universities are not talking about entrepreneurship. Some of the entrepreneurship in Sri Lankan state universities where I go as a judge or to speak, When I see the presentation about the entrepreneurship, what they have done, superb. And when I ask, when are you going to register this? No, this is for my thesis. This is for I need it to do the presentation. I'm not going to be an entrepreneur. I'm going to apply for a job. Is it the reason, or we are looking for a job for our safety, or we are looking for a job for the creativity or for satisfaction? This is where that question comes. Happiness versus success. We have to define what is for success for us, what is the success for society, what is the happiness for us, what is the happiness for the society. The issue is our personalities, our dreams, our education, our creativity has been defined by the society, not personally by us. We have not invested time and money to develop us unless we develop a program or we get a qualification where there is a certificate. Asians are very good in collecting certificates. If you go for any programs, they ask, are we getting a certificate? I've been in HR field for so many years. I sit for many multinational companies as an independent recruiter. I never have checked a certificate. And sometimes when the board, they ask me, why you're not saying? I said, if a corporate want to succeed, you need to recruit an entrepreneur. Entrepreneur means when you are choosing your career, be an entrepreneur. Entrepreneur is creative, taking risk, and able to make decisions when needed, and having facts and figures. If you choose a career in corporate career, do not choose a career thinking about your qualification. Be an entrepreneur, because you need to start something for your own when you are fed up with the corporate career, when you are retiring in the corporate career, when you want a second job, when you want to go for your dreams, after you live for the dreams of your parents, your society expectations. Sadly, many of the entrepreneurs start becoming entrepreneurs after the age of 35 or 40. When we did a survey and we asked, those days we were not allowed, we had social issues, family issues, so we couldn't. But at least they have started. The emerging market, most formal jobs are generated by SMEs, which create 7 out of 10 jobs are created by SMEs. Big companies has formal job description, job roles. SMEs create job roles not for functions. They create job roles for the market need. Remember this. If you ever got an opportunity to work, at least work for 2 to 3 years in a SME, because that's where you are going to gain experience in creativity, doing new things. When you go to a big company, you have to work for a policy or a framework. But in a small company, there's a flat organization chart. You don't need, you can always, they say in big companies you have CEOs, you open door policy, yes. But when it comes to the decision making, you have a framework. But when you work for SME, it's creativity, it's what's the impact you are bringing to the society, what's the impact you are bringing to the market. And it's always not the existing market with SMEs put. They put to the blue ocean or a niche market. They create markets. They don't stay in an existing market for a long time. They are the creators of markets. Sri Lankan SMEs. 52% of the GDP runs by SMEs and micros, but hardly ignored. The major sectors are powered by SME include agriculture sector. In the agriculture sector, SME contribute 90% to Sri Lankan GDP. But sadly, they are in informal sector. According to the record of Department of Census and Statistics, establishment in Sri Lanka account to SME to 1.17 million, providing livelihood nearly 2.2 million individuals in in the agricultural sector, in informal sector. 2.2 million people work in the agriculture sector, SME, in Sri Lanka. Have you all ever heard about it? Have you seen on media? Have you seen an ad of SME agriculture? They are the people who contribute. This country runs by SMEs, micro entrepreneurs. Still, with this crisis, the country is surviving by them. The entrepreneurs are running. Any country in the world during the COVID, it was SMEs. Because the big companies, they actually cut the cadre. SMEs had the human touch. Because most of the SMEs in Asia is family oriented. So the employees also has become a family. So when they know that if they put someone out, they know that this will affect their daughter's education, the son's education, all things. So there was a conscience for SMEs. But this is something that globally or locally no one speaks about it. So what are the trends, what are the issues that globally or locally or Asian-wise the SMEs face? Shifting their roles from producers to entrepreneurs. Many of the micro entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka, I have traveled everywhere in Sri Lanka, and actually I'm supposed to go to Jaffna after this program. I don't know at what time I will reach Jaffna. They are mainly producers, they are not entrepreneurs. They produce things. Entrepreneurs has a huge chain. If you go, they have the super products, but branding is not there, packaging is not there. They look for markets. So there is a gap of, the education, awareness, and the consultancy for SMEs on these. So that is one of the key issues that SMEs are facing. Other one is formalizing the access to finance. If you see the Sri Lankan media these days, SME associations come and speak and say, if we take our money back and if we don't pay our loans, our banking system will collapse. Because we are the number one bankers in Sri Lanka, we give it to banks and banks lend to SMEs. But they have not formalized it. And also the state sector or the governments has not understood it. Even the economists even saying those are in the papers. Practically no, because none of these professions has ever been an entrepreneur to understand it. Sadly, people who make decisions has never run a business, never has become an entrepreneur. It is easy to manage a budget which is given to us, but it is difficult to create our own budget, finding our own investment and funding and starting and running a business, paying for the employees. It is easy to get a salary end of the month to your bank account. It is difficult to put salaries to others' bank account, earning and making a profit. So when you go back to your jobs, when you start your careers, remember these things. Don't look at just the figures. The credit, the debit, the balance, because I have an accountant and a bank at my home, and she only looks at the figures. There's a debit, where's the credit? That's all she asks. And her husband is an entrepreneur. He always has fights. So why she's asking for these balances, credit and debits? Because her brain is only operated to figures. We have left and right brain. Logical thinking, creativity and figures and routine work. Many of the Sri Lankan students, Sri Lankan children, the creativity and logical thinking has been killed from the day they enter the school. You know why? What is the first thing they teach us in school? I hope all of you all have gone to schools. What's the first thing? What's the first thing they teach us in schools? Be silent. Don't ask question. Write down what I'm saying. That's what we saw told. If you ask question, you are a troublemaker. Right? So we have got used to a system where we study, by heart, and pass exams. We are not creative. We need entrepreneurs to be creative, resolve issues. That's why the government is struggling. Has all the PhDs, MBAs, economists, everything. Practically, they do not know how to solve it. If you get some housewives, they would have told them how to run the country. Because practical knowledge need with professional qualification. Professional qualification is needed, but you need the practical knowledge to go with the professional qualifications. That is the reality, that is the success. Then supply chain management. Lot of entrepreneurs face the issue supply chain management. Lot of entrepreneurship in Sri Lanka or Asia, many entrepreneurs, they produce and they become the marketeers. They do not trust. They have an insecurity of giving their products out. So they have to sign up with big companies for exporting or for supply chain. And then they lose their brands. Sri Lanka, a lot of my entrepreneurs lose their brands not because of anything. If you go to any of the supermarkets, you see some of the products from the supermarkets' names. Why is that? Entrepreneurs does not know how to build a brand. So they give it for big companies to put their brand. Nothing wrong. At least they make a sale. But there is an issue. They're not depending. A lot of worldwide SMEs depend on informal funding, lending, higher interest rate, from internal funding, from friends funding. That is one of the key issues, especially women entrepreneurs face in Sri Lanka. A lot of suicide, sex workers has increased on SMEs because of this loans and lending scheme in Sri Lanka. SMEs' role is to uplift the poverty. Only SMEs, entrepreneurs can uplift the poverty in Sri Lanka or the Asia because 90% of jobs are created by them. Cost of living, they can control the prices, not the government. Even the eggs, it's not the big companies who's controlling the price of the egg, small entrepreneur. Even the bread, they have the power. Then the export market. So I hope I gave a background of locally and globally, but before I finish, I'll just give a snapshot of the global and local background with the COVID post, so you all can have an idea, and I hope with the CA Sri Lanka, all these professionals, young youth, think about entrepreneurship, not just as because Sri Lanka entrepreneurship is mostly attached to CSR because everyone wants to empower entrepreneurs. I always say don't empower entrepreneurs, empower the people who make decisions towards entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are already empowered because entrepreneurs has being able to stand for themselves and do something. We depend on entrepreneurs. Our daily lives depend on entrepreneurs. Our tax are paid by entrepreneurs and big companies. Our education system, our healthcare is paid by entrepreneurs. We have a responsibility towards entrepreneurs. That is something, and entrepreneurs are the most creative people in the earth. As I said, I was a corporate person and became an entrepreneur. I see the two different, but if I had never worked in a corporate, I wouldn't have got the idea of how to be disciplined, how to have a vision, what supply chain, what is bookkeeping, what is finance management. If you want to become an entrepreneur, at least work for 5 years in an organization. So you know how to discipline yourself. Don't be, because a lot of startups today have started from home from the age of 16, 17, and they are still startups, but they do not have the value system which is coming. You have to work for an organization to get that core values, with your profession to be an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship is not a hobby. It can be a passion, but passion will not pay your bills. You have to make money. You have to make a profit, and you have to create a market for you. So ensure that you're stable, but don't wait to be too stable, because entrepreneurs are not stable people. Right? So finally, I'll just finish this. 92% or 9 out of 10 business established in Sri Lanka is micro entrepreneurs. As 2017, 935,736 out of 1,019,685 businesses established are micro entrepreneurs. 20% or 3 out of 10 people employed in Sri Lanka are employed by micro entrepreneurs. 45% of employment in Sri Lanka provided by SME sectors. 59% of people employed in the SME sector are employed by micro enterprises. 73.2% of micro enterprises are facing moderate or very high risk of unemployment due to difficulties caused by post-COVID and the economical crisis in Sri Lanka. If they do not receive assistance, 3 in every 10 people face a risk of losing their livelihood. The SME sector makes up to 52% of the GDP in Sri Lanka. This amounts to approximately 8.8 trillion rupees in economic output, making them the backbone of the economy. Saying that, thank you CS Sri Lanka for inviting me and wishing you all the very best for a good future. Thank you very much.
Jason Fried, the CEO of Basecamp, once said, "There is nothing wrong in staying small, because you can do great things with a small team." That was an eye-opener and was of great insight, ma'am. Thank you so much for your thought-provoking words of wisdom.
Now, to present the token of appreciation to Ms. Sulochana Sigera, I cordially invite the Sports Secretary of CS Student Society, Mr. Kamal Suranga, on stage.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presence.
We now invite Ms. Nadia from Akbar Brothers, the platinum sponsor of the conference, to brief a simple intro about their company, which is one of the largest tea exporters in Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Ruqayyah. Good evening, everyone. Thanks. Thank you, Ruqayyah. Good evening, everyone. I'm Nadia, and I will be representing the Akbar Group of companies in today's event. We believe the youth is the future. Akbar Brothers Group is the world's leading exporter of Ceylon tea, and we are delighted to be the platinum sponsor of the 37th International CA Students Conference. We are a group of companies engaged in diversified businesses, including renewable energy, trading, leisure sector, agriculture, and property management. We also provide chartered accountancy students with a unique opportunity to undertake their articles and training at our group of companies. We are among the first few corporates in Sri Lanka to offer this invaluable service. Our group comprises of many qualified chartered accountants, and we are proud to be able to provide this service to the students. To further support students, we have also partnered with SEMA UK and the University of Colombo to offer internship and training opportunities. We wish the conference every success today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia, for that introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we shall mark the end of session 3. It's time to indulge yourself with a warm cup of Ceylon tea. We kindly request you all to make your way towards the dining area where the refreshments will be served on either side of the conference hall. Please move on to your left-hand side doorway if you have a blue ticket towards the lake view, and the right doorway if you have a purple ticket towards the car park view. You will be guided by our students' representatives.
And we also kindly request you to be back on your seats by 3:45 p.m. on the dot, so that we will be able to smoothly slide into the next session of today's agenda. And please don't forget to enjoy that Ceylon cup of tea. Cheers.
Exporter of Ceylon tea, producing premium cups of wholesome bliss for over 50 years, providing the planet with luxurious stays found only in the rolling plains of Sri Lanka, where at crossroads should it focus on health or the economy.
The company does not focus only on one industry. With the future in mind, Akbar Brothers has branched out and diversified into many industries and have become big players in the corporate and industrial world. Logistics, property, marketing, manufacture, healthcare, power, emission testing, and investments are but the tip of the iceberg, leaving room for growth in the future. This is how Akbar Brothers have transcended from ordinary to become a brand beyond tea.
බුදු ධම්මවා දිනනා දේශය දිනවනා දිරියෙන් පිරිපුන් මිනිසුන් අගයනා සංකාමපින් මනුමුදම් බඳවනා දුන් ශක්තියයි මගේ රට කරවනා
සංවත්සරය වෙනුවෙන් People's Insurance දිරිය තෑට විරිය වන්නට
ස්වභාදහමේ අදෘශ්‍යමාන බලයන් සැඟවෙලා තියෙනවා. ඔවුන් මේ බලය දන්නවා. මල්, මුල්, අතු, ඉති, පොතු, නෙලා, කොටා සුවකිරීමේ ප්‍රාතිහාරය පානවා. පරම්පරාවෙන් පරම්පරාවට අපි ඒ රැගෙන යා යුත්තේ ඒ නිසයි. Soft Logic Life ඉසිවර වෙදවරුණ අපේ උරුමයෙන් අපට ලැබුණු පාරම්පරික වෙදකම් සමග සුවපත් වන ඔබව ආවරණය කරයි.
අද මම වාහනයක් නැතුව බයික් එක යන්න තීරණය කරා.
මේ කාලේ අපි ගන්න තීරණ හරි වැදගත්. අපි හැමෝටම වියදම් වැඩි කාලයක් වුණත් ඉතිරිය හරියටම කරන්න තීරණේ හරියටම ගත්තොත් පුළුවන්.
ඒකනේ අපේ අම්මා කීස් මේ යන්නේ.
කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන 10%ක් මිලාඩු නිසා ගෙදරට අවශ්‍ය උයන පිහන පිරිසිදු කරන හැම දෙයක්ම තරම් ලොකු ඉතිරියක් කරගන්නත් පුළුවන්.
ඉතිරියක් වුමනා කාලයේදී කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන හැමදේම හැමදාම අනිකුත් නිෂ්පාදන හා සැසඳීමේදී 10%ක් අඩුම මිලට.
We can each determine our own ambitions and expectations. Defined not by stereotypes, but by our own passion and talent. A future where we are conscious, alive, engaged, connected and successful. Welcome to ICBT's complete purpose-built campus, the gateway to a respected British degree. Invest in your future. ICBT Campus.
Akbar Gold Instant Coffee is a blend of specially selected high-grown Brazilian Arabica coffee beans, gently roasted and freeze-dried for rich taste, exotic aroma, and freshness in a cup anytime. Now available at all leading supermarkets and at our e-commerce store www.falconfoods.lk. Great coffee, great energy.
Official hydration partner, American Water.
Akbar, the world's leading exporter of Ceylon tea, producing premium cups of wholesome bliss for over 50 years, providing the planet with luxurious teas found only in the rolling plains of Sri Lanka, where at crossroads should it focus on health or the economy.
The company does not focus only on one industry. With the future in mind, Akbar Brothers has branched out and diversified into many industries and have become big players in the corporate and industrial world. Logistics, property, marketing, manufacture, healthcare, power, emission testing and investments are but the tip of the iceberg, leaving room for growth in the future. This is how Akbar Brothers have transcended from ordinary to become a brand beyond tea.
ආදරය වෙනුවෙන් People's Insurance දිරිය තෑට විරිය වන්නට.
ස්වභාදහමේ අදෘශ්‍යමාන බලයන් සැඟවිලා තියෙනවා. ඔවුන් මේ බලය දන්නවා. මල්, මුල්, අතු, ඉති, පොතු, නෙලා, කොටා සුවකිරීමේ ප්‍රාතිහාරය පානවා. පරම්පරාවෙන් පරම්පරාවට අපි එය රැගෙන යා යුත්තේ ඒ නිසයි. Soft Logic Life ඉසිවර වෙදවරණ. අපේ උරුමයෙන් අපට ලැබුණු පාරම්පරික වෙදකම් සමග සුවපත් වන ඔබව ආවරණය කරයි.
අද මම වාහනයක් නැතුව බයික් එක යන්න තීරණය කරා.
මේ කාලේ අපි ගන්න තීරණ හරි වැදගත්. අපි හැමෝටම වියදම් වැඩි කාලයක් වුණත් ඉතිරිය හරියටම කරන්න තීරණේ හරියටම ගත්තොත් පුළුවන්.
ඒකනේ අපේ අම්මා කේස් මේ යන්නේ.
කේස් නිෂ්පාදන 10%ක් මිලාඩු නිසා ගෙදරට අවශ්‍ය උයන පියන පිරිසිදු කරන හැම දෙයක්ම තරම් ලොකු ඉතිරියක් කරගන්නත් පුළුවන්.
ඉතිරියක් වුමනා කාලයේදී කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන හැමදාම අනිකුත් නිෂ්පාදන හා සැසඳීමේදී 10%ක් අඩුම මිලට.
We can each determine our own ambitions and expectations. Defined not by stereotypes, but by our own passion and talent. A future where we are conscious, alive, engaged, connected and successful. Welcome to ICBT's complete purpose-built campus, the gateway to a respected British degree. Invest in your future. ICBT Campus.
Akbar, the world's leading exporter of Ceylon tea, producing premium cups of wholesome bliss for over 50 years, providing the planet with luxurious stays found only in the rolling plains of Sri Lanka, where at crossroads, should it focus on health or the economy?
The company does not focus only on one industry. With the future in mind, Akbar Brothers has branched out and diversified into many industries and have become big players in the corporate and industrial world. Logistics, property, marketing, manufacture, healthcare, power, emission testing and investments are but the tip of the iceberg, leaving room for growth in the future. This is how Akbar Brothers have transcended from ordinary to become a brand beyond tea.
මගේ හිතේ යුද්ධකේ රහස් තනි පාවි ඉගිලේවි හැඟුමන් හිතේ කතේ digital ලොවේ අපේ පාවි මං පාවි workout එකට set වෙලා chill කරමු ගැන් වෙලා very hot and naughty so beauty chill තමා සවියරන් හැක්කලා insta follow කළා no busy life easy I'm crazy ගැන තමා crazy මේ මගේ හිතේ
ගතින් අපි හරිමු රණ්ඩු වෙන්න ඇතිනෑ නිතර රණ්ඩු බදන්නේ වෙදැම්ම විලංගු ඉන්න චලෙන්ජ් එක වෙන්න සුනංගු කොල්ලෝ කෙල්ලෝ ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර් කරගමු සල්ලි ඔන්ලයින් ගෙවමුකෝ අපි මල්ලි රිලෝඩ් සල්ලි shopping කරලම හති මල්ලි QR ස්කෑන් කරගෙන හෙල්ලි රිලැක්ස් වෙන්නේ අපි නම් නෝ හෙල්ලි ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කරගෙන වටෙන් එල්ලි people's way ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර ගන්න සැවුමා
නොහඳුනනා මිනිසුන් පැසිනා නොහඬා මිතු ධම්මවා දිනනා දේශය දිනවනා දිරියෙන් පිරිපුන් මිනිසුන් අගයනා සංකාමපින් මනුදම් බඳවනා දුන් ශක්තියයි මගේ රට කරවනා සත්සිතුන් මතින් ආමග නිසා දිරියෙන් සමතා දිරිය පායමිනා
හැත්තෑ පස්වන අපි මානවත් නිදහස් සංවත්සරය වෙනුවෙන් People's Insurance දිරිය තෑට විරිය වන්නට
ස්වභාදහමේ අදෘශ්‍යමාන බලයන් සැඟවෙලා තියෙනවා. ඔවුන් මේ බලය දන්නවා. මල්, මුල්, අතු, ඉති, පොතු, නෙලා, කොටා සුවකිරීමේ ප්‍රාතිහාරය පානවා. පරම්පරාවෙන් පරම්පරාවට අපි එය රැගෙන යා යුත්තේ ඒ නිසයි. Soft Logic Life ඉසිවර වෙදවරණ. අපේ උරුමයෙන් අපට ලැබුණු පාරම්පරික වෙදකම් සමග සුවපත් වන ඔබව ආවරණය කරයි.
අද මම වාහනයක් නැතුව බයික් එක යන්න තීරණය කරා.
මේ කාලේ අපි ගන්න තීරණ හරි වැදගත්. අපි හැමෝටම වියදම් වැඩි කාලයක් වුණත් ඉතිරිය හරියටම කරන්න තීරණේ හරියටම ගත්තොත් පුළුවන්.
ඒකනේ අපේ අම්මා කීස් මේ යන්නේ.
කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන 10%ක් මිලාඩු නිසා ගෙදරට අවශ්‍ය උයන පිහන පිරිසිදු කරන හැම දෙයක්ම තරම් ලොකු ඉතිරියක් කරගන්නත් පුළුවන්.
ඉතිරියක් වුමනා කාලයේදී කීල්ස් නිෂ්පාදන හැමදේම හැමදාම අනිකුත් නිෂ්පාදන හා සැසඳීමේදී 10%ක් අඩුම මිලට.
It's okay.
Okay. Welcome back to session 4. Inshaf, what a lovely evening it is. What is more lovely is to tell you that this session is going to be more exciting. Hold your excitement because the best is towards the end.
Music is the universal language of mankind. It opens the secrets of life, bringing peace and joy. And for that, we have a wonderful singer joining with us today.
Please give a huge round of applause as we welcome on stage Chathura Edirisinghe from Voice and Ms. Randika Senaviratna from Gravity Band.
Check. Does it work? Right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Katya අපිත් එක්ක සින්දුවක් කියන්න ලෑස්තිද? All right. Hit it. All right, something from Centigrades.
සුදුරේ මාමියන තාකල් ඔබමයි මාගේ ස්නේහේ නෑදෙන්නේ කාටන්
Singitas. ඉරුමල් දැස්සේ සංගවා වලාරොදක නැගිලා සත් සමුදුරුම කලඹාලා ඔබ වෙතට එනවා
ඔබේ ඔය සිනාවේ දැනී ඉන්න සසරේ උදු මල් යාන මගේ වේද හැමදාක සොඳුරේ සත පන්න තරුව හසේ වියනක් සදාලා සුසුමක් හෙලන හැමවරක ඔබමයි සිතන ඕනියන්න මගේ මැනික මට තුරුළු වීලා
Sing බැහැසර ඔබේ ආදරේ මැලවුණු මගේ දෙතොලෙහි රැඳි තතු සැමගෙන් සංගවා ඉන්න ඔබ නොමැතිව සිනහනකන යුරු මට කියා දී යන්න
උමතුව හද විලාපදෙන හඬ අහගෙන ඉන්න බිඳකට ඇවිදින් මගේ ලය මට ඔය සවනට යන්න පැහැසර ඔබේ ආදරේ මන්දාරම් අඳුරේ වෙලී සැඟවී ගිය ඔබේ සෙනෙහේ අදරිත් දනවා රහසේ
Clap, clap, clap. Everybody clap. Hit it.
රන්වන් මල් දම් සඳ ගොතාමා අතින් ගෙන නිල් වරලස හැඩ දමා සිටින් මත් කරනා මුදු සිනා මස්සරින් සැනසෙන්නම් සොඳුර නුඹ රන්වන් මල් දම් සඳ ගොතාමා අතින් ගෙන නිල් වරලස හැඩ දමා සිටින් මත් කරනා මුදු සිනා මස්සරින් සැනසෙන්නම් සොඳුර නුඹ මතින් ඔය මුතු පස්සේ දැවටෙන්න මගේ ජීවිතේ සඳ කිරණක්ව සරසන්න මගේ ආදරේ මට පවසන්න ඔය ලෙතගේ බැඳි ආදරේ මගේ හිත ගාව නුඹ තාම රැඳිලා තියේ
Not before. Not before. Studio.
Alright, කටේ මාත් එක කියමු. ඔය මුතු පස්සේ දැවටෙන්න මගේ ජීවිතේ සඳ කිරණක්ව සරසන්න මගේ ආදරේ මට පවසන්න ඔය ලෙතගේ බැඳි ආදරේ මගේ හිත ගාව නුඹ තාම රැඳිලා ගියේ
Alright, thank you.
Thank you.
Something Punjab.
Song. නෙළුම් විලෙන් පැන කිතු මලෙන් පැන මල් කිනිත්තක රොන් පොදගෙන පෙත්තරලා හැර යන්නේ කොමද නෙළුම් විලෙන් පැන කිතුල් මලෙන් පැන මල් කිනිත්තක රොන් පොදගෙන පෙත්තිසලලා හැර යන්නේ කොමද සත්‍යයක් සෙනග පරිදෙන් උපුණු පුරා ඔබ අකුණු පරිදෙන් ඔබටම සිත ගිය සසර පුරුද්දෙන් සසර පුරුද්දෙන් සසර පුරුද්දෙන් සත්‍යයක් සෙනග පරිදෙන් උපුණු පුරා ඔබ අතර පරිදෙන් ඔබටම සිත ගිය සසර පුරුද්දෙන් සසර පුරුද්දෙන් සසර පුරුද්දෙන් නෙළුම් විලෙන් පැන කිතුල් මලෙන් පැන මල් කිනිතක රොන් පොදගෙන පෙම්තොරලා හැර යන්නේ කොමද නෙළුම් විලෙන් පැන කිතුල් මලෙන් පැන මල් කිනිතක රොන් පොදගෙන පෙත්තිසලලා හැර යන්නේ කොමද Alexari mage pranexari Premi supem bersopen pinage Nuaralandun sitiada mewan Amsa vile pinan ගොසින් මං දුන්න අරන් දුන් නින්ද සැනින් ගුම්ද ගුදත් ගත දුන් මතු නින්ද නොෙන්නේ මන්ද ඉතින් උන් මාතද තොසායම් සුවතින් කම්මුන් පෙමන්න එපා මට තුරුළු වෙලා මුතු පිහාටුවෙන් කම ජර කරන්න එපා පිණි කඳුළු සලා බොරුවට හඳලා මගේ හිත කඩන්න එපා අර වින්ද කැකුළු තුඩ මගේ පපුවේ පොඩ කරන්න එපා සදිසි පැති පේරනෙලාලා නිර්මලක පෙතිනාසෙට අල්ලා සූරිය වැවලඟ ප්‍රේම කුරුල්ලා සොකරි නටන්නට එන්ට ඇව්වා මාළගි රෝටික හිලගෙනවා ඇයිස් මත්තේදී මුව මල් කීවා තෑගි ලෙසට මගේ කොබෙයියා දුක බාබාගෙන ඉන්නට කීවා ඒ වසන්ත කාලට සුරංගනාවන් අනන්තවත් දේවි ඒ පාකියද්දී බලහත්කාරෙන් යහනට කඩාවති විනීත තාලෙන් ප්‍රේමාලිංගන නෙත් කරලිය පාවි බැහැයි කියද්දී සුරතින් අදගෙන තුරුලේ රංගපාවි බැහැයි කියද්දී සුරතින් අදගෙන තුරුලේ රංගපාවි ඒ මේ පැහැදිලි සඳපානේ දඟලන තරු ලැජ්ජාවේ නැවෙනා සීනගගේදී ඒ ලිබෙන බානෝ දැනී මේ පැහැදිලි සඳපානේ දඟලන තරු ලැජ්ජාවේ නැවෙනා සීනගගේදී ඒ ලිබෙන බානෝ දැනී උන් මාතද තොසා යම් සුවඳින් කම්මුල් දෙමන්න එපා මට සුරුළු වෙලා මුදු පිහාටුවෙන් කරදර කරන්න එපා පිණි කඳුළු සලා බොරුවට හඬලා මගේ හිත කඩන්න එපා අර බින්ද කැකුළු සුද මත පපුවේ හොඳ කඩ සොයන්න එපා නෙළුම් විලෙන් පැන කිතුල් මලෙන් පැන මල් කිනිත්තක රොන් පොදාගෙන පෙන් කරලා හැර යන්නේ කොමද නෙළුම් විලෙන් පැන කිතුල් මලෙන් පැන මල් කිනිත්තක රොන් පොදාගෙන පෙති සාලලා හැර යන්නේ කොමද
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was breathtaking. And don't you feel they deserve another big round of applause?
With that, we are moving to a signature item unique to the International CA Students Conference, where the stage is open for the voices of the students to be heard. We certainly believe this event will have great insights to take back home.
We have students from 4 different countries joining the discussion this year. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Supun Muthukuda.
He is a strategic level student of CA Sri Lanka, a final year undergraduate of the Department of Accounting, University of Sri Jawadanapura, a senior auditor at BDO Partners Sri Lanka, an ICASL prize winner, corporate level finance reporting, the captain of the university English debating team, and a lecturer for ACCA knowledge level in a renowned educational institution. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you the moderator of today's student panel, Mrs. Supun Muthukuda.
Next, representing Sri Lanka is Ms. Sachi Vijayasinghe. She currently works as an audit senior for EY GDS and reads strategic level at CA Sri Lanka. A graduate in Bachelor of Commerce specializing in business technology from the University of Kelaniya. The Vice President of Public Relations in the CA Gavel Club. The Vice President for the incoming Global Volunteering in ISEC, University of Kelaniya. Finalist at the CA Best Speaker Contest 2019 and was also nominated as the Best Emerging Leader in ISEC, University of Kelaniya in the year 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome on stage, representing Sri Lanka, Ms. Sachi Vijayasinghe.
He is the General Secretary of the Chartered Accountants Student Association of ICAP, a trainee of KPMG in Sri Lanka, in Pakistan. He currently works as an Associate Manager 1 at KPMG Qatar. He also served as an elected member for the term 2021-2022 at CASA ICAP, and also served as an active member at the student level in various technical and professional development committee of ICAP. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you Pakistan representative Mr. Husham Raza Chowdhury.
Next, representing India. She has completed her Masters in Commerce. She is currently a 3rd-year article trainee in forensic audit and currently pursuing CA finals. She has completed the first level of the financial risk management examinations. A state representative in table tennis for 2 times at the national level. A state level abacus champion and have a knack for mental math. A winner at the national level debate competition organized by ICAI, and currently serves as the Director of International Affairs at the Rotaract Club of Soaring Monks. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome on stage Ms. Sejal Gupta representing India.
She is the 5th Executive Committee member of the Nepal Chartered Accountants Student Association. She has hosted the National CA Conference on the role of the accounting profession on national revenue and GDP. She has participated as a panelist in the virtual International CA Students Conference 2020 hosted by CASA of Pakistan, and was also the 2nd runner-up for the ICANN Elocution Contest 2021, and also an article trainee at Sword Associates. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you Nepal representative Ms. Sophia Shrestha. The stage is open for the student panel. Over to you, Mr. Supun.
Okay. Having a very rejuvenating musical experience, by the way, you might be thinking that we are come back for the same monotony. Actually, that is not the case. From the initial point of today's evening, today's discussion, you had that everyone was searching what is the exact skill set that a chartered accountant has to possess, especially as all of us are students who are currently undergoing articleships and also chartered accountancy education. What should be the final output of us and what kind of a skill set that we have to improve as our final output is something that we need to look for. So this discussion of the panel has been designed in order to give you an insight about the skills as chartered accountancy students that we have to improve in our lives. So we are having this panel from 4 different countries in order to have their thoughts about the skill set that we need to amp up in our own selves. So ladies and gentlemen, let me start the discussion like this. These skills, especially when it comes to professional skills and all the other skills, are evolving day by day. So, Cecil, my first question is for you. How have these professional skills evolved over the years? And especially, what new skills are a must to survive right now? And as per your point of view, what kind of skills would be a competitive advantage for a student who is doing chartered accountancy?
Thank you for your question, Supun, and I request everyone to please ignore my bad throat. So I personally believe that decades and decades ago, if a person could just switch on his computer and do very basic stuff, he could go to places because that was what was enough that time. But fast forward a few years, younger professionals were required to actually know more basic softwares, for example, Excel, Office, PowerPoint, because that was what was required that time. But is it enough in today's date? I don't think so, because humans, they have been evolving continuously, but not just humans, skills too. So that means humans, they have to adapt to these continuously evolving skills, and if they do not, he or she is definitely bound to be replaced. So I personally think that younger professionals, they should try adapting to the newer skills, no matter which field they belong to. So when we talk about professional skills, they are majorly technical skills and non-technical skills. So when I talk about technical skills, for example, if there's an individual who's quite comfortable with advanced softwares, for example, Excel, VBA, coding, programming, he is obviously going to be prioritized over a person who's not comfortable with such softwares. So that means the person with such a skill set is obviously going to have a competitive advantage over a person who does not have this skill. So no matter what field you belong to, I personally think that every professional in today's date should actually have the knowledge of such software, such things. Now when we talk about non-technical things, for example, soft skills, communication skills, we need to understand that confidence is very attractive. So if you have the skill set where you can actually retain your clients, communicate your point, you're obviously going to have an edge over your peer and colleague. So if you actually want to contribute to your corporate structure, if you want to be highlighted, you need to have an inculcation of all these skills, and that is what is going to actually give you an advantage in the corporate world. So yeah.
Thank you, Cecil. The essence of her answer is like, if you were to adapt into an Excel-based environment previously, now you have to start learning programming, coding, something like that. That is how this has been evolved. Thank you, Cecil. My next question is for Sophia. I think personally that there are a few skills that we want to improve, like public speaking, professional writing, digital literacy kind of skills are also a very compulsory thing right now. So what my question is for you is that how important is the skill of public speaking, professional writing, digital literacy and presentation skills in this corporate world?
Is it working? Okay, first of all, namaste from the Himalayas to Ayubon to the Pearl of Indian Ocean, Sri Lanka. And thank you for the question, Supun. As human beings, we spend a great deal of time talking to each other. And most of the time is also spent on talking about each other. I think it's human nature to gossip, right? Yeah. So one of the theory of evolution of language claims that gossiping is what drove us to evolve language in the first place. So Yuval Harari, an author, has also argued in his book, Sapiens, that gossiping is the foundation of why we exist today, how the human Homo sapiens is able to rule over the whole world. So either it is public speaking or presentation skills or professional writing or digital literacy. I think communication skills is a must, and as human beings to exist, we need to excel in it. So the ability to clearly express ourselves with clarity and with authenticity is an advantage in public meetings, seminars, workshops, job interviews, and a lot of things. Either it is our personal life or professional life, isn't it? Yes, it is. So talking about professional writing, strong writing skills is connected with critical thinking skills. So whether you are starting your job or advancing in your career, strong writing skills helps you by increasing credibility, maintaining professionalism, and it helps with effective communication. And what was that? Digital literacy. So digital literacy is the employee's ability to efficiently and comfortably use technology when you work. So it is very necessary that we know how to use information, how to extract information, and also to assess its credibility. And lastly, talking about presentation skills, if you cannot present what you want to convey, then no matter how much you are intelligent, how intelligent you are, or what profile you have set for yourself, without presentation skills, you might just lose an opportunity of a lifetime, or you might just miscommunicate. So that's why I think everything revolves around professional skills and soft skills. It's about how much you can win the heart of people. So yes, Supun, I think it's very necessary. Either it's our personal life and professional life.
Thank you so much, Sophia. As she very correctly mentioned, whatever the way you split it, like professional writing, communication, or whatever, at the end of the day, what you should be able to is get the other person satisfied by your work. Yeah,
yes,
that
exactly.
is so true. Okay, Sachi, with all these discussions, what came to my mindset is like everything of these have to be done in an environment we are working with a team. So one of the most frequent phrases that our bosses at work say is teamwork is the key. So in your opinion, what does effective teamwork mean to you?
Thank you, Supun, for the question, and good evening, everybody. So speaking of teamwork, few years ago, I didn't know much about teamwork because when I was schooling, I was not involved with any extracurricular and I wasn't even into sports. After I stepped into University of Kelaniya, I was involved with a youth-run organization called ISEC, and there I got a team to work with, and my responsibility was to sign up foreign ISECers to Sri Lankan projects. So during the first half, I thought it's not much of a big deal. All I have to do is just to, delegate the work under my team and get the work done. So I gave one guy to deal with the marketing, another to sign up with the foreigners, etc., etc. And towards the end of the month, I thought, okay, I did my work, and I was eagerly waiting for the results. And just to know that, I only got 2 sign-ups for the whole month, whereas the other universities got around 20 sign-ups in average. So I wasn't happy about it. I was really frustrated, and I knew I was doing something wrong, but I wanted to know what it was. So after some time, I remember one evening I was watching a football match with my dad, and that was the place that shifted my perspective. I saw in the game every member had so much passion to win. And not just that, they were given the power to play up to their strengths, which was lacking in my team. I didn't give my members to play up to their strengths, despite I didn't even know what their strengths were. I didn't know what was their personal why to be in the team. I didn't know what improvements they wanted to achieve themselves being in the team. So then I decided, okay, I have to step back and look at my members, know their strengths, know their weaknesses, and know their personal interests, so that I started investing on them. And that is when I realized the output of a teamwork it's just a byproduct of individual people inside the team reaching their potential. So that is what I believe how the synergy effect of a team comes to play. We've heard enough that 1 plus 1 is not equal to 2 inside a team. It could be 3, 4, even 5, where the synergy effects come to play. So effective team collaboration happen as long as the people inside the team reach to their potential. So that's my take on the team collaboration.
Thank you, Sachi. As she very correctly mentioned, the synergy is what we gain once we are working with teams. But once we are working with teams, it's a must that we have a good guidance and a supervision. So my next question is for you, Husham, because this mentoring and supervision is something that we need. It means it's a very, very critical thing that we need to have. So as per your point of view, what is the role of a mentor in the workplace, and how important it is for students like us who are working there in professional institutions?
Thanks, Sachin, for the question. Starting with the name of Allah Almighty, who is the most beneficial and the most merciful. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. On behalf of Chartered Accountant Student Association of the Institute of Chartered Accountant of Pakistan, we shall thankful to you and your body, Chartered Accountant Student Society, for invited us and give us the opportunity to speak out here. And moving towards my question, a mentor may share with the mentee information about his or her own career path, as well as provide guidance, motivations, emotional support, and role modeling. A mentor may help with exploring setting goals, developing contexts, and identifying resources. Rather than learning through trials and errors, a mentor is a person that can look to for direction and a role model to imitate. Now in your mind, the question arises, what is the purpose of mentoring programs if anyone want? The purpose of mentoring is to grow by tapping into the knowledge and skills of someone further along than yourself. It's the best way to accelerate your development. And now I will share some benefits of being a mentee. The mentee can take many benefits from mentor by learning the workplace culture from the mentor, by enhancing their skill development, by networking opportunities. If he is seeking for a promotion, the mentor shall help for promotion. If he is stuck in some problem, the mentor can also help him to solve the problem. And in the last, the mentor always transfer knowledge. I share 12 reasons why the mentor is important. The mentor supports growth, serve as a source of knowledge. Mentor can help to set goals. Mentor is the one who maintain accountability and offer encouragement. Mentor help makes connections, are willing to listen, give positive feedback, constructive feedback, provide guidelines, and have relevant experience of the field. And in the end, the most important, mentor are a resource. And in the end, I will share the quote of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. If someone wants to seek advice from you and you have a knowledge, then the quotation is acquire knowledge and impart it to the people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Husham. Now, I have another set of skills that we have to discuss today. If I say that we have to improve skills like critical thinking, problem solving, and such kind of skills, Cecil, but my question to you is how important it is to have critical thinking, problem solving, work ethics, such kind of skills when it comes to our professionals, especially in the process of stepping into managerial and supervisory levels.
You asking me this question is making me think critically. But to answer your question, I personally believe that the difference between younger professionals and older professionals is the older experienced professionals is the fact that the younger professionals, they have a more creative and a unique outlook. And I think that is what helps them with the fact that they might not be able to solve the problems immediately like experienced individuals, but the fact that they can solve their problems in a more efficient, approachable and a practical manner. So we have covered the critical thinking part, guys, but when we talk about the problem solving part, I personally believe that a qualification educational system, and not just Indians, but other countries as well, our educational system from a very young age, it inculcates in us a habit of ratifying, putting it on the paper and forgetting it the next day. And we need to understand that managerial positions is not about that, because when you're a manager or at a similar level, no two tasks are ever same. So we need a different approach for every kind of problem, and I think because of that, problem solving ability is quite important. And for that, we youngsters, we should try stimulating our brains with different activities. When I come to the work ethic parts, because we're all students of chartered accountancy, I'm sure we all are very much comfortable with the concept of short-term profit and a long-term profit. If we do not have a work ethic, we might earn a lot of profits in the short term, but we all know that we are bound to fail in the long term. But if we have a strong ethic code and a strong code in general, I'm sure that we might not get a big profit in the beginning, but we're going to stay in the market for a very long run. So I personally believe that for a young professional who's entering the corporate world, if he wants to have a strong foundation, these three skills are quite important.
Yeah, thank you, Cecil. My next concern is for Sophia. I guess even in our audience, most of you guys might have started your internship once this work from home situation was there in the country. So my question to you is, like, we had to wait in our home for a longer period of time, so we started working at home. But now everything has come back to the normalcy. Now working from office has been started. I guess considering these two contexts, the skill set that we need must be different. So how do you see that?
Well, pandemic 2020, the work from home times. Actually, I also happen to be the one who started my articleship journey during the pandemic 2020. As I started my articleship journey on 1st March 2020, and Nepal imposed the nationwide lockdown around on 17th March 2020. So we had to, I have a lot of experience on that as well. And I think while we were working from home, we heavily relied on written communication skills like chats and emails and a few video conferencing calls. But when we are back to office now, then we have to focus more on verbal communication skills and non-verbal communication skills like our body posture, face-to-face expressions, facial expressions, body language, and a lot more. When we were working from home, there were a lot of flexible hours to us. So we could just say that I'm bored today, so I'll just work extra tomorrow, because I don't want to work today. But when we are back to office now, then we cannot say that. We have to plan our day and prioritize our task accordingly. So, and we have this chance to collaborate with our colleagues as well. So there is more human touch. We need to be aware of what we wear to office. But during that virtual meetings, we could just wear anything. We just need to have a proper blazer or a short, but downward we could just wear our pajamas or just shorts, right? So it has changed a lot. And the one thing the pandemic has taught us is to be resilient, to be adaptable to any situations, so that we as Homo sapiens will exist forever. It is also considered as a survival of the fittest, according to Darwin's theory. So yes, we have to adapt, and we are capable of adapting, aren't we? Yes, we are. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Sophia. Now, all in all, something very critical in our skill set is having positive attitudes, I might say. Sachi, speaking of maintaining a positive attitude, especially in a situation where we actually practice the realistic, is kind of I might think it's kind of a debate, right? If we are positive, that might not be the reality sometimes. So how do you think of that?
Exactly, I totally agree with you, because we live in a society where we are always encouraged to smile and have a positive attitude despite what's going on in life. And mostly it's termed just to look at the bright side, and that's what we think being positive is about. But I necessarily don't agree with that. My perception on holding a positive attitude is quite different to that. Because I believe in order to hold an attitude, be it a negative or be it a positive, it comes with three main elements. So the first thing, it comes down with the imagination. So what we choose to imagine, and then comes with the belief, what we choose to believe. And third element is the most important, how we hold responsible for our condition, for our situation or the circumstance. So if I am to break these three down, so when it comes to the belief and imagination, you can improve your imagination and belief based on what you read, based on the people that you talk to, things that you listen to, and the environment you grew up in. But speaking of how we hold responsibility for the circumstance that we are in, that is something that we must practice. So let me explain you on this concept with the story that most of us know, where once we get a glass which is half filled, one person can look at it, maybe the person A, and think, I'm entitled for a glass which is fully full, but I only received a glass which is half filled. So I'm underserved, so that he is not happy about it. He complains about it. And we often call that's a negative attitude. And on the other end, there's the person B who gets the same glass. He looks at it and think, okay, at least my glass is half full, so I'm grateful for it. But I also consider that is not the best way to look at life, because it's not fulfilling, it's limiting yourself. And it's once again, it's underserved. So my perspective on that is, you have to hold the responsibility for your cup. You must know how did the cup go unfilled, and how can I fill the cup, and how can I be accountable for my own cup. So that is my perspective on that. So if I am to take this concept to the workplace, suppose that you are not very happy with the work that you do, you either can hold your manager responsible for that, saying your manager is not a great person, he doesn't recognize you well, or else you can look at your job and think, at least I have a job at a time like this, it gives me the necessary exposure so that I am grateful for it. Or else, what I suggest to you is, if you are not happy with the work you do, maybe you can think of why you don't like the job. And how can you make your condition better? How can you reach out to your manager and improve your situation? So that is the attitude that I talk about, which is not limiting you and which is positive in the short run and the long run as well.
Yes, Sachi. Once you concentrate the fact that we are going to be chartered accountants one day, the obvious fact that would come to your mind is that we have to be very proficient about our technical skills. Our technical skills have to be spot on. That has to be on point. As per your opinion, Husham, what other skills that we should have as chartered accountants one day?
If you are striving for a successful career in accountancy, there are a number of key skills which you should log. The first one is adaptability. In early morning, the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountant of Sri Lanka, in his speech, gave us the concept of ABCD. It actually talks about the adaptability. Technology constantly changing. Accountant needs to be able to adopt quickly. The second one is openness. Honesty is highly valued in the accounting world. So be honest with your relations with the individuals you work with, the managers and the subordinates. The third one is strategic decision making. Accountants should have more focus on the individuals who have strong commercial skills will be considered highly valuable by clients and firms alike, considering by firms and other clients. Industry, in the end, it is the industry knowledge. Be an expert in the accounting industry and any change being applied on it. And the answer on one quote of my founder of the Pakistan, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, once said, with faith, discipline and selfless devotion to duty, there is nothing worthwhile that you cannot achieve.
Thank you, Husham. My next question is for Cecil. All of us are aspiring to become CEOs, MDs one day. So as per your point of view, what kind of skills in our articleship that we are undergoing help us to reach these goals to become MDs, CEOs, kind of a higher positions?
So basically, I'm sure that most of us present here, we've either experienced articleship, we are going through it, or we are going to start it. And I'm sure that most of us would relate to me when I say that the most important skill that we've learned in articleship is time management. Because as students, we have to manage our work, office, studies, our family relationships, if we are into co-curricular, sports, stuff like that. And I guess that is what managerial positions are all about, managing a lot of things, because rather than having technical skills, it requires more of a managerial skills. But if I talk about other advantages, I personally think that when we're into articleship, we converse with the lowest of the subordinates as well as the highest of the executives. So what happens is when we reach that level, we know how to relate with our subordinates, we know how to understand them, and better than that, we know that what areas would they make mistakes intentionally or unintentionally, and that helps us in avoiding a problem before it can actually occur. And if I have to share my own experience, the best thing according to me, which I learned in my articleship, is that I realized that there are situations in the corporate world when you just have to learn how to shut up and not put your point forward. Because in some situations, you have to just let go, no matter how difficult that is. So I think that is a skill that is actually required when you enter the corporate world. And if I have to conclude my point, I would just like to say that as we have the experience of articleship, and compared to the students who might not have this experience, I'm sure we are more matured, professional and experienced, and that gives us an edge over those students in the corporate world. So all in all, I would say that if we have to step the ladder higher in this world, articleship is quite important. So yeah.
Thank you, Cecil. As she told, once we are going up with the career ladder, once we are going up with the hierarchy, the skill set that we need to amp up is also getting different. So my question to you, Sophia, is that how do the required and desired skill set change as we go up in the career hierarchy?
It's obvious that the desired and required professional skills will change as we go up in the career hierarchy, because it's all about the responsibilities and the authorities given to us. So from the lower management to upper management to the top level. So as we move from lower management level to management level to top management level, it's like it moves from technical skills to leadership skills. So if we are in the lower management level, we just need to have technical skills. And if we move up to the middle level and the top level management, then we need to have more of leadership skills, interpersonal skills, and all the like strategic decision-making skills, and many more. So as per my experience in articleship training as well, and maybe you might have experienced that as well. So when I was a first-year article trainee at my audit firm, so I was only allocated by my senior some part of task. So I need to do only that task. So I need to have there, back then, only the technical skills. But as I am now currently a third-year article trainee, so now the office assigned me as the audit team leader. So I have to be more responsible. I have to manage my team. I have to motivate them. And I need to have a lot of interpersonal skills to manage that whole group. I also need to have the conflict resolution skills and many more, that people skills we talk about all the time. So yes, as we go up in the career hierarchy, the more people skills you will be needing. And of course, even if you are in the lower level, if you have people skills, then you will obviously have that benefit to climb that hierarchy level. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Yeah, up to now, we have discussed so much of skills, but at the end of the day, there is something that we need to improve. That is, we should have a good work-life balance. For whatever the extent that you could have improved your skills might not matter if you can't manage your personal life at the same time. So Husham, as an experienced person who has worked for many organizations, how do you see, what are the points that you can give to the audience on their work-life balance?
I explain simply in just 5 bullet points. Start each day with a plan. Maintain a close list. Everyone should create a close list and then be strict on that closed list and don't compromise on it. Minimize distractions. Pay attention to where your time is going. The last one is delegate the work to the appropriate persons. In this way, you can manage the work-life balance, brother.
Thank you, Sham. I think it's a very concise but very important message at the end of our students' panel discussion. So with the inception of time, I have thought of concluding the session right now, but I'm certain that as the audience, you might have certain criticalities to put forward. If you have any concern to ask from our panelists, the floor is open now. You can get your opportunity. Can we assign a microphone to her?
Hey, come on the stage and
Hello everyone, my question is to Sachi, delegate of Sri Lanka. So you said, and I quote, everyone in society says to be positive and look at the brighter side of the things when things go down. And you said you don't agree with it. So my question to you is that what according to you should a person do when things are not going okay? You said that when the glass is half full, you should evaluate, you should think, why did it go half full and what can we do? So my question to you is, should we be depressed and not look at because what you're saying to do, to do that, we have to reach to a point. Because when things are not going okay, the first thing which comes to us is why is it happening with us? And what you said that we should do, the first step for it should be to be positive. So my question to you is, how will you evaluate how did the things go wrong without being positive?
Thank you very much for your question. And I think it's a very valid point, and I'm glad you raised it. So, first thing I suggest everybody to do is not to label being sad or being depressed as a negative thing. So, in our society, we tend to think if we are sad, if we are in pain, okay, that's bad. That is good. For an example, suppose that we do have there's something wrong with our teeth, but if we don't have the pain, if we don't get the pain, we wouldn't know our teeth is not doing okay. So in that case, pain doesn't do us anything negative. It indicates you that there is something wrong and you should treat it. So pain is a direction. That is why I think being sad or depressed is not a negative thing. So it's a valid emotion that you should let you process through. So that is why I think, so once, if you feel, now for an example, if you're going through a bad day, first pause and let you process the feelings, let you be sad a while, and then ask yourself, why you feel the way you feel? Why don't you feel in a different way? Understand your body, understand your mind, so that way you can take the control back to yourself from what's happening around you. So that is my idea around it.
Yeah, I think it was well answered. As per the time, we can allow only one question more if you have. Okay.
Hello everyone, I'm Jayati Purva from ICI, and I have a question for Sophia. Since you talked about your articleship experience, I want to ask in what ways skill development for professional accountants can lead to better services for clients and stakeholders.
Thank you for the question, Jayati, my friend. So, you asked for about professional skills for auditors, for clients, right? Right? So, yes. I think as humans, about 80% of the time in our daily life, we spend communicating with each other, right? So we develop our relationships, we establish relationships only by communicating. The communication is the key to connecting, networking, and everything. So even in clients, if you have people skills, if you have soft skills, if you have professional skills, to better deal with people, to smile when you see them, to talk nicely, just say hello when you see and just smile at them, it will create a positive impact in them. So I think in either way, not only in professional, but in personal life as well, it will help. And talking specifically about clients, they are also humans, right? So yes, having professional skills with us, it will benefit in any way, anywhere you go. So it doesn't happen just in personal life, it happens with professional life as well, because they are also humans. That's it.
Okay, I guess there is one more question. Yeah, your chance is yours now.
Hi everyone, this is Lichi Sharma, delegate from India. So my question is for Sejal. So Sejal, you have rightly pointed out that articleship is really important when you are looking up to some higher roles like CEO, MD and all. But it gives you a great learning experience. But do you have any points to add, how can we have a good growth curve? So anything from your end for that?
I personally believe that even though articleship is quite important, but there should be a more flexibility in the articleship experience, mainly because the fact that sometimes students are quite confused about what they want to pursue in their articleship. In fact, a lot of students, they enter into the articleship in one field, but then they're confused as to what they want to do. So if I want to suggest something for the course, I would rather wish that seniors at every time would guide the youngsters so as to they can know what field suits them, what are their options, and how they can actually make better decisions, so that every point of time in their articleship, they have options to change their fields to go into a better opportunity, so that they don't miss out on something that they actually wanted to do. So I guess that is, yeah, something that I would want the articleship experience to include.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sezel. I guess now the time is up, but I am so happy on the fact that you are coming with more questions. It means at the end of the day, you have got a good insight from our discussion. So thank you so much for you. And it's a very good moment that we exchange our ideas, especially from these delegates from different countries, because at the end of the day, their perspective of thinking might be different than what we are having in Sri Lanka. So it's a very nice opportunity that we all had. So thank you so much, Sezel, Sachi, Husham, and Sophia for joining us today and having a discussion. So thank you so much for the audience as well for being so much of attentive and having this insight grabbed to you. Thank you so much.
Indeed, that was surely a fruitful session. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for these wonderful young spirits. Now, to present the tokens of appreciation, I cordially invite Mr. Inshaf Ahmad, the editor of CS Student Society, on stage. Mr. Supun Muthukuda, the moderator of the students panel. Ms. Sachi Vijay-Singh, the student representation from Sri Lanka. Now, I cordially invite the Social Secretary, Mr. Ayash Imtiaz, on stage.
Mr. Huzam Raza Chaudhry, representing Pakistan. Ms. Sejal Gupta, representing India.
Thank you, Ayash. Next up, I cordially invite the Treasurer of CS Student Society, Mr. Praveen Dilshan, on stage. Ms. Sophia Shrestha, representing Nepal. Thank you so much, everyone. Please put your hands together once again for these wonderful young spirits.
Contests are great. It builds grit, respect, and teaches to bear the value of losing. It also enhances the importance of being creative, innovative, and productive.
Navalit, the business article competition organized by CA Student Society, was held on December 2022. This was held under 3 categories, which is business level, corporate level, and strategic level. It is indeed with absolute honor we announce the winners of this competition.
After receiving an immense amount of articles from all 3 categories, followed by a rigorous process of evaluations, we have now finalized the results, and it is now time to unleash and unveil them.
I cordially invite the President of CA Student Society, Mr. Amit Sampat, to hand over the certificates.
Starting off from the business level, in 3rd place, we have Fatima Rifna. In 2nd place, Miss Dulanjani Liyanage. And in 1st place, Miss Dushmanti Jayakodi.
Next up, to distribute the certificates for the corporate level, I would like to kindly invite Mr. Maneka Jayawardena on stage. In 3rd place, we have Mohammad Nusrat. In the second place, we have Vishranti Tirupati. And in first place, we have Ashara Vikramaratna. Thank you, Mr. Maneka Javadana.
To move on with the strategic level winners, I would like to cordially request on stage Mr. Akash Senadira. In second place, Miss Ramya Ramalingam. I believe she's absent. In first place, we have Kantasamy Tharani. Thank you, Mr. Akash Senadira. And we heartily congratulate all the winners and the participants for putting in your efforts and making this contest a nail-biting one. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another big round of applause. Thank you.
George Shin says that there is no such thing such as a self-made man. You will reach your goals only with the help of others. The strength we received from our sponsors is immense and invaluable. It is time to appreciate their generous support towards this wonderful occasion. I kindly request a representative of the sponsoring organizations to come on stage to collect your token of appreciation as we read out your name.
To present the token of appreciation to Akbar Brothers, the platinum sponsor, we earnestly invite Ms. Diniti Amaratunga on stage.
Can we have a representative from Akbar Brothers, please?
Thank you, Diniti.
To present the token of appreciation to Crevity Consultant, the gold sponsor of the conference, we cordially invite on stage Mr. Udara Lasanta.
May we also please have a representative from Crevity Solutions.
Thank you, Udara.
To present the token of appreciation to Tech One, the silver sponsor for the conference, we kindly invite on stage Mr. Rifkan Mansoor.
Can we also have a representative from Tech One, please? To present the token of appreciation to SoftLogic Life, the bronze sponsor of the event.
May we please have a representative of SoftLogic Life? To present the token of appreciation to People's Bank, the bronze sponsor for the conference.
May we have a representative, please? To present the token of appreciation to People Insurance, the bronze sponsor of the conference.
May we please have on stage a representative from People's Insurance. Next, to present a token of appreciation to ICBT, the official education partner. May we please have a representative on stage.
Next, to present the token of appreciation to Lake House, the official print media partner.
May we please have on stage a representative from Lake House. Next, to present the token of appreciation to Monarch Imperial, the official hospitality partner. May I cordially invite a representative from Monarch.
To present the token of appreciation to Vibrant, the official event media partner. May we have a representative, please?
Thank you, Rifkan. Next, to present the token of appreciation to Hashtag, the official photography partner, I cordially invite on stage Master Abdul Malik.
Can we have a representative from Hashtag, please?
Thank you, Abdul Malik.
To present the token of appreciation to American Water, the official hydration partner.
May we cordially invite Ms. Rashmi Tatsarani on stage. And may we also have a representative from American Waters. To present the token of appreciation to Newsfest, the official media partner. May I kindly invite a representative from Newsfest?
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our wonderful sponsors for the 37th International CA Student Conference who partnered with us to make this event a successful reality. Next up on stage is one of the most awaited items. Wilson Misner once said, "The only thing about luck is that it will change."
Haha, that's a nice quote. I sense something very inquisitive is on our way. Without further ado, let's witness what we've got on our store.
Hi guys.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the most exciting event of the agenda. But before that, Shizan is having something for the audience.
Yes, Shamri. So when it comes to today's event, we had a wonderful time so far. So I would love to ask from our participants as well. So the best thing is we must go and ask them. So how about they feel about the conference? So shall we move on?
Exactly. Let's move on to Carl.
Okay. Okay, I want to pick one of my friends from this table. So, can we know your good name, please?
Shubham Pinge, I'm from India.
Okay, one of my friends from India. So, what do you feel about today's event so far that you had here, and what was the highlighted moment that you came across?
Very good evening to all of you. My name is Shubham Pinge and I'm from India. So I would like to talk about not just this event, but like from the time we have been here till now. All the people from the institute have been extremely, hospitable. They came to pick us up at 2 a.m. and I think those things, like these small things matter a lot to us because we as Indians, care about hospitality a lot. And talking about the event, it was a very insightful event from keynote speakers to all the expert discussions and also the panelists. I really liked the conversation, really enjoyed it. And I genuinely want to say it that since like the country is going through a lot of crisis, but I had a great conversation with some of your people, and they were just trying to do everything possible that they could do for us just to make this trip and this stay a memorable one. So I would like to thank all the people and the institute especially. So thank you so much for hosting us. Great event.
Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause, guys?
So Shizan, let's get some that side, right?
Yeah, that's better, Shamri.
Hi. What do you think about the conference? So I'll just ask you a simple question, like, how was the food? So Rashid says that the Monarch's food was very good, it seems. I hope the same for others as well. So without taking much time, let's move on to the exciting event. So we have Sarah and
Lohan from CA Student Society
to brief about this exciting event.
Can we have Sarah and Lohan?
So, ladies and gentlemen, now we've come towards the end of our conference. And we have something super exciting for you. And what do you think that is? Any guesses from the audience?
I think some of you already guessed what we are going to plan. So, any guesses from you guys?
What do you
Guys,
think our
any
next
guesses from
event
here?
is going to be? Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a raffle draw where we see who our lucky winners of today is going to be.
We have some exciting gifts lined up. I hope your tickets are in safe with you all.
Ladies and
Please get
gentlemen,
your
can we have a raise of hands? The ones who have your tickets in your hand, can we see them?
Guys, please raise your hands, guys, with your tickets.
So guys, you can see all your tickets are here, and we are going to spring this ticket. So after that we are going to pick the one number. The lucky number will be revealed after the spring. So guys, if you are having the same number, please come on the stage and collect your valuable gift. Am I right, Shishan?
Yeah, Lohan. The lucky winner can go to the stage and collect their gifts. So we wish you all the best and good luck. We'll see.
So, the first gift of our raffle draw for this conference will be... Any guesses?
Guys, any guesses?
Any guesses on what the first gift is going to be? So, the first gift is going to be something unique and special to Sri Lanka. Any guesses?
Guys, any guesses from here?
And it is famous for export also. Am I right?
Yes, Lohan. So, our first gift of the raffle draw is going to be Ceylon tea, which will be sponsored by Ceylon Fresh Teas Private Limited, Basilio Teas and Imperial Tea Exports Private Limited. So, to spin the raffle, I invite on stage Miss Achini Veheragama from the CA Student Society and Miss Rashmi Satsarani from the CA Student Society on stage.
Who's going to swing the first?
So Achini is going to spin the wheel and Rashmi is going to pick the lucky number.
Rashmi, pick the number.
Gentlemen, I have in my hand the first lucky number of today's raffle draw. Any guesses on what the lucky number is? So, it's a 4-digit number with a 0 at the beginning. Okay. So, the first digit is a 0. The second digit. Any guesses what the second digit is? Second digit will be number 1. Third digit.
I
say
can
it's
hear.
7, it's it. Is it 7?
Okay, another guess. One more.
Guys, one more guess, please. 3.
0.
Sala, we have 3 here.
1.
Second number.
0. 1. No. 0. 1. 6. What about the last digit? 0. 1. 6. Ladies and gentlemen, it's ticket number 0166.
Wow, wow, wow. Guys, 0166. Guys, can we have that lucky winner?
the first luckiest person who is going to be? It is a pretty girl.
So, all right, we have the first winner of the day. So, what's your good name? From which firm are you? So, Lashani is the first winner for the day. So, Lashani, you can go to the stage and collect your prize.
Guys, can we have a round of applause?
Rashani.
Okay, so we are going to go for our second spin.
Rashmi can swing the ruffle.
So I have the second lucky winner in my hand. Any guesses on the first digit?
Guys, any guesses from that end? My right hand corner?
So it begins with 0.
Sorry? Sarah, we have 2.
Yes, correct. 0, 2.
Oh. Guys, my Sri Lankan friends.
So, any guesses from the corners? We are hearing the answer from the front table. We can't hear from backside. Guys, any guesses from here?
0, 2. 0, 2, 6. 0, 2, 6. And the next number?
Can we have a guess from here?
0, 2, 6, 9.
Wow, wow, wow.
Can we have
Can we have
0269?
0269 on stage?
Can we have that lucky winner? Yeah, she comes. Hi, we would love to know your name, please.
Monisha.
Monisha, from which firm?
Evi.
EY. Okay, guys, give you a round of applause.
Okay, so we are going to go for our third spin. Let's see who our next lucky winner is going to be. Okay, so I have in my hand the third lucky number of today. Once again, 0,
1,
0, 2, 0, 2, 6.
Guys, any guesses from this table?
0263. The next lucky number 0263. Can we have on stage?
026.
Can we have that lucky guy? Yeah. Hi. What's your good name, please?
Kasun.
Kasun from?
Sub-campus.
Kasun from Sub-campus. Guys, please give your round of applause.
Listen, can you?
Okay, so we are going to go into our fourth and last lucky winner for Salon T. Let's spin the wheel. Ladies and gentlemen, our last lucky winner for Salon T would be 0, 1, 0, 1, 5, 0, 1, 5, 1. Can we have 0, 1, 5, 1 on stage?
Guys, can we have that lucky winner? Hi. What's your name? From?
GBS Solution Private Limited.
Okay. Dinusha from GBS Solution Private Limited. Can we have a round of applause?
Can we have the gift on the stage?
Guys, we need some noise, guys. We need some energy. Over.
Thank you very much, Achini and Rashmi, for those first 4 lucky winners. Next on stage, to find out who our next lucky winner is going to be, I'd like to invite Miss Diniti Amaratunga and Miss Judith Hassangi from the CA Student Society on stage. So, any guesses on what our next?
Sarah, let me ask from this table. Sarah, so any guesses for the second gift? No guesses.
So guy, can you guess?
Like a pizza voucher?
Exactly, he guessed it correct. So the next gift is some vouchers from Pizza Hut.
Yes, so our next gift is going to be a voucher from Pizza Hut worth 500 rupees.
We'll see
Sorry,
who's going to
it's
be
going to be
the
5,000
best
rupees. So now let's see who our next lucky winner is going to be.
Guys, 5,000 rupee voucher. So we'll see who is that lucky winner is.
Okay, so I have now in my hand our next lucky winner. So our next lucky number will be 0, 2, 0, 2, 0, 2, 1. Any other guesses?
5.
0,
Zero.
2, 1, 5. Can we have 0, 2, 1, 5 on stage?
0215 lucky winner. Yeah, one of the prettiest lady. Guys, can we have a round of applause? Hi, we would love your name, please. Dilki, which firm you are representing? Vijay Ratna and Company. Dilki from Vijay Ratna and Company. Please collect your gifts.
The first lucky winner of Pizza Hut.
So our next lucky winner is also going to receive a 5,000 worth voucher from Pizza Hut. Let's see who our next lucky winner is going to be. Okay, so I have in my hand our next and last lucky winner for Pizza Hut voucher.
Guys, can we have a lucky number from here?
So any guesses from the audience?
Guesses?
Like, can we have a guess from this side?
Sarah, we have 0 from this side.
Double
0, 2, 0, 2, 9,
7.
it's going to be 0, 2, 9, 3. Can we have 0, 2, 9, 3 on stage?
One of the gentlemen, we would love to know your name, please.
Dev from Krivati.
Dev from Gravity. Guys, please give you a round of applause. Dev from Gravity.
Okay, so thank you very much, Judith and Diniti. So now, let's move on to our next prize for this evening. Let's see who's lucky. So, any guesses on what our next prize is going to be?
Next gift is a tech gadget. Yeah.
Guys, any guesses from here?
Airport.
Please. We have got the answers. Pen drive. Is it correct, Sarah?
No. Can we have another one guess?
I think Shamri has guessed.
Shamri, from your end.
Yeah, these people guessed it correctly. It's
Okay.
but they're not winning.
So, to see who our next lucky winner is, I would now like to invite Akila Subhasingha and Praveen Ratnasingha from the CA Student Society.
Can we have Akila and Praveen?
And ladies and gentlemen, this gift is being sponsored by Minimart, one of the prominent tech brand in Sri Lanka. And like, if you all could follow their Instagram and Facebook pages, you can be updated with the real-time offers.
Guys, you can purchase their products through Instagram as well as Facebook pages as well.
Akila, you can swing the raffle, and Praveen, you can assist him. Big one.
Okay, so this time it's not a 0-2. Suzanne, do you want to have a look at what this ticket number is?
Yeah. I want to see that, who is that lucky winner is. Guys, this time, the first digit is 0. And any guesses for the second digit? Yeah, you're right. The second number is 3. And the third lucky number is, guys, can we have a lucky number from my right hand corner? Sorry? 8.
Son, the final number is 10. Right?
Guys, the third lucky number is 3. And any guesses for the last number? The last number is 8. So the lucky winner is 0338. Can we have him on the stage?
0338.
And we have ticket number 0338.
Here we have 0338.
Hi. Can we know your good name, please?
I'm Ajit from Video Partners.
Ajit from Video Partners, guys. Please give a round of applause. Ajit, you may go and collect your gifts. A lucky winner for the gift from Minimart tonight. So, guys, Ajit from Video Partners. Okay.
Okay, so
Now-
let's see who our next lucky winner is going to be.
Now Praveen can.
Praveen is spinning the raffle while Akila is waiting to pick the lucky number.
Akila getting the lucky number.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I have our next lucky number in my hand. Shamri, would you like to take a look at it?
Shamri, you may try for the lucky winner.
Yeah, the first number is 0. What about the second number? Yeah, it's 2. Third number?
Guys, any guesses from here?
0 1. We guess the second number also
So
0.
the
Nothing.
second lucky winner of the headset from the Minimart is ticket number 0324.
Guys, can we have that lucky winner?
0224.
Can you have ticket number 0324?
Do we have the lucky number? Oh, we have our lucky number.
Can we announce it again, Shamri?
We have a lucky winner here. Let's see. Yeah, the lucky winner is here. Can we know your good name, please?
Shikani from EY.
Shashikani from EY. Guys, please give a round of applause.
Praveen can present the gift. Akila. Thank you, Praveen and Akila.
Next on stage, can we have Mr. Inosh Bhavanta and Sachin Tapiris on stage? Okay, so this time it's going to be a bit different. We are going to have 2 lucky numbers for 2 gifts. So let's see who those 2 lucky winners will be. So Sachinta, Inosh, we need 2 lucky numbers.
Guys, we have Enosh here, one of the kind-hearted person of our team. Enosh.
Enosh can swing the raffle. Sachinta can pick 2 lucky numbers.
Sarah, we have one number from here.
Anush can pick the lucky number.
So now in my hand I have two lucky numbers. Let's see who those two lucky winners will be.
Can stay on.
Guesses?
Can we have a
Will it be
guess from this
four-digit
table?
number, or will it be a 3-digit number?
Sarah, we have number 2 here.
Okay.
Is
Two.
that-
A wrong guess. Can we have another one guess?
0.
0, 0. 0, 0, 8, 3. And 0309. Can we have 0309 and 0083 on stage?
Guys, can we have that lucky winner? There are 2 lucky winners.
2 lucky number from same table.
One of the prettiest lady and gentleman. Hi, can we know your good name?
Ashara,
Shara from?
video partner.
Okay. Udara from Video Partners and Lakshmi Ashara from Video Partners. Can we have a round of applause?
So there seems to be a lot of winners from video partners.
You both can come on the stage.
You both can go.
You both can.
Sachinta, you can present the. Enosh, you can present to the.
And like I have one thing, like just try out the headsets and you have to put a recommendation for mini mart, right?
Thank you.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to see who our one last final lucky number for today's evening is going to be.
Guys, any
Going to
guesses?
be the grand prize of this evening of the 37th International CA Students Conference 2023.
It's going to be a very grand prize this time. And it's from our hospitality partner.
So now, for which I invite on stage Mr. Amit Sampath to spin the barrel and see who our lucky winner is going to be.
Guys, can we have a round of applause?
And can we have the Education Secretary, Mr. Manelka Jayawardena, to pick the lucky number?
Yes, can we have the big round of applause to the Manik Jayawardena, this Education Secretary of CHK Student Society.
We'll see who is that lucky winner is.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, this will be our one last lucky winner for today's evening. And this lucky winner gets a dinner for two at Monarch Imperial Hotel. So,
Yes.
ladies and gentlemen, let's see who this last lucky number will be. So, any guesses on our first digit?
0 as an answer, Sarah. What about it?
Yes, 0.
Yeah? No, it's not 3.
It's 0, 2.
5. I've got 5 as an answer.
Nope. One more guess. 0, 2, 7.
0 to 7. That's saying all the
It's
numbers.
0, 2.
Tell whether it's an odd number or even number.
Okay. So it's an odd number. Zero, two, 7. It's going to be 0270.
0270.
0270. Can we have that lucky winner?
The last.
One of the prettiest lady. We'll see. Hi, we would love to know your name, please.
Shagastra.
From?
Sabri.
From sub-campus Shakastra. Shamri?
So, like, it's for like dinner for 2. So like, with whom are you planning to go for the dinner? Are you planning to take Sarah?
Is Sarah your friend? Wow.
So you're going to take me on the dinner, are you sure?
She said no.
No, I don't think that's going to happen.
Shamri? One of the most eligible bachelor of our team.
So she said she's taking Sarah.
Okay guys, please give a round of applause to this lucky winner.
So with that, we come to an end of today's raffle draw for the 37th International CA Students Conference 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Amit, and thank you, Mr. Mailka.
And thank you very much everyone for joining with us for the raffle draw.
Thank you very much guys for your kind cooperation. Please give a round of applause for all the luckiest winners. Thank you.
What an exciting session that was, and I'm pretty sure the winners are even more thrilled to enjoy their gifts. Thank you, Sarah, Shamri, Lohan, and Shizan for entertaining the audience with the raffle draw session. Today's conference wouldn't have become a reality if not for this team's dedication, commitment, sleepless nights of work, planning and organizing. This wouldn't be a reality without each and everyone's support. It has not been easy amidst having the busy schedule, studies, family and other commitments.
Still, our team's priorities, they prioritize their team in comparison to their personal dreams as well. And as a result, we have today, and we call upon stage members, ex-members of CAS on stage for a beautiful entertainment.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put a round of applause for our CAS members.
හදවතේ රුදුරු හන්දාම ජීවිතේ වතුරහවාද හාමතේ පැදුරු නැති රැක නිදිමතේ අපි පාවෙන ලෝකේ ඇවිදින චාරිකාවේ දවසක පාවේදෝ අහසේ හඳ අල්ලන්න ආස ගමනේ
දන්න හැමෝම කිව්ව අපිත් එක්ක
පුරන්නුදාක ආදරේ තුරන්නුවාද ජීවිතේ පහස දැනුනාම තනිකමේ දෙබස් ඇහුනාද හදවතේ අපි පාවෙන ලෝකේ ඇවිදින චාරිකාවේ දවසක පාවේදෝ අහසේ හඳ අල්ලන්න ආස ගමනේ සතුට හෙව්වාට දස අතේ කඳුළු ආවාට හිතු මතේ නොමැති උදාක කැමතිදේ අඳුරගත්තාත හිත අපේ අපි ආගිය පාරේ කෙලවර නෑ පේනමානේ දවසක පාවේදෝ අහසේ හඳ අල්ලන්න ආස ගමනේ අපි පාවෙන ලෝකේ ඇවිදින චාරිකාවේ දවසක පාවේදෝ අහසේ හඳ අල්ලන්න ආස ගමනේ
Geoffrey Chaucer once said, all good things must come to an end. While the excitement of the raffle draw and the cash entertainment is still in the air, let me call up on stage Mr. Manelka Jayawardena, the Education Secretary of the CA Student Society, to present the vote of thanks.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are hereby making the end of another successful International CA Students Conference. To mark the end of this glamorous evening, let me now present the vote of thanks to all the pillars who made this occasion a reality. I am taking this moment to thank our Honorable Chief Guest and the keynote speaker, all the guest speakers and the distinguished moderators and panelists of the day, for the invaluable knowledge and experience shared with us generously. Thank you so much for dedicating time from your tight schedules on behalf of our enthusiast audience. Next, I would like to convey my heartiest thanks to Mr. Sanjay Bandara, the President of CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Heshana Kurupu, Vice President of CA Sri Lanka, and Ms. Dulani Fernando, Chief Executive Officer of CA Sri Lanka, for your unwavering support and the encouragement we received from the very beginning. Next, I would like to thank Mr. Sujiva Rajapaksha, the patron of CA Students Society, he who is indeed like a tree which shelters the caste with his knowledge and kindness. Further, I would like to extend my heartiest gratitude for all the CA Sri Lanka staff members who lent us their support very generously to make this event a memorable one. Further, I would like to convey my heartiest gratefulness to all our sponsors for their generosity and cooperation, without which this event could not have been reality. Next, I would also make this an opportunity to thank all the panelists and the participation for sparing time to join us. We hope that we may have seated in our audience in our next International CA Student Conference too. Last but not least, let me now this chance to give a big thanks to learn behind the scenes the CA Students Society. Thank you so much for all the effort, dedication, commitment you contributed and all of the challenges you had to overcome very beginning. Next, I wish to express my sincerest gratitude to the President, Mr. Amit Sampath, Vice President, Mr. Akash Senadira, and General Secretary, Ms. Rukaya Hamid, and all the present members of the CAS as well as the ex-CAS members who extend their warm helping hands whenever possible. The conference is a true reflection of a power of unity and team spirit. Bringing my speech to end, I would like to apologize everyone who earned heavy heart due to the organizing work this conference. With that, I would like to wish you a great day and safe trip home. See you at the 38th International CA Student Conference next year. Thank you very much and go safe.
With that, time has come to say goodbye. A heartfelt thank you to everyone who joined with us today, physically and virtually. We are sincerely grateful for everyone who supported and guided us from day one. We hope today's event added value to your lives, inspired you, and encouraged you to reach your dreams. With that, we come to a closure of the 37th International CA Students Conference with a golden saying by Winston Churchill. Success consists from going from failure to failure without loss of enthusiasm.
We at CAS would love to make memories. So as a memory, you may collect your conference gift from our representative at the exit gates.
Please be ready with your ticket.
In it to win it, together towards tomorrow.
Thank you and have a safe journey home. Good night.
Thank you.